Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. This is Playoffs Edition. My name is Thunder. I am joined once again by my wonderful color caster, Oshi Dash. How are you doing on this fine Playoffs Wednesday, Oshi?
I am insane at the moment. I am beyond thrilled for the fact that we are in playoffs, which is incredible. The fact that we made it through the season with two hiccups from you essentially, and that was mostly
Right.
it.
Yeah.
Which is great even for you. That's a good record for you. You're
Honestly, yeah,
improving.
that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. We're on the up and
So
up.
yeah, this is my second season, right? I basically started last season going into playoffs, so this is
Right.
home territory for me in the
There you
CCS.
go.
Speaking of home territory, Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush, two names we're incredibly familiar with. Getting into the draft here, it looks like they're going to start up Hard Hat Zone on the blue side, CB Rush on the red side, with a Wukong band to start us off.
Indeed, indeed. And I mean, Oshi, we are very familiar with best of fives because that is the playoffs bracket format. It is best of fives. This could go all 5 games, could be a giga banger. But additionally, all of the matches in playoffs are going to be best of fives. We have the Wednesday bracket today, Thursday bracket tomorrow. It is, if you lose here, you're not out of the tournament. It is double elim, so there will be a lower bracket. These two teams are currently in the upper bracket. The winner here goes on to play Omega Gaming Obsidian, so keep an eye out for that. Again, both these teams, they are quite good. They are quite strong. CB Rush was on an absolute tear towards the end of the season, and Hard Hat Zone is definitely on a resurgence. Again, bans are coming in. We got the Twitch ban, Irelia, and Seraphine ban. Seraphine is the most Fun fact, Seraphine is the most banned champion in the CCS.
Yeah.
We got our stat sheet out finally, and that was one of the big things that stuck out. Nobody here wants to see Seraphine. We're doing Captain Flowers proud. We all hate her. All right. Silas goes out too, and we're gonna get one ban in from C Rush.
I mean, just think about the few times that we have seen Seraphine, right? I don't think we've really seen her lose a game.
Right.
We've seen her both in the true support role as well as in the fasting role for AD carries, and it's devastating every single time. I'm not going to call her broken, but she's definitely overtuned for the level that is played at right now. Man, but what a gorgeous character! Incredible kit design, incredible makeup. A Cassiopeia band, by the way. So that's a neat for everybody at home to take a quick look at to see who plays what. But first pick, drum roll, we're under 10 seconds. Hard Hat.
First pick Scion again. That'd be Twitch can't get first pick. We've had some interesting first picks, and it looks like we actually get the first pick of Mumu locked in. So in theory, that could go into hands of Llama or Dragon Mooncake. Honestly, I'm not like too mad to see either of them take it.
I mean, most banned against them. By the way, that is top 5. Most banned against Hard Hat. Okay. Very frequently played by Dragon Mooncake in the support role. Does very well on him. Incredible stat averages across the season. And it's not a new thing either. Dragon Mooncake, very first game they played a Mumu. By the way, 26 assists that game. Something to take note of.
Oh,
okay.
This is a heck of a bottom lane. The Neela Tarek bottom lane. I think we saw it on LCS stage one time. If you want a bot lane that you just can't kill, this is what you pick. This will be going into the hands of Glacial and Love Me, aka Coil. So that is, unless of course this is Brankel's beloved Tarek jungle.
I get to say silly things.
Okay. Oh, Hard Hat Zone. Dragon Mooncake doesn't get the Amumu. The Renata is picked up. Llama's on the Amumu. They are changing things up.
Okay, so this is where things get really, really interesting, right? Because you first pick the Amumu, right? And CB Rush goes, oh, they're going to try and kill us early. They're going to take advantage of the 2 bandage tosses, the double stun, all that. So we're going to pick, like you said, a lane that doesn't die. And Hard Hat goes, Amumu's actually not going there. And now look at this. Renata Sivir. I mean, this lane pushes you in over and over and over, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, Nyla does not push back as fast as Sivir pushes in. So very nice little bait by Hard Hat Zone, showing a little bit of prowess, possibly having spent a little bit of time on one of our favorite things that we will talk about a little later on.
Indeed, indeed. But the other thing is, okay, so Olaf is what I'm assuming is that's most likely going to be going into the jungle for Hunter Wolf Steel on the Olaf. But yeah, Hard Hat Zone, they have picked up the Renata into Neela, which Neela is a melee ADC. Her range can get extended, but she is 100% a melee ADC, so Renata, perfect answer to that. Honestly, a pretty good answer into Olaf, too. CB Rush just picked it into it, so we're gonna have to see what the rest of CB Rush want to do with their team composition, but bans should be coming in. That is the Yasuo taken away. One notable thing, Hard Hat Zone have not yet banned either Set or Camille away from Pip in CB Rush's top side of the map. Both champions have been pretty high priority in CB Rush's game, so they still opt to take the Vex. Pip, champion pool left untouched for now.
Yeah, and I mean, you'd say champion pool, it really is like those two are the biggest picks, right?
Right.
I love this stat sheet because I get to sit here and just go, let's see, we've got a Mordekaiser, we've got a Set, 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 we've got right? Like,
lots of Set.
It's a whole lot of Set being played by one person. But I mean, most people don't even consider Set a threat anymore, right? Like the nerfs really took him down, kind of forces him more into the tanky role of the tank bruiser role. But I mean,
he's terrible into Renata.
Yeah, right. But on top of that, you have an Olaf who's incredible into Renata and a Mumu because you ignore everything they have. Right. So very good on the counter or on the dive aspect for CB Rush, but only with that one champion, that one pick, and some very big counter dive and dive champions banned out actually with the Azir and the Mordekaiser going down.
Right. And so for the rest of this, again, CB Rush, I'm not expecting Pip to play the. I mean, maybe Pip will play the Olaf. Maybe I'm just talking and Pip will play the Olaf. I think that would be an absolute giga chad of a flex. But I'm really expecting the top laner to be the kick. There we see the Ari picked up into the hands of Rutledge. We've seen some crazy stuff out of Rutledge, and I expect this mid lane to be extremely explosive. And technically, CB Rush did decide to give alternative here counterpick for the mid lane, and that is always a dangerous thing. Alternative, one of the only people in the CCS this year to have a pentakill, has more mid lane solo kills than any other mid laner, and decides to go for the Anivia pick.
No.
I was getting so ready to hype up the 1v9 can absolutely carry any games, but like
11-5 on Sylas, 12-0 on Cassiopeia, 18-4 on Irelia, 12-3 on Yasuo. Like 11-6 on Victor.
To be fair, all the champions you just mentioned before Victor are banned, but still.
Right? But still, like, this is not the type of mage that he plays. This is not how he goes off. I mean,
maybe he knows something we don't.
I've seen an pentakills. Okay,
right.
I lived in the era of young Bjergsen. Okay, we're not there anymore. This isn't that Anivia.
No, not at all. But these last few picks, the Camille, understandable for Pip. I think probably better than Set, more of a silent. You don't have to group for team fights against the Renata. You can jump behind her. But Hard Hat Zone have picked up Lilia top. And Oshi, I'm going to be honest with you. About 4 patches ago, I was you know this. I was the biggest Lilia top stan. I was all in, all chips were in. All eggs were in one Lilia top basket. And ever since that got nerfed, I think it's been terrible. And this draft from Hard Hat Zone, I'm sitting here thinking like they have to have such a strong plan in mind for this game 1, and Bennett better pop off on this Lilia. Honestly, I'm expecting Llama to play topside really heavily.
Or you have the oldest thing that you will have never seen, which is an Amumu top lane.
Okay. You're right. I'm going to be honest. I thought for maybe half a second about a Amumu top lane just because Lilia was in the jungle. But I was like, no, that can't possibly there's no logic to that, right?
Think about how Camille fights. Camille is an in and out fighter, right? You take an in and out fighter and put them against a double skill shot stun with a massive AoE snare, right?
Yeah,
Percent-based health damage, and an AoE burst ability that resets on getting auto-attacked.
that is true. And I mean, Amumu into Olaf isn't phenomenal. So you know what? I would
I'm just
be
saying,
okay. No,
it,
it's Lilia top. It's Lilia top.
they can still switch.
They can still switch,
They can
but
still switch.
I don't. You know, no, again, normally I'm the one with the copium picks, Oshi, but it feels like we're rocking with. I expect the jungle. Llama is a phenomenal player, but
Yeah.
if we get Lilia jungle and a Mumu top, I don't know. Like, I'll need a shoe or something. All right. if someone's about to message Hard Hat Zone and be like, swap this quickly, we need the content. Fine, I will eat my shoe if this Amumu goes into the top lane.
Flay, I see you. I see you in Flay chat. You're listening. You know how to make this a thing. You can make this. You could make
It's
him
not
eat
gonna
a
happen.
shoe.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Olaf goes jungle again. These lock-ins are expected. I don't think we're gonna get anything too out of the park. But I will say is like, Anivia can be a pretty good, can be kind of a decent front line, I guess. She can kind of just create a front line, but Hard Hat Zone, they are pretty much across the board really squishy. Tank Lilia was really heavily nerfed. It's not. I don't even think it's really a viable thing anymore. Maybe Bennett has some different ideas, some different plans here, but for CB Rush, it feels like they definitely have the frontline advantage, maybe even the split push advantage. Yeah. So I really like CB Rush's comp more so than Hard Hat Zones right now.
So your split push advantage is an Anivia in the side lane, right?
Right.
And you have a Camille that's going to try and dive into a stun under tower at that point, right?
Right.
So you're pretty okay in terms of 5v5 team fights. If you get a good wall, Olaf doesn't get in, right? Nyla doesn't get in, Tarek doesn't get in. So you have an Ahri that can ult over the wall and a Camille that can hop over the wall. And there's your disengage, you walk away, right? If it's mid lane, like in the middle of a lane, that is the worst case scenario. And how often do fights happen there these days? They really don't. Especially when, look at the hard engage here. There's an Amumu.
Mm-hmm. You got your
Ahri
handshake,
charm, right? Like it's So
we'll definitely see. CB Rush do definitely have to run at Hard Hat Zone. I think Hard Hat Zone have the range just overall. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure even Lilia range is more than what CB Rush have overall. So that we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And again, it looks like Lilia is going to get locked in the top lane. So I'm interested. The Lilia Camille matchup, it's all going to come down to whether or not Pip is going to land those, hook shot wall dives. But at the end, this is going to be, again, this is game one, Oshi. These drafts are already pretty spicy. So I'm going to ask you again, this is a best of 5. Who do you think's coming out on top overall in the series? What's going to be the score?
We keep talking about the jungle, and I'm taking a look at it right now, and there's nothing to see in terms of these champions. Like, there's very little that have been played between either of them. Hunter Wolf, his very last game, he played Olaf, and that's it. And it's kind of the same thing on the other side. There's one Lilia jungle game there. There's no Amumu jungle games, right? So this does come down to a battle of the jungle. We have a lot to look forward to top lane, but Lilia's weak side. No questions asked at this point, right? The bot lane, in my opinion, is where really the fighting is going to be happening continuously, because neither of these teams are going to, or neither of these duos are going to die very easily. Neither of them have the ability to lock the other one down long enough and with enough damage to kill them, not until at least 6, 7. And I mean, I'm just looking at a lack of hard CC on a lot in the overall. I don't want to make any kind of a game decisive decision, here. I just everything's really weird for game one, man.
That's fair. Well, we will have to see. We'll have to see after this. But if you want to get a little bit more insight into not only drafts, but League of Legends, figuring out what you are good at, and when you're playing, what your enemy is good at, how you can counter them, what picks you can pull from, you can use our wonderful sponsor, ProComps. It's a first of its kind drafting tool aimed for competitive and solo queue play. It allows the user live feedback and analysis on drafting, giving you recommendations on picks, notes on matchups, and analysis on your enemy team's win cons so you can stop them in their tracks. These features allow you, yes, you, to gain an edge on your opponent and improve your drafting skills. Use code CCS for 50% off your first 3 months. With that, we will go into a brief spectator delay before we get into Game 1 of CB Rush versus Hard Hat Zone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Excuse the sepia tone screen. The ADC for, I think it was CB Rush, briefly disconnected. One of the ADCs briefly disconnected. They're having some internet issues, but they have reconnected, and we are back getting ready to scrap. We got summoner spells recorded. There's notably no flash on Nyla, which I think, I'm going to be honest, that's a little weird.
So trading the cleanse out for the flash, okay, I guess I can understand that. The thing is, like, Llama's ganks just got so much better.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so much better. You get snared by Renata when the Amumu's coming in, you pop that cleanse because you're like, oh no, I'm scared. Oh, okay, well, here's 2 bandage tosses. Right? Cleanse is not, it's not as good against Amumu as it ever could have been. It's not going to be that good against this team overall. I mean, the amount of CC on the side of Hard Hat Zone is absurd, right?
Yes.
So it's, Glyphortial, as he prefers to be called, I'm told. You got your work cut out for you just by your summoner spell choices alone.
Right.
The other thing that's really interesting is, just because we're on the note of him, that's a Doran's shield start too. That is a scared Glacial.
Yeah, I think Glacial is the only thing I can think of is that, Glacial, hey, maybe it was maybe it was Procom telling Glacial what to do, giving Glacial the advice needed, and that, hey, maybe Flash on Nyla just isn't the play, but maybe he has confidence in Coil and Love Me down there as his support. Coil has performed absolutely phenomenally as their support so far over the last couple of weeks. So I can see why Glacial would have faith in kind of this defensive tower pick. The Cosmic Radiance, a really great form of protection, but it does have to channel. He just doesn't have that instantaneous get out of there card, which with so much of this, I mean, it's going to be so hard to escape. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen with that. But, otherwise, again, I know we got the Anivia pick for alternative. I'm still excited for this mid lane. I expect, quite frankly, even with the Anivia pickup, I think alternative is still just going to play like an absolute mad lad.
He has to. He 100% has to. His team is going to rely on him too, because that's what he has done the entire season long. I listed off the champions that he has played and how he has done on them, and he does not play the passive mage type like Anivia at any point in time. The closest to would be Victor, I guess, right? Like he played a 16-0 Lee Sin mid, by the way. Like, just to give you an idea of the kind of person that we're like, why did he pick Anivia? Like, Anivia's not a bad champion, especially in this matchup. We talked about it in the break, you and I, about, counters the Olaf decently well. You put the wall up, he can't come running in. Perfect, that's great. Kind of forces CB Rush to hop over it with only 2 of their champions. Pretty difficult situation. But otherwise, you're just Anivia. You're not this big mobile playmaker. You're not an assassin. Which are the 2 things that we have seen him play the most.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be a situation, without a doubt.
And we did just see Glacial disconnect again, but should probably be back soon. I will say the pause time is going to be a little bit extended because, of course, we had our spectator delay. So we do have to catch back up to that, but we are going to keep trying to keep communication with the players. Once again, Glacial has reconnected. It'll probably be a couple of minutes, maybe, another minute or 2 before we get fully back into the game. Just again, the spectator does have to catch back up with the delay. Otherwise, taking a look, there's not anything absolutely insane, I guess, when it comes to the rest of what the draft is built up. But I will say, for both of these teams, the stakes here are a little bit different. CB Rush, they are playing, of course, both teams are playing to move on. They don't want to go in the lower bracket, right? You want to avoid that run. There are, you have to play almost double the amount of games in the lower bracket if you want to make it to Wednesday finals. And if you win Wednesday finals, you go to grand finals. And so being able to take a week off, in between every now and then would be pretty nice. But CB Rush, they want to win, but Hard Hat Zone, they have a grudge rematch if they win. These teams will go on to play Omega Gaming Obsidian. That's the only team that Hard Hat Zone that's one of only 2 teams a Hard Hat Zone lost to in the regular season. And I mean, it was fairly close, but Hard Hat Zone weren't really able to make too much happen. They definitely want a little bit of redemption here. And CB Rush, they've only lost once. They lost to Dorado Gaming Omega, and they want to keep up their relatively clean record. So both teams here, they should be on pretty equal footing. I mean, you just look at the stats; it's almost the exact same, aside from one pretty big one. But these should be evenly matched. But honestly, I think Hard Hat Zone, might have a little bit more skin in the game, at least for this first one.
Yeah, and it's just because you mentioned it, right? CB Rush, you're looking at a 70% win rate with a 31-minute average game. Hard Hat Zone, 65% win rate with a 29-minute average game. That's pretty insanely close considering Hard Hat Zone played 17 games and there's only a 5% difference, right?
Right.
That's basically a 1-game win difference is what that nearly comes down to.
Yeah.
The KD difference per teams is off by 0.02, by the way. 1.51 for CB Rush, 1.49 for Hard Hat Zone. Insane to have 2 teams that are this close. This metric is absurd, by the way. Damage per minute.
Yeah.
Overall for the teams, okay, the damage per minute is off by 7.7.
And it's over 2,800.
Over 2,800 damage per minute apiece, and the difference between them is 7.7 damage, okay? That is a caster minion auto attack against somebody that has a ton of armor.
But even with how close all those stats are, the most notable one, again, these teams, their win rate is pretty close, all the stats are pretty close, but Hard Hat Zone's goal difference at 14, so about the midpoint on their games when Herald is spawning, when kind of the second dragon is coming up, Hard Hat Zone have a goal difference of 56.7. CB Rush have a goal difference of 1,525.
Now, that is impressive. Yes. However, roll that in comparison with the 5% win difference.
That is true.
Right? So Hard Hat Zone is more consistent in clutching out close games than CB Rush is in winning games they have a significant lead in.
Yes.
Right? That's the big stat to take away from that. And you look at overall map control. CB Rush focuses Dragon more than Hard Hat Zone. Hard Hat prefers the Rift Herald. So those are the big places to watch where players are going to come. Right? That tells you that Hard Hat Zone focuses the top lane a lot more, which is why you see Pip starting with a Doran shield.
Right. So, and we already see Llama up here, but both junglers will be starting top side. It looks like they'll probably be pathing down. I'm interested to see how fast this Amumu clears compared to Hunter Wolfsteal on this Olaf. But again, it's with those percentages on the neutral objectives, I'm really expecting the top side of Hard Hat Zone to be popping off. I'm expecting the bot side of CB Rush to be popping off. But that said, again, Nyla does have the Doran's shield, gets outranged by the Sivir, so I know Glacial definitely one of the better ADCs on Wednesday. We'll have to see if he can kind of keep up that pressure this team has generated to keep kind of stacking those Drakes.
Yeah, and that on the other side, though, Retroflexion, right? Glacial, as you said, one of the better ADCs that we have on these Wednesdays. This is everything in the favor of Retroflexion as of Champ Select.
Right.
He has to capitalize. And again, you're capitalizing against a player that on the scoreboard, the stats board alone, is better than you. I'm not saying he is for sure, but by stats alone, Glacial is one of the best ADCs we have in the league.
Yeah. So. And that's always the challenge. I mean, that's why CB Rush has only lost 1 game, and that was to, CB Rush lost to the team that has probably the best ADC Joker on both Wednesday and Thursday. That's their only loss. So looking at it that way, Glacial is probably the second best ADC. But that's debatable. That's debatable.
They just lost to the ADC that played in the amateur worlds, right?
And won. So it's you can only do so much. But we already are seeing a little bit of action from Llama, just taking a peek at this mid wave, saying hi to Rutledge, stealing some of Alternative's experience. Don't you just love it as a mid laner when your jungler does that? And Rutledge already has the push. We are seeing how fast Hunter Wolfsteal is getting done with this clear. Already has Wolves, is going to be getting done with Blue and starting this gromp up here very, very quickly. We'll absolutely be getting first crab. So It'll be on Llama. He's probably going to have to path back up if they want to get first crab. And we'll see if Hunter Wolfsteal will want to try to get an early gank here.
I honestly wouldn't be too surprised if we saw the bot lane from Hard Hat Zone push out into River to try and support a crab contest, just because of how far in they have managed to push. A level down at the moment, though, because of that push. There it is.
Right.
Coming back up. Actually, I am incorrect. It is the Ahri, Mr. Rutledge himself, that comes down to ensure the crab take. That is very big, very smart play right there out of CB Rush. You love to see things like that. Overall map awareness, and more importantly, there's going to be a lot of communication between the two of them saying, hey, I want to make sure that you keep the experience advantage that you're going to have. Meanwhile, we've got a lane gank in the bot.
We do indeed. Llama sacrificing the crab, seeming knowingly sacrificing both crabs to go ahead and get the recall for now. Was in lane, but just went on back, got the first purchase, and that's Hunter Wolfsteal up to 2 crabs to none, and going in, dropping down some vision up on the blue quadrant of Hard Hat Zone's jungle.
Yeah, this is exactly what you expect to see in this jungle matchup up in CS, getting both of the crabs. I mean, a pickaxe first buy is great as well. And you take a look at this top lane, and like we said, Ben is the weak side in this top lane here, or we expect him to be playing the weak side here. And the amusing thing is, he's the one who's up in health.
Yeah,
he's down in CS, but
the Lilia harass is really, really phenomenal. I mean, you see the Q there. I mean, Pip is going to be struggling a little bit. The magic resist shield is quite strong, but Bennett can just keep hitting that Q, and Pip isn't like the cooldown for the poke on these champions between Camille and Lilia. Lilia's up so much faster than Camille's, so I'm honestly not gonna be too surprised, at least until we get to that mid-late game. But we're already seeing, it looks like, yeah, CB Rush, they want to go for this dragon at 5 minutes, basically on spawn.
They knew that the Amumu had to go top lane. They knew he finished his rotation bot lane and wouldn't have anything down there. Nothing for him to take. Alternative with a little bit of poke there. Dragon Moonkick, not the right place to be.
Oh, no. Does manage to handshake, get the stun, but Glacial wants to go for a little bit of the chase. Pip did teleport back into the lane. Does have a Sheen now, so a definite item advantage over Bennett for the time being, who only has that Sapphire Crystal. So that is first Drake going over. And looks like Hunter Wolfsteal might make their way up to the mid lane. Overall, CS in favor of, I mean, for the time being, Hard Hat Zone. Llama trying to go up and take Raptors. Pip is here. Llama has to flash away, but Rutledge hits the charm. Pip chunking them down. Rutledge is actually getting quite weak. The bandage toss comes through, but the first blood goes over to Rutledge.
Yeah, gave up the crabs, gave up the dragon, didn't really have too much choice but to try and counter jungle because there were no good gank situations. He did quite a lot of damage to Rutledge, I will give him that, but ultimately Llama sacrificing his life to the first blood, still down in CS. And the interesting thing to note there, though, is only 1 assist came through, but alternative out of mana.
Oh, no. I mean, we'll see the Agnivia here shortly. A good charm from Rutledge, who is quite low, but is not going to be low enough, taking some damage from the minions. But Alternative now picking up a second kill. Or, I'm sorry, Rutledge picking up a second kill. If Alternative was not having a good time in this lane, it's only going to get worse.
Now, one of your favorite matchups that you can have in the mid lane is I'm playing a mobile assassin, you're playing a stationary mage. And that is exactly what Rutledge has going in his favor right now. I also want to point out, First Dragon was a Mountain Drake. A lot of the time, you kind of see that and you shake your head at it. It's kind of whatever. But being able to pick up 9% armor and magic resist for a largely melee team is actually incredible for CB Rush. Definitely worth them having compared to, I mean, if it went the other way, if Hard Hat Zone picked up a Mountain Drake first, I wouldn't even mention it because it is not important for them whatsoever. But a 9% difference when you're going to have an Olaf that builds some tank, you're going to have a Tarek that builds tank, and a Tarek that gives you additional stats as well, that 9% is huge.
And we'll see those dragons again start to stack up a little bit more. But I mean, we're talking about that's exactly what CB Rush does. They just stack Drakes. They're already on that train. They're only going to keep it up. And that was even without really that was without a ton of priority in the bottom lane. So we'll see just how hard they force it. So far they're rocking about a 1k gold lead, despite, again, kill advantage over to CB Rush, farm advantage over to Hard Hat Zone. And there hasn't quite been too much action around this bottom side yet, but we are about to hit level 6 on all members here. Glacial does already have the Apotheosis, but 2.5 minutes until the Dragon. And I mean, right now, you know, Llama has just not been able to have any impact on the map on this Amumu. Curse of the Sad Mummy is online now, but even then, Banish Tosses have already been, you know, online and active, and Hunter Wolfsteel has already had multiple successful ganks.
Exactly. It's really just been a case of poor timing. His lanes have had priority at the wrong times for him to come in and gank. He's tried a lane gank bot lane that was no good. He just tried a lane gank top lane that was no good. Again, because you obviously are relying on your team pushing in order to get a lane gank, but ultimately it just wasn't beneficial for anybody because the other team didn't push out. What I want to draw attention to, though, if anybody had been watching the mini-map for the past little bit when Amumu was headed up to that top lane. As soon as Amumu left his spawn, amazingly enough, he was just walking out of blue base. Red team alert pinged Shelly. Right? They were aware that Rift Herald was going to be spawning, and that is what what Hardhead Zone prioritizes, right?
Right.
So they said, hey, this is coming up. Watch out top lane. And what happened? Pip fell back. Hunter Wolfsteel rotated top lane. We even saw Rutledge walk out of lane, and you can see it on your mini-map. That bush in the ward in the middle of the river, right up by Herald there, was put down by Rutledge after that ping. So they were very aware that they wanted to go, that Hardhead Zone would want to go top lane, and that Llama would be trying to force that Herald. As a result, nothing happened. The lane gank was unsuccessful, and here we are with the Amumu back in the bot lane going to pick up a crab. Yeah, is all he's got.
Yeah, and Hunter Wolfsteel using that vision that the rest of his team was able to mark out, knowing that the Herald was not taken, knowing that, you know, the top side of the map is pretty much free of sad mummies, and Amumu went down to get the crab, is now coming up towards the mid lane. But honestly, I feel like, you know, this is partially all, you know, with Alternative not having access to something that can really be lane dominant, there's no prio over mid lane, and so Hardhead Zone don't have as much ability to be able to roam up topside, be able to have dominance over that top half of the map. And here we are seeing the roam over into the mid lane coming up from the ADC and support for CB Rush. The CC immune Olaf walks right through the Renata ultimate. Taric ultimate is channeled onto the Olaf. Isn't able to take anybody down yet, but is on the chase for Dragon Moon Cake. Takes one down, will not be... CBR Rutledge is just on an absolute rampage. I'm trying to make this exciting, but this just feels like bullying. Retroflexion is able to get a shutdown here. Bennett throws out the swirl seed. Okay, maybe did actually turn it around. It's a 2-for-1. Kyle actually ended up falling for CB Rush as well, and Hunter Wolfsteel has to run. Llama goes in, maybe gets a little bit of revenge as a jungler. Hunter Wolfsteel is quite strong, but Llama will actually make it 3-for-1 for Hardhat Zone. Never mind, I said it looked bad. It turned out great.
Yeah, that was definitely a overall failed push. A lot burned on both sides there, but overall, Retroflexion had an incredible free fire opportunity. It was basically 1v1 with Coil for the longest time in that fight. We saw Dragon Mooncake being chased down by Hunter Wolfsteel, who wasn't able to keep up with Alternative in the end. And I mean, you saw almost everything that happened on your screens. All that you really missed off screen was Retroflexion right-clicking the life bar of Coil away and then chasing Rutledge down with the ultimate as well. So very well played by him, picking up 2 kills, now a significant lead over his lane partner. Meanwhile, we have Rutledge, who ultimately is just destroying this mid lane, and Alternative we need to see come online. Like, the Zenivia is not going to push out and roam, not the type of champion that it is, but once a bit more AP comes in, once a little more mana sustain comes in as that tier stacks up, we're going to see the Zenivia just sit in the mid lane and do exactly this, just clear that wave continuously. I really, really hope that he does not go... I really, really hope that he does go the burn build and doesn't try to build burst Zenivia.
Hey, you never know. You honestly never know with Alternative. It is currently on the Lost Chapter Sork Shoes, so we'll see. We'll see. But for the time being, item check-in, we're around the 12-minute mark. This is where you'll start to see some mythics get completed. We have 2 completed for the side of Hardhat Zone, Llama and Retroflexion. Sunfire Cape and Kraken Slayer. On the other side, Rutledge does have their mythic, the Everfrost. Rift Herald is going to get dropped in the mid lane as well. This is going to be nearly 3 plates if they can get a couple more auto attacks in. Bennett walks a little bit too quickly forward and has to back away, but should be getting plates as well. So across the board, seems like some plates traded for one plate up on the top side of the map. Some gold, some good gold infused into Rutledge. And if you're Hard Hat or if you're CB Rush, that's the man you want your gold on. You want it on Rutledge to have that carry potential.
Exactly. The biggest thing to take a look at here, it's not just Rutledge as a player, it's Ahri as a character, right? Ahri as a champion in this game right now. You take a look at anybody on Hard Hat Zone, any of those champions at all. If Ahri jumps on top of them, gets a charm, that champion dies. So it doesn't matter who gets super fed on the side of Hard Hat Zone if Ahri is the one with the gold lead. And right now, that's what we're seeing, 1,000 gold up in a game where there's 1,000 gold difference. Oh, no.
Oh, no. The engage comes through from Llama as well as the hostile takeover. And Dragon Mooncake is the one that picks up the double kill. Hunter Wolfsteal just wasn't able to be there in time, and Dragon Mooncake makes it happen.
Take a look at Glacial Summoners. Look what's up.
Yep.
Cleanse wasn't used because Cleanse wouldn't have done anything. Ghost is still up because Ghost wouldn't have done anything. That is the triple threat lockdown right there. We see Dragon Mooncake with an incredible ultimate in line with the Llama ultimate, in line with the Llama snare, in line with death. I don't want to talk about it because you saw it and it's simple. It's the bread and butter of League of Legends. It is the effervescent.
Effervescent. There we go.
Thank you. Wombo combo.
Oh no, Alternative might get wombo comboed here. It's a charm into an axe. Hunter Wolfsteal is below the turret and takes turret shots from the Anivia wall. Eggnivia will be coming back here in just a moment, keeping the kill from coming through. Coil did roam up to the top side, but it was not, again, it wasn't in time. And all of a sudden, Hard Hat Zone were 1,000 gold down. They're now about 800 up. Retroflexion pushing a little aggressively here, but simply decides to walk away. Manages to spell shield out the stun, and Coil just has to run. Retroflexion dealing with a 2v1 lane here after a phenomenal play in the mid lane.
Yep. You know what? We said, yeah, Anivia, sure, you counter the Olaf, but, well, yeah, you counter the Olaf.
Right, and hey, notably, Hunter Wolfsteal, also no flash, not getting out of that Anivia wall.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very well placed wall, keeping the Olaf in the turret shot just a little bit longer. And I love the use of Sivir in a solo lane here because of the spell shield that comes with, because of the ultimate to run away if need be, also on flash and ghost as well. So you need a lot more than a single ability of lockdown to shut that cat down.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my burst.
Alternative taking so much damage, and that was without the Spirit Rush. And currently Hunter Wolfsteal is coming into the mid lane. Top lane, maybe a little action, but I will say we are now seeing Bennett was definitely weak side at the start of the game, but is currently 20 CS up. And again, these blooming blows as well as the Anivia passive burn is just like, even if you are a Camille, really is pretty annoying and pretty difficult to deal with now on top of the Leandry's burn stacked on it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a flash by
Llama going in a phenomenal Curse of the Sad Mummy. Coil and Glacial both get stunned up. The turret goes down. The Olaf immunes the Renata ult, but here comes Lilia. Puts two to sleep. Llama takes another down. The Lilia fell to the Hunter, but Rutledge and Pip have arrived. These are low health bars. Alternative has to flash away, but will finally fall. The Anivia passive is not triggered as it was already used once. 1-2 taken back for 3. Again, Rutledge wants a little bit more. Ahri can burst these members down, but a little too scared to go under the turret.
Yeah, it's definitely not a place you want to be when you're looking at a Renata and a Mumu, who, by the way, a Mumu already barely escaped death, getting bailed out in that fight successfully with the reset as well. What an absolute slugfest.
Yeah.
that one fight
what we wanted.
But it's not just that. Neither of these teams are like stupid burst heavy, right? So when they get into a fight, it's not going to be cut and dry like that one gank that we saw. If there's a 5v5 fight, it's going to be drawn out because you're looking at burn from Lilia. You're looking at burn from Anivia. You've got, sure, burst from Ahri, but that's it. Otherwise, it's a CC-based, cooldown-based burn fight.
Right. And currently, one team has the much better CC overall. I mean, I guess
Shots.
you could you could include. I mean, I guess in theory you could include Hextech Ultimatum as CC, but it's less like you don't really get locked down. You just get put, just like in a in an area and like you're kind of there. So we'll have to see. But both teams they are back here ready to fight for the Drake. And we already get Llama going in again, but that's 2 down. 2 are immune. That's 3 that get triggered into the Kale or into the Taric ultimate. We see Hunter Wolf Steel ticking down, burning away. Nobody has fallen yet except for Llama. The hostile takeover comes through, gives a little bit of disengage for Hard Hat Zone. An alternative has taken down the ADC. The health bars are now low for CB Rush. An alternative might have the damage. Retroflexion does, though, and is on the chase down. Hunter Wolfsteel tries to go in with the Gore Drinker, but can't heal up enough. Rutledge is cut down to size, and Pip is the only one left standing for CB Rush. A triple kill for Retroflexion and the second Drake of the game for Hard Hat Zone.
If you go back and watch that again, you will see Glacial on the wrong side of life for the beginning of that fight. He was trapped in the mid lane, couldn't get involved. Here it is. That's actually after Glacial already goes down, but that's entirely why he died when he did. He was caught out on the mid lane side and then had to try and push in on his own, got exhausted, got burst, and then we saw Retroflexion have the time of his life just running through people. He didn't even ult until the very end of that fight where he was able to just run down the Olaf. I mean, ultimately, that was child's play for the Sivir, but overall was incredibly well executed by everybody. They had the Amumu dive in. CB Rush was able to fall back, finish him off, push back in, fall out, push in. It was the brawl that we were just talking about, ultimately not going in their favor, namely due to Retroflexion's positioning compared to Glacial's.
Yep, and one other thing is like if you take a look, right, there are 2, yeah, that's right, 2 Hex Drinkers for CB Rush. They have decided, like, and to be fair, Hard Hat Zone are pretty AP heavy, but there is still a Sivir now at 2 items that is doing so much damage, and both of these times Hunter Wolf Steel has been killed has been because Retroflexion has just chased him down and killed him. And it's, I mean, Hex Drinker, you don't really get anything from that when you're staring down a Sivir.
Yeah, their theory, as far as I could try to craft along with them, is if we don't get burned out so much before the Sivir gets into the fight, maybe we'll be able to take her down. Right? That's the theory crafting behind it, but unfortunately, that's not necessarily going to be what works out for you because, okay, sure, you're taking less magic damage, I guess. Look at the builds. It's percent health-based damage.
Yep.
Like, yeah, sure, you're reducing magic damage, but you're reducing percent-based damage. It's less than ideal.
Yeah, no, you're reducing percent-based damage, which is not actually reducing damage because it's just the percentage. You're not reducing the percentage of the damage. So that's one thing that is interesting. And Retroflexion is just running so far forward. And notably, they did get some pretty good damage onto Glacial, but Starlight's Touch is a very powerful ability. One of the things that, hey, makes Taric a good support overall. So, but now we're getting this kind of 3-man death squad of Llama, Dragon, Mooncake, and Retroflexion. Retroflexion right now has 2 supports, right? Like, Llama on this Amumu is 2, 2, and 6, but like Amumu is not a carry jungler. This is a supportive jungler. Retroflexion gets to double up on that and is currently 6-0-5 on this Sivir.
Oh, it's not even that. Take a look at Anivia. Anivia is, for all intents and purposes, a very supportive AD carry, right?
Yeah.
We talked about, Glacial this, one of the best ADCs, Glacial that. Retroflexion is good as well. Don't get us wrong, right? Retroflexion is very good as well. And when you have a team comp that is essentially designed around supporting you, it's incredible. Right? We kept saying, alternative Anivia. I mean, you're not going to be able to do alternative things. Clearly, they don't need him to do alternative things when Retroflexion is doing them instead. Oh
my goodness. Yeah, speaking of, Retroflexion is tearing through Glacial, but we're also getting some action up here on the top side. Of phenomenal Anivia wall. The Hextech Ultimatum comes through, but alternative takes down Pip, and somehow Retroflexion utilizing the Flash, the Cleanse, or the Flash, the Ghost, and the On the Hunt, including Dragon, Mooncake's hostile takeover, managed to make it out of the mid lane just fine.
By the way, didn't just make it out just fine. Has full health now, right? Like there was multiple stuns hit. There was an exhaust that was popped as well, and still, didn't walk out of it scot-free. You listed off everything that was burned in order to do it, but that's a 600 gold shutdown that didn't get picked up and was ultimately traded out for a kill top lane.
Right.
Yes, it's worth burning all of those summoners at this point in the game to ensure that that does not happen.
Yep. And, Flash will be down for the next dragon fight, but both ultimates should be back up. Ghost will not be, but next dragon in just under a minute, so that's something to keep an eye on. Glacial, again, taking so much damage, and Coil's, at the end of this game, Coil's healing numbers are going to be absolutely off the charts. Glacial has gone down to like 20-30% HP, and Coil saved them every single time, but is not there to save them this time. Nivea Wall comes through. The turret is going to have to do the job. Glacial investing the cleanse for that one, and is going to have to base right before this dragon fight as Hardhat Zone move into the river and start clearing out the vision.
Here's my problem with cleanse over Flash. Flash could have gotten you out of there as well. Flash could have also gotten you out of other situations that have come up. That cleanse is down for this upcoming fight, and you have no other mobility, no other options in order to get out of anything, right?
Right. Ooh, the handshake comes through. Llama goes in with the bandage. Choss and Hunter Wolfsteal pops the Ragnarok. Coil pops the Cosmic Radiance, and Hunter Wolfsteal just cannot get enough damage onto the back line. Llama gets bailed out, but does not survive. Glacial gets pulled in by the handshake, or actually the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and goes down. That's 2 for 1. Hunter Wolfsteal, both junglers are down, and Hardhat Zone, they want to go on the chase, but Pip over the wall manages to shut down Dragon Mooncake. That is, again, a 2-for-2, both junglers down, but Hardhat Zone have priority over the Dragon Pit.
That was an absolutely incredible play by Pip to pick up that last kill there. Definitely have got to give it to him. Overall, look at the zoning that happens in this fight. Initially, the Anivia ult comes down. The wall isn't used actually at all that I saw in the fight. Maybe very, very late on in the fight, which is, late in the fight it gets used to block off a little bit. I feel like a wall closer to the mid lane would have given them more time with the Olaf and would have put them in less of a situation. But ultimately, great kiting, overall great fight. Layering of the ultimates was good as well. But in the end, the difference maker there is the same thing that we see all the time. They kept pushing for more kills. They could have gone to Drake and just picked the Drake up after the 2 that they got. They got Glacial, they got Hunter Wolfsteal. Nobody else was going to do anything because of health bars. In the end, they sacrificed 1 kill back over. Okay, yeah, it's only 1 kill. You still got the Drake, great. But that 1 kill is still at least 300 gold that went back. That didn't have to happen.
Right. And Dragon Mooncake has been performing quite admirably. So 2-2 and 8 on this. Renata has been having quite the impact. It's never going to be a bad kill for Pip to pick up. And coming into the rest, come as this game progresses, CB Rush, again, we talked about how much priority they have over the Drakes, and Hardhat Zone right now are just dominating that dragon pick. They lost the first one, but again, that was because CB Rush on spawn took it away, and Llama didn't have the best early game. They've gotten 3 in a row. They're on Soul Point. Infernal Soul, with this type of team composition that already focuses so much on just burning the opponent down over, the span of a team fight, not just pure burst damage, this is going to just once this gets locked in with the buffs to overall having 3 Infernal Drakes, it's going to be so difficult to try to just walk at them when there's so much good disengage from Hardhat Zone.
Oh, on top of that, look, again, we keep talking about the percent health based damage that is coming out of Hardhat Zone. What happens if they turn to Baron, right? Like, look, 2 Liandries, Amumu has percent based health built in on top of the Kraken Slayer. I mean, that thing's going to last about 12 seconds max, right? It's an absolutely horrifying situation to be in. And we're going to do the quick gold check-in that we always do. Every single member of Hardhat Zone except Llama is ahead of their counterpart. Llama is 500 gold behind his counterpart. That's it.
And that's on the supportive Amumu, right? Not trying to get kills, not trying to farm up and be a big carry. That's what you want to do on Olaf. You want to, you want to be able to get into kind of these 1v9 situations, and Hunter Wolfsteal just isn't quite able to do that. We saw them, we saw either 3 or 4 members of CB Rush hop into that top side brush, expecting Hardhat Zone to go for the Baron, but they haven't yet. They are hovering on that top side of the map. Bennett is on the bottom side of the map for the time being, so both these side laners are doing their thing, and for now, it looks like both teams are just content to farm up, wait, maybe try to set a trap play here or there. Dragon spawns in a minute and 45, minute 50 seconds. That's kind of going to be what I'm expecting. Again, we're not really seeing any push for the Baron. I'm expecting that to be the next big team fight to kind of just determine the whole game.
Exactly. Our teleports are even right now, but your lane, or so your wave clear difference is absurd when you take a look at these two teams. Like, CB Rush does not hold up in terms of the ability to just wipe minions off the face of the planet in comparison to Hardhead Zone. Just the Anivia alone matches almost the entire lineup of CB Rush for minion killing abilities, let alone a Sivir on top of that. And Lilia is disgustingly strong right now as well. I mean, sure, there's only the one kill on her, but absolutely perfectly matched in gold. And there goes Glacial yet again. Betting that's what we're going to hear after game number 1 is, oh, maybe if ADC wasn't like...
Of course. But, I mean, you know, with this pause, a couple notable things is Alternative did pick up the Zonias, has the most items in the game, tied with Retroflexion. These are, you know, again, we talked about Anivia, not exactly, you know, not the carry for this game. That's definitely the Sivir, but they are, you know, rocking that carry position. They're both splitting time on it, and on the opposing side, the only person with 3 items is Pip. That, you know, and again, it's not even technically a full item. It is the Hex Drinker, so it's not even upgraded fully into the Maul, although it's still, you know, it's still quite good. So right now, 2 members of Hardhead Zone, they are rocking the 3 items. They're up just over 3,000 gold, and again, Dragon spawns in a minute. CBR, this is the items that they have, right? Like this is going to be what they have for the fight.
So here's some fun things that we don't often get to do, just because how frequently do we ever have a pause? It's great. Leandry's Anguish, okay? The Leandry's on Lilia has done 1,700 burn damage. Okay? On the Anivia is 1,600 burn damage.
Mm-hmm.
The Amumu's Sunfire has done 970 burn damage, right? The Sivir's Kraken Slayer has done 1,200 bonus damage. Okay, so add all of that up in terms of just flat bonus damage, 17, 16, and then another 12 on top of that alone.
That's
right?
That's a bonus
3,500 damage just on the 3, right? 36, 3,700 bonus damage just from items that when you look at the other side isn't there.
Yeah. Like
it's not.
It's nearly 3 of Glacial's health bars, right? Like that's just the extra damage has killed Glacial nearly 3 times.
Yeah. So that, you know, that's part of why they're looking to slow down this magic burn with the magic resist that they're buying. But ultimately, it's just such a difference in the 2 teams in those items. Llama, walk away.
The Everfrost route into the Ignite, you know, this is just a brief stutter. This is what happens when people reconnect. Don't worry, we'll be getting back into it. But Llama will be going down to just under half HP, and there is no Taric to heal them up. So going to have to recall. Again, there is still 40 seconds until the Dragon, so they should be able to get back in time, but they will be a little limited on their vision in the river.
Yeah, Ari did use Ignite there. So that is a single small summoner that has gone down. Ultimately not going to be a significant thing because there's not a whole lot of lifesteal on the side of Hardhead Zone right now, right? There's not a whole lot of keeping anybody alive outside of just not dying in the first place. You know, it's not going to affect the bailout in any particularly important way. So,
I saw the crab cell part going down. I was getting real excited, but hey, that's another scuttle crab taken for Hunter Wolfsteal. Mark it up. I'm pretty sure Hunter's gotten 4 out of 6 crabs this game. Like this has been crazy, but coming into this setup is going to be big. The Anivia wall does zone off Glacial, has to go around the backside, and both teams are just posing right now. They're just posturing.
Yeah, little things like that are important plays. Take a look at Pip. He's got the blast cone over the wall.
But he just decides to hook shot over, gets briefly stunned up, and here we see the engage is a phenomenal Lilia ultimate, puts 4 to sleep. The Taric is the first to fall even after proccing the ultimate. Both supports are down. Dragon Mooncake is gone, but that is a clean ace for the side of Hardhead Zone. A triple kill for Retroflexion again. And here they are going to be taking Soul Point and breaking open the base.
Number 1 rule that you hear in PvPs is don't focus tank. Number 2 rule is don't focus support. You want to kill the carries.
Yep.
That is one of the things that CB Rush ran into in that fight right there. They tried to focus Dragon Mooncake down. He's the one who got hit by the Ari charm. Unfortunately for them, there was a stopwatch in hand. The stopwatch came out. The flash followed up. And they ultimately did kill him, and only him. It turned into a Drake. It turned into a Baron. Mid lane is pushed all the way in, and they are now 8,000 gold down. And like we said before, they're used to being several thousand gold up at the halfway mark, and they have been objectively beaten in every single team fight that has come up since like 9 minutes.
Right. Like Hunter will still had a couple of good ganks, but Llama has been the one performing in team fights. Is 2, 3, and 14, the most assists in the game, even more than Dragon Mooncake. Llama has been making it happen just about everywhere. Retroflexion still yet to die, has a 700 gold bounty on top of their heads, and objective bounties are live. Currently, CB Rush, they are staring down a Baron and a Infernal Soul. I mean, if you're them, you just stay under tower and hope that you don't get dove.
Yeah, 100%. And quite frankly, they can dive you whenever they want. Take a look at the champions that are there, right? I mean, aside from Olaf, there's next to nothing that there is nothing because the cleanse is down that you can do if this bandit toss comes at you.
Yep. Rutledge does have to dash over the wall using the Spirit Rush to do it. Hunter Wolf was trying to come in on the back side, but I'm going to be honest, I don't even think a flank is going to be good here for them. Currently, Bennett is walking up through it. Well, looked like they were going up through the mid lane, decided better of it, going back up towards the top side, and now Hard Hat Zone going to push out the bottom wave. They didn't really line it all up. They didn't line the waves up, but that doesn't really matter. They're going to be getting so much gold from this. Currently about 8,000 up. I expected to hover around 10k by the end once they get this tier 2 turret. Notably, tier 1 top lane turret is still standing. So if you're Pip, you can say, hey, kept my turret alive, y'all. Did my job.
It's the little things, right? It's the little things. On the note of not so little things, though, of that 8,000 gold, now 9,000 gold lead, 5 of it is on Retroflexion. 5,000 gold ahead of Glacial right now. An absolutely dominating performance. Speaking of,
a phenomenal wall just traps Rutledge. Didn't even get the chance to flash. The hostile takeover goes wide, but that's the mid laner down. And now Hard Hat Zone get to just walk it in.
Yeah, at this point, there goes the engage from CB Rush. There goes all of their damage. The one they were funneling gold onto. This will be game number 1. Looking like it's going to go over to Hard Hat Zone. One last fight coming out here for CB Rush.
Hip did engage the lilting lullaby into the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The bandage tosses is just too good. Another clean ace. Game 1 to Hard Hat Zone.
We said both of these teams are terrifying. We said both of these teams are threats. We have said both of these teams are top 2, top 3, respectively. Right. We have said 70% win rate, 65% win rate, this much, that much. The stats don't matter outside of what we just witnessed, which was Alternative playing an incredible support, Anivia, right? We saw Llama with a phenomenal jungle Amumu. We saw Lilia top lane, not going tank Lilia, per se, and absolutely destroying the Camille matchup.
Right.
We saw absolutely everything played flawlessly on the side of Hard Hat Zone. And that's not to say that anything was done poorly on CB Rush's side either. Right. This ultimately was a lost at draft.
It's just so hard. It's so hard to walk. It's just like, again, I think it came down to, you called it, like, it looked like CB Rush were anticipating the Amumu to go to Dragon Mooncake. They said, all right, sweet, we got some prep for this. Let's pull out the Neelateric. And then Hard Hat Zone just said, all right, hey, guess what? Llama can play this too. Pulled it out, played it phenomenally. But again, Retroflexion, this is the same Hard Hat Zone team from last season in the CCS. One of the top teams, probably top 3. Didn't make it to the Grand Championships because DNX was able to take them down. But the only difference from that team is Retroflexion has come in as the ADC. And we're all looking at the same thing here. That is 33,000 damage. More than that is absolutely insane. Retroflexion, I mean, I would say, you know, this, the thing is, this wasn't even a 1v9 though. We talked about it. Retroflexion had 3 supports. Hard Hat Zone drafted for this, and the draft performed phenomenally.
for what it's worth, the 3 supports that he had, 2 of those supports did almost as much damage as the second highest damage dealer on the opposing team. Right? And to give you an idea, 33.3 thousand damage out of Retroflexion. Exactly, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice solid 300 ending right there. If you combine the 2 highest damages, Hunter Wolf and Village, you get 34,000.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So that's an insane difference. But my favorite things, absolute favorite things here to go take a look at your ward scores. You go take a look at your crowd control scores, right? Llama, crowd control score, 33. Alternative, CC score, 33. Highest on the other team, 18. Right? This is what AoE CC does you. This is why the Wombo combo has been coined and has lasted almost, actually, over a decade as a term, by the way, at this point, which is insane to think about. And it was played to perfection.
Right. So this, I mean, if you're Hard Hat Zone, you're feeling good about this game 1 going into game 2, CB Rush. You know, don't get mental boomed. Hopefully that internet is back and running for Glacial, and we will be back and running in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere as we get
one
prepped
thing.
for game.
It's not for Glacial, it's Glafortial.
Okay, all right. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and once again, welcome back. We are getting ready for game number 2 between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush. Game number 1, CB Rush looked pretty good early game, but Hard Hat Zone cleaned house after like the 8.5-9 minute mark. Oshi, what are we looking at for this game 2?
Game number 2, I expect to see a massive change in draft from CB Rush, right? It's definitely not going to be anything kind of similar to what we saw originally. I feel kind of bad for them, right? Like we talked about how they essentially got baited out with that Amumu. It was an incredible draft play by Hard Hat Zone. The kind of thing that you'll pick up on, draft law. Pro drafts, pro comps. Take a look at that stuff.
Pro comps, 50% use code CCS to check out. Anyways.
And not just that, on top of that, if you ever feel that you need a little bit more personal help in your gameplay, you can also check out Metafy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Definitely a wonderful website. I come from a Super Smash Brothers background a little bit. It's huge there. Basically, you get a bunch of pro players who will put themselves out there, and they say, "Hey, you want to come? I'll review some games with you. I'll take some time. You'll pay for an hour or so. You get to sit down." And a lot of the times, these pros are actual big time pros, people that you just want to be able to say, "Hey, I hung out with Sneaky for an hour." Right? So make sure you check out Metafy as well. It'll help you out in that regard. But for the draft right now, I want to see AOE from both teams. From both teams, though. Because not just that last game, whole season, we see one team with AOE and one team say, I don't know, we're just going to run at you.
Yeah. It's so much. And I think one thing that, you'll see, you'll see sometimes pro comps, sponsor pro comps, but also professional team compositions that are pretty light on CC. And the thing is with those is they're so hard to execute. You might see T1 execute a flawless low CC strategy, but we're rocking a Plat League. We're not T1. Most teams in professional league are also not T1 and also would not be able to do it. It's just so much easier when you can lock someone down and say, all right, kill this person. It's so much easier than having to coordinate all of the otherwise very precise movement.
Yeah, and it's not just even the situation of kill that person, right? It's having the big AoEs where you can say, everybody has stopped moving, kill that person, right? Because being able to lock down one person, okay, that's an Ari, right? We saw what happened there, right? They got the charm and the support lived. That's the end all be all of it. This time around, though, the Twitch once again going out, not being able to be blind first picked. Unfortunate. Wukong, Aurelia, all things that we expect to see. I mean, Aurelia, we know that Hard Hat Zone will play that mid lane as well as top lane, right? And that's just not beneficial when you're CB Rush. It's a painful. Sivir coming out this time as well. Very much expected that.
Yeah, you're not you're not gonna let Retroflexion flex on you again with that one. Hardhead Zone, they're staying with the same bands. I mean, again, if you're Hardhead Zone, I don't think you change anything. Obviously, you're probably not gonna be able to get the bait and switch with the Amumu. You're not even gonna be allowed to get the bait and switch with the Amumu. CB Rush saying no, you're gonna have to try something else. But if you have one trick up your sleeve, I would not be surprised if you had two. So, but hey, it is also the first round. Maybe Hardheads don't want to save something a little bit. Maybe they got to wait till they get pressured a little bit. And
I
CB
wanted to
Rush,
say it
because they didn't ban it, because they didn't take it away, Hardhat Zone pick up the Seraphine.
We almost never get to see it, and when we do, it's disgusting. It doesn't matter whose hands it's in. It's such a good champion. We talked about it last draft when it was banned. I'm not talking about it now when it's picked because it looks like we're getting a Misfortune on the other side, which is really going to put some pressure in. I'm wondering, do you expect fasting or do you expect true support?
For Seraphine?
Yeah, for Seraphine. No, for Misfortune. Oh. Yeah, of course for Seraphine.
Okay, I was about to say, because I was gonna talk about Glacial's Misfortune, but no, for Seraphine, I think honestly, we've seen Senna Seraphine bot lanes. I think we could see just Seraphine in the ADC spot. I wouldn't be too surprised for it, although I do know Love Me. That's kind of probably where it is going, but it's probably gonna be full support. It's going to Love Me. I think if it's going for the ADC position, it's going to be farming. So. Yeah. We'll see, but I will say for CB Rush, they've picked up the Misfortune, they've picked up the Trundle, and Glacial's Misfortune, Glafortial's Misfortune, I'm not going to say that. That's going to get too confusing. No. Has been something that both last season and this season has performed really well. They performed really well on it. It's definitely a pick that they're comfortable on, so I'm excited to see it. The Jarvan gets picked up as an answer to the Trundle.
Yep, very good pickup as well. I love it. You can just lock the Trundle in alone. Right, you just put him in the baby cage and walk away. It's wonderful. Great counter. Same thing with the Misfortune. The Taric picked up with the Seraphine. This bot lane is not going down.
Again, we saw it last game for CB Rush, and they didn't die too much until the team fights came around. But Seraphine has much more range than Nyla, so should probably be able to handle themselves a little bit better. Won't be susceptible to a potential Renata Glass. So. We'll have to see. CB Rush, they're thinking about what they want to do. Honestly, I think they're a little surprised by the Tark pick, and they answer with the Rakan.
I love it. Absolutely love the Rakan pick into this bot lane. You have engage, you have disengage, you've got sustain of your own, you've got mobility, you've got lockdown. You can get in and out of the Jarvan situation as well. Rakan is a very, very well-rounded champion, incredibly beneficial in this overall matchup thus far. Interesting to see where the bans go, though. From this point, because right now Hardhat Zone's kind of low on the damage side. I mean, not to say Seraphine doesn't do damage, but she doesn't do enough damage, right? So I'm expecting us to get the mid lane game we wanted.
I know. Hey, if we get another Anivia pick in the mid lane, I'm gonna lose my mind. But hey, I guess there's a world. I guess alternative is playing the mages now. We could see mid lane Seraphine. It's like that's the intended lane for it. It's a mid laner with supportive qualities. So. Who knows? But CB Rush, again, they're not going to let alternative just have the pick of the litter. They actually banned the Anivia away as well. They're changing up their bans significantly for this. And Hardhat Zone, they haven't changed a thing. But I will say, this does still lead up. Yone is still very much there. Yes. A good dive buddy for Jarvan. Like literally any of those types of assassin characters. Akali, I think technically has been picked like 3 times in the CCS and has won every time. So those type of we could see it. We could certainly see it.
What I would absolutely love and what would work incredibly well with this is alternative going back to Lee Sin. Like we've seen the stomp with it, but take a look at the team it's into. The mobility that comes with Lee Sin. Phenomenal against this setup. The shielding, the healing, the burst damage, the CC even, right? It's not just a single target CC. You hit him in a line. If you're full damage, Lee Sin, and you dragon kick someone into their team, it's thousands of damage.
Yeah. He can absolutely blow people up, not just with the Q, with the kick as well. But CB Rush, I like the change up here.
Yes.
They actually pick their top laner. They put Pip on the Aatrox. Again, that gives Hardhat Zone a chance to counter pick top lane. And Bennett has, can play plenty of things. We'll probably have an answer to the Aatrox. But the main thing is that this gives Rutledge the counter pick to alternative.
There.
And there's the Yone.
That's exactly what you asked for. It's what we get. Love the Yone in this situation. Incredible dive character. And think about it. You set Tarek stun, starts off, and then Yone launches himself through to his target, gets a stun, follows it with the knockup. Even if you don't kill them at that point, the sheer amount of damage you're going to be able to output before you have to snap back, which you're going to be able to do safely with a Seraphine and a Tarek standing back there. Orianna, ball delivery service galore.
Bennett Yone. An alternative on the Orianna. That definitely threw me a little bit. So hard hat zone. They still pick up the Yone, still goes into the team comp. I did ask for it, but it's the Yone into the Aatrox. I mean, how do we feel about that one?
I'm gonna respond to your question with it.
The Swain answers the Orianna. Now these, Oshi, these feel like two team comps that are this could go either way. They are going to be ready to just throw hands constantly.
So, Seraphine, AoE. Jarvan, AoE. Tarek, AoE. Yone, AoE. Orianna, AoE. Misfortune, AoE. Trundle, okay, fine. Rakan, AoE. Aatrox, AoE. Swain, AoE.
9 for 10. 9 for 10. You called it. That is what look, the coaches must be listening. They heard you. They heard something. So
hey, you know what? Don't listen to me. Don't listen. I'm not the person to listen to. If you're gonna listen to somebody when it comes to your drafts, you're gonna listen to ProComps.
Of course, our wonderful sponsor. Again, you can use code CCS for 30% off at checkout. But, and again, you can get insights. You can see what your opponent's win cons are. If you're looking at these drafts and wondering how do these teams win, you can use ProComps to learn those skills for both pro and casual games. But taking a look more at these drafts just a little bit before we go into our break, I'm going to be honest, I'm really excited for this Seraphine bot lane. Going into Rakan Misfortune, I'm fairly certain that the Misfortune lane should probably have the push, but after the performance that Retroflexion had in the last game, I feel like, even this is more of a supportive pick. I think they're going to be able to do really, really well once those team fights start coming around.
The positioning and more importantly, the ultimates that came out of the Sivir last game were phenomenal, right?
Right.
The positioning, I don't remember how many fights I had to call it out in, but I think it was almost every single one of them. I said, and there's Retroflexion coming in, free firing, perfect position, chasing down after the fight, whatever it happened to be, he was always in the right spot. If you can do that as a Sivir, you can unquestionably do that as Seraphine. You have significantly more to your advantage in those situations. And just think about how well he's going to be able to line up those ultimates in the fights, right? And not just that, he's going to line up an ultimate. And if he lines it up really well, what does a charm do? It takes everybody from standing out here and brings them all to standing right in here. And you know what's in a nice straight line is a Tarek stun.
Yeah, or a Yone ultimate.
Or a Jarvan EQ.
So many things. The comp just works. So this is one of those team comps is like hard hat zone after last draft and this draft. Their drafting has really, really shown through so far in just these two games. But I think CB Rush, it feels like they've leveled up a little bit more. They didn't pick a whole dive comp after they saw the Renata, so that feels a little bit better. And we are, getting nothing crazy on these lock-ins. We're not seeing like an Orianna jungle or something. Although one thing I was kind of maybe thinking is, how does what's the where does the Swain really want to go? But honestly, I'm thinking like an Aatrox into an Orianna is probably like the most terrible matchup possible that you could possibly have. So I think keeping the Aatrox up in Yone, that is true. But I don't think we're going to see any switching.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. The Aatrox Yone top lane is where it's going to be at. This is not your LCS wet noodle fight. All right.
Right.
This is full stop. We've gone all the way to Europe for this match right now, where it's going to be a bloodbath top lane, and bot lane is going to it's three supports and a Misfortune.
Right.
So this is definitely not your typical North American League of Legends that we're going to be getting into for game number 2.
Yeah, and so we will be back in just a few minutes, but remember to check out our sponsor ProComps as well as Metafy. Honestly, I might need to go. I've been learning. I've been trying to get back into the Pokemon trading card game. They have stuff for that too. They got coaches for everything that you could want. Again, use code CCS10 at checkout for 10% off there. Check both of our sponsors out. Until then, well, until the next couple of minutes when we will be back for game number 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is game 2 of Hard Hat Zone versus CB Rush. It's a little bit of trading mid lane. See, this is what we wanted from the mid laners. Glacial. Oh, this is a very aggressive level 1, just walking into the mid lane. The Glacial augment on to Glacial. Glacial will be indeed the first to fall after the ignite, but a knock-up comes through from Coil. Everybody has walked into the mid lane. Alternative goes down next, and the Aatrox is absolutely tearing through the rest of the team. Has already happened. Bennett is getting caught out, is going to have to walk out. 2 kills to 1 already traded. The advantage, though, goes Rush.
Yeah, and ultimately the advantage goes to the mid lane there. Rutledge picking up one of those kills. That is the big thing there. The other goes over to the Rakan, so not altogether awful in that situation. That is, however, early boots on the Rakan, not favorable at all when you're a lane that isn't looking to fight, which is the bot lane of Hard Hat Zone right now.
Yeah, it's, normally, it's already hard enough to walk away from times with CC champions. That's just the answer, but now it's going to be much more difficult. Dragon Mooncake and Retroflexion will have to play back. Notably, Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake did both get assists off of that mid lane brawl, so everybody got assists. The only person that wasn't at all was Bennett up in the top lane, so feels a little bad man up there. But I was gonna make some points, but that was some aggressive play. And I will say, there is currently Glacial and Retroflexion are the 2 members on the roster right now on the Rift that had prestige skins. So if these players don't pop off, there's gonna be some problems.
Yeah, I mean, the prestige just tells you, hey, I've got way too much time on my hands. Look at how much I play this one character, right? Exactly. But ultimately, it's what you love to see when you get into these kinds of matchups and these kinds of games, right? You love to see 2 players on their comfort picks that are also very strong champions.
Right. And right now the aggression is going to come in. This is Glacial's time to shine, honestly. Dragon Mooncake shield himself up, takes a little bit of damage. Hunter Wolfsteal, very aggressive in the jungle. Alternative and Llama are trying to make the damage happen. Turret comes through. Rutledge is trying to come over and say hello. Flashes over the wall. He's going to try to get a kill in trade after Trundle falls, but will just fall themselves. 2 kills go over to Hard Hat Zone, and the advantage that CB Rush had just went out the window. Alternative now with 2 kills.
The turns have tabled indeed in this matchup all of a sudden. So quickly. And yet, first off, 3 minutes, 5 kills, and yet only a 500 gold difference already right here. The mid lane is not going to stop. We know that. Alternative, after the last game, he had to play super passive in the matchup he was in as the champion he was in. Now he's got double buffs. They are looking.
Oh, this is just going to be another kill. Rutledge doesn't have a flash. He used it to try to get over the wall to save his jungler, and it just didn't work. Rutledge falls. The root does come through, though, onto Llama, who is doing Jarvan things, and the support comes through from Retroflexion. The root doesn't connect, but the slow does. Now the stun on to Kyle from Dragon Mooncake. This Tark is already paying dividends. 2 more kills over to Hard Hat Zone. That gold lead has shot up to 1,500.
Look, as much as I would love, absolutely adore, for you guys to go to Metafy and pick up lessons with people, you can just watch this game and get a clinic on Tark gameplay as is. Not just Tark as a single champion, but as support in general. Pip, incredible placement to get that lockdown with the chains.
Yeah, Bennett had to snap back. That is kind of one of the weaknesses of Yone. If once Yone goes out, he has to go back, and if you can catch him there, you can absolutely take advantage of it. So gets shot down a little bit. Again, Pip dominating this lane for the time being. Already has a 10 CS advantage and forcing Bennett onto a recall. TP's back in, so the Yone will not lose too much more CS, but again, Pip going to be able to shove this wave in, not feeling too bad on this Aatrox. We'll likely get a back, and either march back to lane or TP in. Both junglers have been trying to have an impact on this game. Llama so far has been able to do the most after that mid lane skirmish. So this Jarvan, I mean, once a Jarvan gets ahead, it feels pretty scary. Already an Iron Spike whip, but I'm pretty sure he bought that at like 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was 4 minutes and 31 seconds the Iron Spike whip was purchased, according to chat, which I love having up for that particular reason. We do have a Gank coming in this mid lane. Alternative should be able to get out here. Still has flash as well.
Didn't even have to use it. And Hunter Wolfsteal and Rutledge, they have to run away from this Orianna. Already has the Sword Boots, a Darksteel, a Tear. I mean, this is like this game has just become so accelerated so quickly.
Yeah, you know what? We have 3 tiers in the game already stacking. One of them at 30. One of them already at 66 on Glacial with that very early buy after the very early assist that he picked up in the level 1 fight mid lane. But the amazing thing here is Retroflexion is keeping up in farm on this Seraphine, which is horrifying. Alternative, absolutely no downtime in this mid lane. He has no patience. He said, I had to play Anivia in a 39-minute game. Now look at him.
Flag and Dragon. Alternative hits level 6 just in time for the Shockwave. 4-1 and 2 at 6 minutes. Pip going in, lands the chains onto Bennett and is behind the Yone, but Bennett slices through with the dash, manages to get back to the proper side of the lane. So, I mean, there is no lane right now for CB Rush that is really winning. Pip and Bennett are pretty much just even.
Yeah, and quite frankly, sure, you're going to be doing well in this matchup as Aatrox. That is the point of Aatrox. Not just in this matchup, but in general. You're supposed to win your lane. You out-sustain, you out-harass, you out-burst, you out-farm, and ultimately, you out-reset is the goal as well, right? You want to get that ultimate going in the team fights and pick up the kills and the assists, and then reset and reset and reset and reset. All Bennett has to do is stay alive. That's it. That is his only job. You're playing Yone weak side, which is not fun, but it's where he is, and he's not doing too bad for farm.
Right, and Bennett is one of those players, the top side for Hard Hat Zone last season, still holds this season. Again, Retroflexion, definitely a boost to the bottom side of the map for them, but their top side has always been their strong suit. Llama going in again on Rutledge, who still has no flash, has to pop the Demonic Ascension. There's no Shockwave to take him down, so is healing quite a bit, and Llama will fall in trade, so it is a 1-for-1. The shutdown goal goes over to Rutledge.
Yeah, that time I would say worth for Rutledge, right? I mean... You didn't burn any summoners, you burned your ult, and ultimately traded out kills. That's still a level 5 Hunter Wolfsteal, by the way, and a level 7 alternative. Something else to keep an eye on.
Right, and Glacial just took so much damage from Retroflexion's Q. We see Coil going in, though, trying to delay the damage. The root doesn't land. Retroflexion just walking away. Coil trying to auto-attack, threw down the Ignite, but Dragon Mooncake zones off the support for CB Rush. But Hunter Wolfsteal is on the way. But again, you said it, that is still only level 5 on this Trundle. There is no Subjugate to buff him up.
Yeah, the level 6 coming through for Glacial right there at the perfect time, able to get that off after the flash. Ultimately, that is what turns the fight around and gets them this Drake. So very beneficial for CB Rush there. Really, we need to see Rutledge play a little safer is actually what I was about to say, and he showed why right there, because this Orianna is way ahead.
That's what happens when you when everybody just walks towards the mid lane, when the mid laners just poke at each other. Right? That's all. Alternative and Rutledge exchanged auto attacks, and then everybody collapsed and said, "Oh, okay, we're fighting." It was absolutely bonkers. So Bennett snaps back, doesn't take too much damage. I will say, Dragon Mooncake is making another visit to this mid lane. Both teams know where the action is, and they are not ready to stop it at all. First Dragon has gone into favor of CB Rush. Again, that is to be expected. Herald will be spawning. We got about 5 minutes until it comes out, but be ready for Hard Hat Zone to try to take it. We do see...
You want to take a look at that Herald again, and then take a look at the inventory of Jarvan?
I don't know why I said 5. Okay, look, Herald does spawn in 5 minutes, but it's already taken by Llama. Okay, look, I got a little ahead of myself. I was like, there's no way that's when it spawns, but you know what? That's what it says. Picked up Herald on spawn, so Llama has it in his pocket. Again, I expect that to go mid lane.
Yeah, and he took that and then went up to the top lane. Unfortunately, was not able to use the sweeper as a result. Big ultimate here.
Oh, a massive Seraphine ultimate that goes into a double stun. Glacial doesn't take too much damage during the stun, thanks to Coil running some interference and is walking away, treading as best as she can. Is Misfortune, and another stun comes through for Dragon Mooncake, but that is going to be it. That is the Encore used for, really nothing.
I gotta say, Coil is so good.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible gameplay out of him so far. The knockups are phenomenal. The grand entrance is great every single time. He has just been in the right place at the right time to shut down everything that Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncakes try to start up. And now we see Hunter Wolfsteal just kind of sitting in this bush in top lane, knowing very well that his top laner has just pushed to tower repetitively. So really not sure what he was hoping to get. Bennett has not been caught by chains since the one time he got pulled back after he had to dash back on his own. And otherwise, you know, it's just well, it is what it is, and we are where we are, as I like to say.
Yeah, and Hunter Wolfsteal does just have to go for the recall, a little bit of the reset, and Bennett and Pip again. Bennett, you know, doing what they can. Retroflexion was just sitting on a ward, wasn't even recalling. The slow comes through, and Glacial props the ultimate, and that is a solo kill onto Retroflexion in the bot lane. Llama is now here. Coil gets spotted on a ward. Llama might come in, try to clear this wave. Actually flashes, EQs onto Glacial, gets the kill with the Cataclysm. Trades back, gets revenge for the ADC.
One of the hardest situations to be in as an AD carry is when your support is close, but not close enough. You feel safe, and that was a very, very false sense of security, as was shown by Llama right there. Incredible burst, popping out the whip as well to finish off the kill. I have to say, Retroflexion fell to one of the banes of League of Legends and MOBAs in general, which is getting caught recalling while in the shop. Cost him some gold for sure, a little bit down in CS now as well, and it was the Manamune on the buy on the back. So Glacial going to be happy sitting with that for now, but I can't stop looking at the levels. We're 12 minutes in, and there's level 9s all over the place.
And there's a level 10. Pip hits it in the middle of the brawl with Bennett. Right after Bennett TP'd back in, Rutledge and Alternative are duking it out. They are within Demonic Ascension range, but the Taric ultimate comes through. Retroflexion does not hit anybody with the Encore, but it did force some flashes. And Coil is the first one to fall. Glacial has now arrived, doesn't have the bullet time quite yet. Alternative is very, very low. Again, this Demonic Ascension is putting in work. Rutledge still has not fallen. Pip procs the World Ender, and that is another kill going over. Retroflexion falls again, 9-5 in the kills. CB Rush, once again, get priority over the Dragon Pit. Drake spawns in 40 seconds.
This is the power of Swain, right? If you cannot burst him, then that ultimate will drain you. It will absolutely, not even metaphorically, literally suck the life out of your champion continuously for a solid 20 seconds, healing him. And then it hits you with a massive AoE burst of damage when he's done. And that is entirely why the fight went the way that it did. There was great damage tank rotation done by Hard Hat Gaming in that fight. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, the Encore did whiff. It didn't hit anybody. Sure, it blew a flash. So be it. Or 2 flashes, I suppose. Hunter Wolfsteal flashed as well. But ultimately, it didn't have any major effects on the fight. The only thing that bailed CBR out was that ultimate from Swain.
Right. And it did work. I mean, that's why you pick Swain, right? It's just you sustain so much. I mean, we'll probably see some heal cut. We see the Executioner's Calling already in Llama's inventory. And CB Rush, they do want this dragon, but they don't have vision priority. Llama keeps going with the attacks. Dragon Mooncake gets a couple good stuns, but gets taken down. Coil is in the Dragon Pit, but Jarvan, Llama managed to get the smite. That is the support for the dragon. Hard Hat Zone. They stopped the dragon stacking at the cost of Dragon Mooncake's life. Not the worst thing in the world.
Dragon for dragon, right?
Right, exactly. Even trade.
Yeah, right. Dragon for dragon, gems for gems. So it's hey, it's outrageous. What can I say?
It works out in the end, but Retroflexion is just going to have to sit here and clear the wave. Isn't even bold enough to do it, really, with Glacial and Coil ready to pounce. But that being said, Hunter Wolfsteal was not in the vicinity, and Bennett clearing away Hunter Wolfsteal's Krugs, and might actually get a good angle on Pip here, but decides against it, doesn't want to 1v1 the Aatrox, even though they are a level up. And has actually, you know, Bennett was down by 20 CS, has now eclipsed it, and Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake, they are in a bit of a pickle here. Coil going in with the quickness, but the stun comes through. Llama's on the top side of the map. Plays happening on both ends. World Ender is proc. The Cataclysm isn't going to be able to keep it in, but Bennett still gets the kill. And we're already seeing a rotation from Alternative to come support the bottom lane.
Wonderful CC stacking in that top lane gank right there. The EQ whiffed a little bit, but Bennett held on to his knockup until the dash over top of the Cataclysm wall came out. Got the knockup, got the follow-through dash as well. Very well stacked to ensure that they picked that kill up. It's going to turn into just a red steal. Very surprised that we didn't see Bennett rotate down to the Herald with Llama there, but here we are. Rutledge in the jungle does have ult, though, and they want to turn it on Alternative.
Opposite Alternative is running out of there, does still have the shockwave, uses it. Rutledge is still alive, but not for long. Bennett has come down to the bottom side of the map and picks up a double kill. Hunter, Wolfsteal, and Glacial, they are on the run, and now Llama will turn to the Herald finally after the team gets 2 more kills on the bottom side of the map. 4,000 gold lead ahead.
Here I thought, oh, Bennett, why didn't you go get the Herald? Because he's going to go down to the bot lane, pick up a kill, and you know what? Llama doesn't even need his help, right? Picks up a second one on his own, 10 minutes apart from the first one, give or take change. And this is just another tough situation for CBR, right? They're 4,000 gold behind at the 16-minute mark after having a 2-1 kill lead a minute and a half into the game.
Right.
So, you know, everything started great for them, and clearly Hard Hat was having absolutely none of it and just pushed right through. I keep saying Hard Hat Gaming. I'm so sorry. I know it's Hard Hat Zone, guys. I don't mean anything by it. It's just such a bad habit to just say gaming after you say a team.
But this is some real hard. I'm not gonna lie. This is some. They are gaming, like they are gaming hard, and I'm assuming that they're wearing some type. Actually, you know, they might not be wearing hats, but you know, look. All right, Hard Hat Gaming is just a mindset, okay? Right? Hard Hat Zone is the place you do Hard Hat Gaming in. All right, it's the vibes, it's the zone, it's the area. But speaking of the area that things are happening, that is the mid lane. Time and time again, Rutledge can't do anything. The Demonic Ascension does nothing except waste some mana. Bennett wants to go in now on Pip, and this top lane, it was once weak side, but Bennett with the kills has now made it his domain. Retroflexion on the bottom side of the map with a phenomenal flash to avoid the engage. The turret shots are doing so much damage. Glacial has to get out of there. Glacial and Coil, they almost get the dive to work, but Retroflexion making it happen, and Llama and Dragon Mooncake are on the way. A Coil running interference has fallen. Glacial trying to get out of there. The flag and drag not quite up yet, but Llama just flashes forward. They're going to clear the wave. This is going to be the tier 1 in the bottom lane taken down. Rift Herald drop just to make sure.
No flag, no drag, all whip. That's all we saw come out there to finalize that kill, and I love it. The Q hit, the chains came out just to guarantee it. Great rotation by everybody on the team of Hard Hat Zone right there. Truly playing in what you have defined as the Hard Hat Zone. It is a flow state of mind. They are all in it. Hunter Wolfsteal finds himself caught out now.
Llama is getting chunked down rather low, and Hunter Wolfsteal does manage to take away the stats. This is a much bulkier Trundle, and Rutledge has arrived. Dragon Mooncake goes invulnerable. Alternative managed to pick up a kill on the back, but falls as well. This is a ton of shutdown gold. 3 kills now. Onto Hard Hat Zone. Coil is trying to chase down the Taric support. We got some supportal combat going on. Dragon Mooncake shields up and rests under the safety of the turret for the time being, but CB Rush, they get some money back.
Yeah, and that is the other side of the Swain ult, right? We saw the one side where he gets to just live and sustain and tank out a ton of damage if you can't burst him immediately. After the fact, in those situations where everything has been burned, Rutledge was full health, but the AoE that comes with that ultimate is still so devastating because it just does it on its own. You don't have to think about it. You just have to right-click and keep them within that nice big red circle that is oh so prevalent on yours and everybody else's screen in those moments. In the end, they're trying to turn it into a drag, but they're not able to actually pick it up. I don't want to say that Coil overstepped. He did a good job making sure that he chased Dragon Mooncake all the way out there, but after picking up kills like that, if you can't convert it into an objective, there's definitely a deficit that comes with it.
Yeah, they did manage to get the bottom lane tier 1, so they picked up the objective bounty, but again, they didn't get the Drake. Pip takes a little bit of damage from the Orianna, and the Shockwave is used on absolutely nobody. The Cataclysm goes in. It does manage to lock up 3, and the Encore charms Pip, and here we see the Fate Steal come through, sweep up 3, but it might not be enough. Rutledge is healing up so much damage. The bullet time comes through. Llama goes weak. Dragon Mooncake goes invincible for the time being. Coil taking some damage, but Alternative is the only one left standing. It's a 3v1 for the mid laner. Again, no Shockwave, Mana not too high, is running into the middle of them, takes down one, might take down two, manages to do it. Hunter Wolf still the only one left standing. Alternative is on the run, isn't dead yet. Alternative putting the team on his back and is walking back to the river.
What a monster! This is the alternative we asked for. This is the alternative we got. I mean, he just walked into 3 with less than 200 health and picked up 2 kills.
And he won the fight. He forced them back.
He picked up 2 kills and forced back. He forced back on a Trundle that still had 30% health? 40% health? Like, absolutely incredible gameplay. And I have to say, Hunter Wolf could not challenge that. He could not try and chase that Orianna down. Tons of mana, tons of damage, was definitely not a situation that he could have won in. That is what you call limit testing by Alternative in that situation. The initial fight, though, big credit to Coil, huge flank, tons of CC on the back line, ultimately resulting in that win of a fight because the back line was knocked up and charmed for a solid 15 seconds in the fight. But great turnaround, and it looks like we're getting a round 2.
Yeah, all the ultimates are back up. Just a couple summoners are blown. Alternative's flash notably is gone. Pip still has his, and Yoni was healing up on the Krugs. It is spotted. I don't know if they're spotted on Bennett on the ward down there on the bottom side brush. Coil is running into the enemy team, but Bennett has the catch on it. Khan has to go over the wall. The flank is not going to come through. Dragging down to half HP, and a huge shockwave from Alternative takes down 2 and pulls one more into low health. Glacial managed to get a ton of damage with the bullet time, but it just doesn't matter because Dragon Mooncake protects the team without a problem. Sole point for Hard Hat Zone. We saw this last game. They're going for the Baron.
Wow! Absolutely incredible setup right there. Let's check this replay out. Watch the bottom of Dragon Pit right here. Watch the ball of Orianna. Look at the placement that comes through. Shields himself. And the Q is going to come out any second now. There's going to be a massive 4-person ultimate. Boom! 3-person, ultimate, killing them. And then Seraphine ult takes the other 2 out. Hard CC on them, locks them all down. And Tarek over the top saying, everybody's fine. Just to make sure that 100% perfect execution of an all AoE team comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they learned their lesson from the previous fight, and they were like, okay, if we don't whiff the shockwave, we just win. And that's exactly what happened. And also, I will note, I said soul point. That's only second dragon for Hard Hat Zone, even though we've had like 5 fights at the Dragon Pit so far. This game has just felt so fast and so accelerated to the point where right now Hard Hat Zone are clearing jungle camps with the Baron buff. They have plenty of standing gold on the map yet still to pick up. Again, 25-13. They are currently rocking an 8,500 gold lead. They have an item advantage in pretty much every lane, and notably, again, we mentioned Seraphine is technically more supportive, but Retroflexion is going for the damage build. That is the Leandries, as well as a Blasting Wand Oblivion Orb. They're getting chased down now, though, but Dragon Mooncake with a phenomenal stun. Llama is going to have to try to get out of there, and Coil is just left for dead. Retroflexion gets caught on the other side of the fight, almost managed to get one. Bennett has arrived as well. Health bars are quite high for CB Rush. Llama tries to go and flashes over the wall. Rutledge with the Demonic Extension is still triggering. Bennett might be able to take down one, does manage to get the jungler. Glacial with the bullet time doesn't hit anybody, but Bennett decides to walk right into it. That is free pickings for the J4, though. Coil and Pip are the only 2 left standing. This is an Aatrox he can absolutely pop off. The World Ender has already been used, though, and it's the end of his world and the end of the game, likely, for CB Rush. Hard Hat Zone with the Baron buff, with the minions. They don't have a cannon. This might not be the end yet, but this is absolutely at least one inhibitor.
That was incredible sustain, right? So every fight that we've seen so far, we've gone, the shockwave this,
the World Ender that, the Demonic Ascension here.
But all that fight, that singular fight, Dragon Mooncake and Llama sustained absolutely everything that was thrown at them. That was believe it started off as a 3v2 that turned into a 4v2 that turned into a 4v3 that turned into a 5v3, and then Bennett and Alternative came and had their say. Keep in mind, the shockwave hit one person that fight. Just one. Who? It hit Hunter Wolf Steel. Why? because he was trapped in the baby cage and it was easy pickings. That's where it all began, with the pickup there, and then Bennett and Retroflexion kind of, you assess the situation right there and you go, wait, our team's still alive. You said in the middle of it, CB Rush's health bars are still doing incredibly well. And they were until those two showed up.
Right.
Absolutely phenomenal survival tactics coming out of Hard Hat Zone in that fight.
Yeah, the amount of healing coming out of Seraphine Tarek is already scary enough, but when you put in that J4 and Yone have their own sustain built in, there's also the shield bow, there's the gore drinker, there's the death's dance. It's so hard to take any of these members down. And again, it was a 5v3 in favor of CB Rush. Their health bars were still quite high, and they just could not kill the members of Hard Hat Zone. And looking at what CB Rush have built, unless my eyes are deceiving me, there's not a single bit of heal cut. I don't see a single grievous wounds there.
Nope, nor is there really much penetration, right? That's the other thing. You look at defensive penetrations as another one of the major factors in this game, and as it stands, there is none on the CB Rush side at all.
That was almost interesting. Yeah, but it's just gonna be so hard to kill people. Rutledge does pop the Demonic Ascension. Llama and Rutledge are in a 1v1 right now, but alternative with the shock, or not even with the shock wave, just with damage, makes it not a 1v1. We see TPs coming in from all over the place, but the charm comes through. Retroflexion with the encore. Knocks one up, locks one up. Glacial is the only one left standing and has to run. There is no Baron buff, but there are super minions in the base. It is up to Glacial to try to clear this wave, to try to keep this game alive, to keep them from having to reverse sweep. But Llama just wants to hit the turret, goes in. Glacial gets chunked down. It's a J4 versus an MF. It's not going to happen. Hard Hat Zone, 35-14. Alternative, 17 and 15. Llama 11 and 21. Take this to 2-0 over CB Rush.
What more could you ask for, right? What more could you in chat as spectators ask for out of this team? What more could their coaching staff ask out of their team? What more could the players ask of not just themselves but of one another in that entire matchup for Hard Hat Zone, right? Phenomenal game number 2. Played it perfectly, aside from the level 1 fight in mid lane. That was it. It was the only thing that went bad.
You can't prep for that.
Not at all. I said 2 things in these series before the first game and in the middle of the first game. I have made 2 major statements. One, I said I do not want to make any game predictions. I stand by that still. I do not want to say that this is going to be a 3-0 because, quite frankly, I have way too much faith in Rush. Right? I mean, they're incredible. CB Rush is phenomenal. Glacial, it can 1v9 unquestionably if he's given the opportunity to, which so far Hard Hat Zone has said no, you don't get that opportunity. It is not something that they are affording them. However, the other thing that I said is rule number 1, do not focus the tank. Rule number 2, do not focus the support. That is what we saw in every single fight out of CB Rush in those situations. Why? They didn't have a choice. Yeah. Because again, Hard Hat Zone is not affording them any situation but fighting front to back. So, CB Rush, you have now had 2 games in a row where you have seen a tankier front line or not a way to get into the back line. You now have to adjust. You did not do it this game. You have to do it next game. You have to find a way through the front line to the back line. You have to find a way to fight front to back. Sivir's a good option. You're not going to afford to not ban it. I wish you the best of luck because Hard Hat Zone is in their zone.
Yeah, that was, I mean, again, game 1, Hard Hat Zone showed weakness in the early game. There wasn't even any early game weakness. Again, this game was very accelerated because of that level 1. And, you might be able to say, oh, well, technically they lost that mid lane fight level 1, but like, you're never prepared for the most random ARAM down the mid lane at level 1. Neither team was prepped for that. And so again, being able to come out technically down and just dominate the game from there shows just how strong this team is. But again, this is a best of 5 in a regular season. This match would have been over. It would have been a clean 2-0 for Hard Hat Zone, but CB Rush are still alive. Again, if they lose this, they go to the lower bracket where elimination is a threat. But if Hard Hat Zone win this, that's the 3-0. They go on to face Omega Gaming Obsidian. We will see if this is going to be, are we going to go to 4 games? Are we going to go to 5? Or is Hard Hat Zone going to send us home early tonight? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back for the all-important Game 3 between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush. Hard Hat Zone rocking the 2-0. CB Rush have chosen red side yet again, Oshi. After choosing red side last time, they decided to go for it again. Let's see if they actually pick a counter pick this time, maybe.
Yeah, we were just talking about this beforehand, and we really wanted to make sure that we brought up, where is Zeri?
Yeah.
Not just for one team or the other, not
Just-
banned, not picked, not present. And possibly something CB Rush might want to look into. I was saying they want to find a way to fight front to back. I mean, a hyper carry like Zeri is a good way to do it. If you're going to play the short range, Vayne does very well in it as well. So they need that percent base damage on their side. They haven't had it.
They need to change something up. They need to do something. Maybe, I don't like. It just seems like, I will say, it's hard to say stuff like too much about some of the draft stuff.
Yeah.
I will say, picking Swain into the Orianna when you specifically leave up your counter pick for your mid laner seems a little sketch. But like, even besides that, it's just Hard Hat Zone overall have felt so cohesive as a team. And I think, while I would say, Hard Hat Zone maybe have the advantage there because they've been together for a long time, CB Rush, they have the same kind of consistency. This is the team that went to Amateur Worlds. It's pretty much the same squad. They have those same core members.
Yeah.
The fact that they can't quite mesh as well. Hard Hat Zone, I mean, they're making the statement that, hey, CCS, we sent one team to the Amateur World Championships, but we run deep. Hard Hat Zone are proving that they are a top title contender, even though they were 3rd seed out of Group B.
Yeah, exactly. And going right into it with the bans, a fast 2 from Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush with theirs as well. Everything we expected to see, again, that Irelia is clearly terrifying to them. The Wukong, so strong after the jungle buff. Like, the W over the wall completely changed the game with that character, especially with the way back buff of the double ultimate that comes with it. Now, at Sivir going down again, Twitch again. I wonder, do we see the Seraphine? Do we see the Taric? Do we see, I don't know, the Amumu? Yeah, the Amumu. I agree. The Seraphine and the Taric were good, but they were definitely not as threatening as the Amumu Sivir were.
Right.
So first pick coming once again for Hard Hat Zone. CB Rush, as we said, has been picking the red side. They want the counter pick opportunity. They don't want to have to deal with the first pick. Unfortunately, it has not paid dividends for them. And again, Seraphine picked up first.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Hard Hat Zone, what worked in the last game, what worked before, might as well do it again. They haven't changed their bans up. They haven't needed to. Nothing was really scary. Nothing was really pushing on them. I will say, I doubt we will see the Taric again, but who knows? Maybe they just say, all right, let's hit that. Well, let's hit the go button again. Let's hit that kind of double support again, because, I mean, Llama and Alternative, that was kind of the heart, that was the heart, soul, muscle of Hard Hat Zone. They have been throughout the entire time of this team being together, and they performed in the last game. The game before, it was Llama and Retroflexion. And so, Llama has been consistent so far throughout this series. You love to see it. Again, one of my personal favorite junglers to watch. I'm not biased just because he also does casting. He is just fun to watch. He makes action happen all the time. And CB Rush, they've answered with the misfortune again, but they're thinking really hard about the second pick, and they actually go for the Leona.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I was saying you need a tank. You need a tank in that bot lane so that you can open up your mid lane. Rutledge is a fiend when you get him going. You have to give him a champ that he can get going on, though, and you can't say, Rutledge, we need you to play somebody that's got CC, though, because that limits him so much. You get all the CC you could possibly ask for in the Leona. This is a massive dive pickup. Of course they're going to play the Taric into this. Why would you not play the Taric into this? You're not going to die in that bot lane because Leona only has one stun, or one target stun until level 6, in which case, if you see the Zenith Blade coming, you generally have enough time to start the Taric ult, and it's going to finish before you can really get overlapped with the bullet time.
Right. That will just, and time again, Glacial had phenomenal bullet times that, like, were hitting 4 or 5 people. It was just Dragon Mooncake was able to trigger that ultimate, was able to channel it, and this time Hard Hat Zone, you see a big, beefy ball of stats in Leona. Say, hey, you know what? We're going to take those instead.
Yeah, exactly. We see the Trundle picked up there. I mean, Llama says, "Hi, I'm the tax man. I'll take 40% off the top. Thank you." And ultimately, this is where we stand. Now, CB Rush has to be careful with this next pick. The jungler has already been taken from Hardhead Zone. So you could just pick a counter jungler. I mean, you're not really going to counter jungle Trundle. I mean, Lilia, we saw it top lane first game. It could be a flex.
In theory, but I expect that. I honestly don't mind it into the Trundle. Its clear is pretty quick. Trundle can't really catch Lilia. The blooming blows give Lilia enough, with the passive. When you hit people with Lilia, you just move faster. Trundle can't really chase her down, so not terrible. You can also just, one way to get around the Taric invulnerability is you just put everybody to sleep. We saw that what happened in game 1. You lilting lullaby, they all go to bed for a few seconds while they're invulnerable. Then when they wake up, all of a sudden you can take them out. Pretty convenient.
Exactly. I mean, sure, you stop damage coming through, but you don't stop CC with it, and that is the big thing to keep track of. We have the Yasuo ban, we have a Vex ban, we have a Yone ban. They banned the brothers. What is going to be last, and more importantly, what is going to be next pick? Who do they want to leave the counter pick for? Do they want to let Rutledge have his way again? Or possibly they want to put their faith in the top lane this time around. Nothing against Rutledge. It didn't work out last game.
I think if you give Rutledge an actual counter pick, it will feel a lot better. If he can play something that will, we've seen the same bans from Hardhead every time. If Rutledge can play something that will actually absorb Alternative's aggression and successfully neutralize Alternative both in lane and potentially in team fights, that's what you want. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. Again, Rutledge is a very good mid laner and can certainly 1v9, but isn't the one that always has to go for the flashy plays. Can definitely just sit back and absorb things. So I really do want to see that counter pick, I think, for Rutledge.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, anything tanky top lane would be great. Yes, perfect. You're comfortable on it. So this is why Set is a great pick in this situation. Sure, some people are going to say maybe Set's not the best champion. We had this conversation at the very start of the game. It was very, very start of the series, where you have to play tank Set. Okay, great. Yep. They needed a tank. It's a comfort pick. He's got CC, multiple forms of it, and he still deals a fair amount of damage. Right. So, great pickup for the top lane. And go ahead, counter it. He doesn't care. It's a comfort pick.
Right. Ooh.
Okay.
That is, what I think just happened? I think we just got another bait and switch.
I think we got Trundle top lane.
I think we got a Trundle top lane because Trundle does not mind laning into Set either, and Llama doesn't mind being able to play a Graves that can just walk into the back line and blow up the Mist Forge. We saw it last game with the Jarvan. Graves can do the same thing, really.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the same CC to come with it, but Desmond definitely has a lot more damage on his side as well. And an Azir, yes, goodbye dive. It's already gone. It's over. As soon as the Zenith Blade comes out, if it connects, Azir sends out the soldiers, and away it goes. It's up and over for that engage, and then it's just the Solar Flare to try and keep it that way. What is going to be the mid lane counter for Rutledge, though? Give me something snappy, right? Something fast, something that moves, something that pops, something like a LeBlanc or an Ari. That'll do. Yeah, that'll do.
Bringing it back. I like, this is, feels like CB Rush have combined the powers of their game 1 draft and their game 2 draft. They figured out what worked, tuned a couple of things. This draft feels much more cohesive, but as you said, Hardhead Zone, they have the wall to deny any engage, and they are a little bit slippery. It's going to be hard to pin them down, but overall, again, I like the draft better. CB Rush, it seems like they're starting to draft up to the level that Hardhead Zone has been pulling out, but again, Hardhead Zone, they pull these tricks out of their sleeves. Again, I'm expecting, Graves top was meta for a little bit, is technically ranged into Set, but I think that Trundle top might be what we're seeing get pulled out here.
Oh yeah, we've definitely seen Llama play more jungle Graves than we have seen top lane Graves. I don't remember the last time I saw top lane Graves, but then again, we were saying when was the last time somebody played top lane Lilia and the other things that we have seen in the past couple weeks throughout this season. Well, you and I get all the really weird comps, and it's wonderful.
I love it.
I'm insane, so it works great for me to try and analyze.
And look, look, it worked again. It works for us because I'm always going to be game to say that somebody's going to play the most wild thing. We even consider the Amumu top as a possibility. So, nothing. Look, we can't put anything past these players. All right, they will do anything. This is no LCS stage where you're going to get flamed on Reddit by an audience of 10,000. You play what you think is going to be good, even if it's the weirdest thing in the world. And actually, Bennett does indeed pick up the Graves. So. That'll be an interesting matchup. I think the first few levels, though, I think Set should have a decent time.
Honestly, I think it's great. I think it's an incredible option because you want to shut the Set down, right?
Right.
Leona is going to be your main tank, no matter what. The abilities do that for you, right? But being able to shut down the secondary tank is huge, right? Especially when it's the one that has the potential to get a ton of gold. Right, Set is the one that you want to lean on as a tank, and not just a tank. If you get really far ahead, you start building some damage too, and it becomes terrifying. Right? If Set picks up a Triforce, oh boy, that's a whole different world of pain all of a sudden. But Graves has everything in his kit to keep Set down. You can out-push him, you can out-harass him, you can blind him so that he can't keep up with you, and you've got 2 dashes once you have your E, and then eventually your ultimate will take you away from him as well. So it's going to be very hard for him to get behind you in order to ult you back into his tower or his team.
Right.
The other side of that I love is keeping Trundle in the jungle versus the Lilia. Trundle is so much better for ganking than Graves. Graves brings damage. Trundle brings some damage, but also brings mobility and CC. 2 things that all of Hard Hat Zone's lanes are lacking in terms of the gank front.
Right.
Actually, lacking overall. Like you've got, Taric and Seraphine have CC without question.
Right.
Azir has some. Azir's knockup puts him in a big threat range, though.
Right, exactly. Because once you use that wall, once you use that Emperor's Divide, it's a great defensive tool. And once that's down, it's like, it's a very good defensive summoner spell that's down. You no longer have that disengage available. So that's something to keep an eye on. And I will say, Trundle. It's not like Trundle has the most, again, it's not a J4, right, with how good its ganking is or at least in. But it's still better than a Lilia, though, pre-level 6, because all Lilia can do is throw down a Swirl Seed, and sure, Lilia can run at you, but there is literally no CC in her kit until that level 6 hits. So overall, Oshi, I know you said you didn't want to call the game score. I know you didn't, but right here, you could call the 3. You could be right, my friend, or you could call the start of the reverse sweep.
I am calling a bloodbath in the top lane this time. We've seen them be a relatively peaceful island between one another. They have taken shots. They've done some roaming. I think we are going to see a lot of deer besides Set. A lot.
Understandable. I mean, hey, look, it's the hunter with the shotgun, and it's Bambi. That's all I'm saying. All right, that's
your words.
That's my words. But of course, if you want the actual analysis, if you want to see those matchups before your own eyes and get advice yourselves, you can use our sponsor, Pro Comps. Go check them out. Once again, use our code 30%. Use code CCS for 30% off at checkout, an all-in-one drafting tool that you can use to improve your drafting and gameplay for both your professional games and your solo queue career. We will be back in just a few minutes to finish the spectator delay and see if Hard Hat Zone will close this one out. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is game number 3 between Hard Hat Zone and CB Rush. The draft didn't get too crazy, too wild. Notably, no TPs on the mid laners. Rutledge sticking with the Ignite. Alternative actually going with the Ghost. At least they both took Flash. Everybody took Flash this time. We got Flashes all around. Glacial has learned.
We also have 2 cleanses, one on each side. Very important thing to note as well. Most importantly, we are 57 seconds in and no one's died.
It's a miracle. The mid laners didn't exchange blows, so things didn't get too crazy. Llama is thinking about going and checking out the Raptor Pit. The blooming blows from Hunter, Wolf, Steel does get a little bit of damage onto Llama, as well as the burn. Rutledge with the auto attack and try to take down the ward. Both bottom lanes have roamed up to the mid lane. Again, just some trading, just a little bit of damage, but no actual kills. Looks like, I will say, I think CB Rush have decided maybe we shouldn't make the game super volatile in the early game, and let's try to have a little bit more control, a little bit more patience, and try to put the game a little bit more consistently in their favor.
So something that I noticed again this game is Glacial opted for a tier start. So this is the second game in a row where he's on a misfortune in a lane that he should be out pushing heavily, and he started tier. And I don't disagree with that. It just really reduces the overall harass because you're misfortune. You're not spamming that E super early on, right? You're going to use it, and now it's on, I believe, like a 16-second cooldown or something insane like that.
Yeah, Dragon Mooncake does go in, gets the stun onto Glacial, but Coil responds in kind. The Q from Retroflexion isn't really able to do much. Dragon Mooncake has to invest the heal, but got hit with the Ignite and has to flash out as well. So the target can be a little bit more vulnerable. At least it is not the Seraphine, but flash, heal for Ignite. You take that trade, and Glacial is taking some additional damage.
Yeah, 2-for-1 summoner trade, always your preferential situation right there. Retroflexion definitely had a bit of a mishap in that fight. Missed a lot of abilities, and again, missing the Q there. It's not going to go well for them if they keep that up. That was a disgusting burst coming out with the true damage from Pip.
Yeah, the first few levels from set are where the champion shines. The Haymaker can do so much with the grit buildup, but once the extra investment comes into those abilities for Bennett, once those level 4 or 5s, and especially level 6 hits, exactly as you were saying, that's where the Graves is really going to shine.
Yeah, Pip needs to make sure that he does not fall too far behind in farm. He's actually half right now due to the push, but Pip, Set does well under tower for lasting with auto resets and the fast and slow punches that come with. So not too shabby of a situation, I'm sure, once he's done. Gank in his mid lane already, though.
Ooh, Rutledge walking down towards the river, might be able to get out, does use the flash to get over, avoids the pillar. It's the summoner burned, but a life saved.
Yeah, we're now 2 summoners apiece burned, depending on what lanes you're looking at. So overall across the map, relatively even there. Interesting to see how things go in the turn, because obviously Hunter Wolf Steel not going to be showing up to lanes very quick. We do have both of them looking for that Scuttle Crab in the top river at the moment. Yeah. Health bars are staying fairly steady, though.
Yeah, and Hunter Will Steel is able to get it again. When you're taking jungle camps, the person with the smite will usually win that one. That's exactly what happens. So looks like the jungler and top laner for CB Rush will be recalling as Bennett catches the wave. Should be up on CS on Pip. Glacial is taking quite a bit of damage around here. Sticking around is very, very bold against a full health Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake. Llama sticking around the bottom side of the river to protect this push as it goes in, and Retroflexion Dragon Mooncake will probably be going for the recall to get that first buy. And Rutledge currently sitting on 30 stacks of the tier. Retroflexion actually they don't actually go back. They're forcing, it looks like, Glacial and Coil to stick around, so there is no jungler for the time being. It's just going to be the bottom lane, and Glacial again is extremely low, but they finally recall.
Yeah, this is just going to be a full lane reset for that bot lane after this. I respect Glacial and, more importantly, Coil in that situation. Coil played very, very far forward so that Glacial could start last hitting the melee minions as they crashed onto the tower. Very well played by them to ensure that Glacial actually ends up with a CS lead. Looks like we got a lane gank coming into this top lane here, so we're going to have to watch for Pip to get a pull-in on Bennett, and hopefully Bennett doesn't hit 6 before that. Because if he does, he'll just pop himself right back out.
Yeah, not too high on the experience there for Bennett. Probably another couple of waves before he can get there. But Pip is quite low, doesn't really have a lot of grit. The Haymaker shield, as you saw, maybe 100 HP, and it's burned. That cooldown is quite long, but Pip is trying to bait Bennett forward. Bennett uses the smoke. Pip just has to walk away, and Bennett is playing this so safe. Pip does get the face breaker. Again, Bennett is low on mana as well. The Lilia throws out the swirl seed, but Bennett, again, just walks away. Playing super safe on this Graves.
Yeah, ultimately, Hunter Wolfsteel making the right decision to just help push the lane out and allow Set to back with how low Pip was. Runs in, he's going to catch that wave of minions as well. Very important play right there. Something that you will learn on Metafy from other professionals. If you can catch that wave, you're actually going to cause your next wave to crash into tower. Luckily for Bennett, he's got the teleport, so he's not going to miss out on too much. And that is actually a early basically on spawn Drake going over to Hard Hat Zone this time. We have seen them take the Scuttle Crab on spawn, but this time they get the dragon.
Yeah, that's the first time that Hardhead Zone has taken the first Drake. Fun fact, every time a team has gotten first Dragon in this series, they have indeed lost. We have a sample size of 2, so I'm not sure how convincing that statistic is, but hey, it's there. And the reason, of course, Llama was able to get that, they marked Hunter Wolfsteal on the top side of the map, so Llama said, all right, hey, bet, we'll take the Dragon down here. Our bot lane is pushing in. We have priority over the pit. And now Bennett is at the level 6. Pit is as well, but again, Bennett with the collateral damage can just get out of there if needed while dealing a ton of damage himself. Has stayed even in CS in the top lane, but expect that to start, probably diverging soon a little bit. The only major CS lead is actually in the jungle, where Hunter Wolfsteal is 15 CS up for the time being over Llama, who hasn't really been able to have too many successful games. But again, we saw this in game 1, didn't really have too much early impact, but once that late game, once those team fights started happening, was really able to do well.
Exactly. When we talked about the Trundle, we talked about the subjugation coming in. We talked about ripping away the defenses from the Leona in particular in that situation. Llama looking for the mid lane, wants to prove you wrong. There was a dash. Dash is online for Rutledge, though. So
yeah, and no flash, but again, Spirit Rush usable, invested, and gets on out of there. Ari is a very hard character to gank when you don't have what you were talking about, hard CC.
Yeah, exactly. Even if Alternative did want to dive in and get behind him and hit the wall, he can still just dash his way out. So they're going to have to try and repeat on this to blow the flash and then come back around. Oh, the flash actually isn't up yet. And we do see Dragon Mooncake near that mid lane. So possibly.
About it. If you want hard CC, Tark does indeed have a stun.
There it
Rutledge goes in for the sweep as the Spirit Rush is down. Flash is still invested. The stun comes through. Rutledge trying to get out of there, would have to go over the wall, but Alternative with the Q combos makes it happen. First blood at 8 minutes. This is the chillest game we've had yet.
And Flash came up about 4 seconds after that gank. After he died. Very well played by Retroflexion right there. Glacial obviously just looking to push minions in with that ultimate so that they can dive Retroflexion, who used his ultimate already, trying to turn it on Glacial. Not a good situation.
Doesn't get hit by the Swirl Seed, but does get hit by the stun. The turret is going to be doing damage, but with a good job juggling. Coil was the one with the turret aggro, walks out, a clean kill onto Retroflexion, taking the cleanse as well.
Yeah, dropped the ignite on top, so yeah, Coil used that, but you pick up a kill with an aggressive summoner and it's not wasted in the slightest. It makes you feel like it was used properly. Reduced healing, which is very important when you're trying to kill a Seraphine. We've talked about the sustain that comes with, and once again we see Retroflexion dies when Dragon Mooncake is not around. Dragon Mooncake obviously very prevalent around the entire map. Bennett getting some help up here though.
Llama running forward. The only option for Set is to run away. Does have the ultimate, so can choose either of these members to just pull behind the tower. Domain is laid down. Subjugate is still active. Lilia is on the bottom side of the map, so Pip will not have any assistance here to try to get rid of this Herald. Does throw out some hooks left and right. Pip taking some damage. The shotgun comes through. Only a couple of plates taken. Pip still alive for the time being, and does not get taken out. Very low, so we'll have to recall. We'll only lose some plates and took a couple of ultimates out of there with him.
Yeah, I have to say, overall incredible gank right there to burn the flash in the end. They were successful in doing that, but better gank coming in this bot lane.
Retroflexion flashes into the Dragon Pit, so can't really get out of there anytime soon. Dragon Mooncake goes underneath the turret, and the Lilia with the blooming blows takes him down. Retroflexion was able to just walk out of there just fine. Rutledge going in with the Spirit Rush to try to get the damage. The Charm goes wide, but there is still plenty of damage with the Ahri. Rutledge goes to 1-1-0. Alternative with the scoop goes through with the Shurima slide, and the bullet time is not able to take him out. Rutledge with the final trigger of the Spirit Rush was able to get back over the wall, didn't take any damage from the turret. So we're getting some good trades, but CB Rush is coming out ahead. 1K gold up and 2 kills.
Exactly. This was a slow game, like you mentioned. CBR realized the mid-game is their major advantage point with the champions that they have, getting some incredible dives, some very strong ganks. We said, when is Hunter Wolf going to be pulling the deer into lane? And he said, level 7, please. And rolled in, picked up multiple kills, a wonderful lilting lullaby to get CC all over the place, shut the Taric up real quickly in that situation, who's only now just hit level 6 himself, and only level 7 on Llama. Meanwhile, it is a level 8
Hunter, Wolf, Steel, and a 7 and 6 on the other side of the bot lane as well. So very much the situation that we were kind of afraid to see for them, right? For Hard Hat Zone, where the early game went okay, but they weren't able to capitalize on anything. And now the mid lane or mid game is very much not going in their favor at all. And Rutledge showing exactly why he's on this RE once again with the mobility usage, the CC that he has landed. And I want to point out that he did not necessarily miss that charm. It is what is widely regarded as a zoning ability in that situation. Force him to run towards you or get hit by it.
Exactly, and Alternative does take some damage from the Orb of Deception, but the REC notifies that the rest of the team is there. That's going to be Dragon number 2 for Hard Hat Zone, so will be an Ocean Soul. Could be quite powerful. Again, the healing is very, very strong, and hey, if nobody builds Heal Cut, that could be rough. Bennett waiting in this bush. If Hunter Wolfsteel walks into it, Bennett is going to be doing quite a bit of damage. The Blooming Blows comes through. Bennett has the health advantage, and Alternative makes sure Rutledge can't go in and help. The Spirit Rush is used as well as the Flash. Bennett got distracted by the blue buff, it looks like. No kills come through, but the Flash and Ultimate invested from Rutledge, and he will have to recall while Alternative continues to grow this CS lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, we really need to watch Alternative continue the plays that he is making. Yes, the ultimate did not result in a kill. However, it did result in the Flash getting burned. Speaking of ultimates.
Oh, Retroflexion used the cleanse, but the Solar Flare, the double CC from Leona locks up the Seraphine. Retroflexion now 0-3 and 0 down here on the bottom side of the map. And again, Dragon Mooncake was not there to save him.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. He wasn't even really out of position. He was on his way back to tower, and you know what? I can't say anything bad about Coil in any of the games that we have seen so far, but especially right now. He has caught Retroflexion out 3 times, resulting in 3 kills, and is doing a wonderful job of ensuring that Glacial, the person that we all want to pay attention to and expect to clean house with these ultimates in the front-to-back fights on Mist Fortune, just farm up. He's been safe. He's been able to have a great time and been able to win lane for the first time in this series.
Yeah, and just a reminder, again, for those of you who have been watching CCS Wednesday pretty consistently, Coil is Love Me, and a few weeks ago, we saw Love Me on this Leona get probably the clip of this split, getting a triple kill on a tower dive on the bottom side of the map against ID Frozen. Like, that was an absolute game changer. It was the start of the series and defined what would be a 2-0 stomp for CB Rush over ID Frozen. So seeing that pick come out again, seeing Coil continue to perform really, really well on the pick is no surprise. And so this could definitely be what CB Rush need to get back into this series. But Glacial getting caught out by Llama might not be it. In the meantime, though, Alternative does scoop 2 over underneath the turret, flashes, slides on out. Glacial manages to get out of there as well after burning the Flash and the cleanse, and as at single-digit HP, Dragon, Mooncake, Retroflexion, and Llama are in the river. Currently, there's no objective to fight over except on the top side of the map. And it looks like CB Rush are actually the ones that are going to have priority over the Rift Herald after a very, very close scuffle in the bottom river and mid lane.
Yeah, the major difference out of those 2 scuffles that came out, Alternative did not have to fall out of lane. He was able to stick around, hold the line, keep this tower alive. However, again, as you mentioned, CB Rush opting to take priority in that top half of the map. They are turning this into a Herald, not even picking anything up. They just had map priority on first rotation. Very important little things to make note of. Llama opting to be in the bottom river when Dragon was not up. Meanwhile, you had Hunter Wolfsteel on the top side, and now we're going to see this probably go into the mid lane to break that turret open. No plates to go with it, but still, opening the mid lane at 15 minutes, 16 minutes, incredibly useful when you're facing an Azir.
Yeah, and Rutledge performing really, really well on this Ari, getting him unleashed to go around the map, take some visits elsewhere. Notably, I don't think anybody was actually there to get local gold from that, so most of that went on to Hunter Wolfsteel for dropping the Rift Herald. But that being said, still got some gold for the assist, did the other 2. That said, again, first turret gold actually went down to Llama and Retroflexion on the bottom side of the map. Bennett should know now that there is a Lilia behind him, so is working to clear the wave here. Tower shots are actually coming in. Pip's trying to keep Bennett away from the turret, and Bennett with the outplay takes down the Lilia. Llama catches out Glacial again, says, you're not getting away this time. A double kill across the map for Hard Hat Zone.
Absolutely incredible on every possible side. Bennett with a massive 1v3 outplay to pick up a kill on the jungler there. Phenomenal flash out of the solar flare. And here's the thing. All you had to do was not throw the seed. That's it. You don't do that. He doesn't know you're there. He doesn't step up to keep the minions away from the tower. And you get a better gank out of it. Instead, he used nothing in particular to clear those minions. He kept his auto attacks up. He kept his dash up. He kept his Q up. He kept his ultimate up. He just cleared the minions and then reset himself, picked up a kill. Slight misplay leading to a significant loss of lead. They still have a lead, but they lost a significant amount of it.
Right, and notably, Pip still got the turret, right? If that was their goal, hey, they accomplished it. But again, the kill going on to the Graves, you don't like to see it. The flash, was invested, the ultimate was invested, but the ultimate will be back up very briefly. And it, right now, you don't see it in that western quadrant, but there was a ton of vision invested into that gank that just resulted in the death. Currently, Cloud Drake is up, so we're gonna have to see here who is going to really be able to make this happen. We haven't seen any TPs come in except from Bennett. Pip came down and joined the fight naturally. The Leon ultimate comes through. Bennett goes into the pit, and CB Rush are actually able to take the dragon. Pip over the top with a slam dunk. That's 3 kills already. Alternative is down. Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake are the only ones left standing. Bennett is in the middle of them. Actually, Bennett's the only one left standing. Bennett has to go on the run down towards the bottom. That is 4 kills for CB Rush and the Drake as well.
We now have 3 kills on this Misfortune, 4 kills on the jungler. Look at this replay. What was I saying they need to draft a comp to be able to do? They have to be able to fight front to back. This time, what happens? The solar flare absolutely whiffed everybody, and it doesn't matter because Misfortune exists in the hands of Glacial. And that is scary on its own. When you line up and you're just standing in a row for her, it is awful. It is the worst possible situation that you could ever have for yourself. Glacial loves it. Cleans house with the bullet time right there. They pick up that drag, so there's no more stack just yet. They're going to have to wait for the 5th dragon to get soul if Hard Hat Zone manages to keep it up. Unfortunately, they do not have any map control right now. Take a look at the wards, not just top side, but even bot side. The only place that is safe for them right now is where they are by their own blue buff. That's it. They go anywhere else, and they are seen, and knowledge is power.
Yeah. And right now, they don't really have, there's a couple of pink wards. There's only the one sweeper, though, on Dragon Mooncake. So not going to be able to clear out too much of this vision. That said, that bottom tier 1 is the only one still left standing for Hard Hat Zone. And notably, one thing is, in both game 1 and game 2, Hard Hat Zone didn't have the best early game. CB Rush, had actually a somewhat of a gold lead, but Hard Hat Zone, a lot of times before the kills were happening, were able to make that up with just out CSing, out farming their opponents. Right now, CB Rush have the farm advantage or are equal everywhere except for the mid lane where alternative is. Rutledge and Bennett, they are scrapping a little bit. Bennett goes in. Rutledge, though, has the damage as an Ari. Again, very slippery. Already had the damage onto Bennett, and Bennett just has to back off for the time being.
Bennett also has no sustain.
Yeah.
So that's not a very fun fight for you. Oh, sorry, I stand corrected. He has 7% Omnivamp. But that's still not a significant amount of sustain when you're going against an Ari in the hands of Rutledge himself. It'd be a lot worse if that Ignite was up. It is not yet. Looks like we've got some plays in this top lane forming up. That is where everybody's opting to get vision. That is naturally where you want to have it when you're still looking at a solid 2.5 minutes until Dragon. But I don't think anybody has the ability to take Baron with any kind of speed right now. There's just
no.
But the damage just isn't there.
Right. I mean, once alternative gets another item or 2 under his belt, Azir can chop it down pretty quickly. But for the time being, it's not going to happen. Dragon Mooncake clearing a ward, gets hit with a lilting lullaby, and on top of that is the bullet time. Has to flash on out of there as well as invest the heal. The encore comes through the charm onto Hunter Wolf Steel, and Llama is coming through now. The pillar is invested as well as the smite. Hunter Wolf Steel, though, they have backup. Coil is here. The solar flare invested. Zenith Blade still up, but make it rain zones off Hard Hat Zone, and Graves is still on the bottom side of the map, so a good chunk of their damage is not there for the team fight.
And that was only 3 members of CB Rush showing up in the mid lane, able to scare off 4 members of Hard Hat Zone there. Ari continuing the push, the set continuing the push. Very well done in a 1-3-1 situation. Great near pickup. Incredible gank on the Taric in the mid lane right there. Super unfortunate for CB Rush to not be able to finish that off, but really they get everything that they could have wanted to out of it in the end, really. They got the push in the side lanes. That's kind of what they were looking for. Some extra gold, keep that lead going. Only 3K. We did say that at the 12-minute mark, or at the 14-minute mark, sorry, they're used to having almost a 2K lead. That's what they average throughout the season. So the fact that they're only 3K at 22 minutes, 8 minutes later, and they've only really increased that by 1,000 gold compared to their normal comfort, says a lot. We did say that they're going to be less comfortable in close games compared to Hard Hat Zone in that, just looking at that one metric, right?
Right.
But, I mean, it doesn't feel close right now.
No, it doesn't. And it's also, I think part of that is also that Llama has 99 CS on this trundle. Is level 11, like only, okay, well, now it's 2 levels down to Hunter Wolf's 13, but like, we're about to get a Flame Horizon in the jungle. Like, I don't know how often we see that, so like, you know, this definitely feels like, again, Llama, big presence in game 1 and game 2 that really led to Hard Hat Zone getting a lead. When you're a trundle that just like doesn't really have gold, it's a little difficult, but they're actually turning towards the Baron now.
Yeah, and it's probably going to cost them their bot lane duo dying in this mid lane here, at least the ultimates for sure. Now they themselves are going to rotate towards Baron, and this is where things get bad. You got to finish it quick.
Zone, they're going to get it, but now it's about getting out. The charm comes through from Rutledge, but he nearly gets blown up from the collateral damage. Rutledge gets carried over, almost gets carried over into the fight, but Alternative managed to get out of there. The flash and the slide, another charm comes through, and Retroflexion now falls. Alternative checks in the jungle and is still pushing forward. He goes into the bullet time, managed to slide out, though that's the ultimate used, and Alternative flash and ghost were used, but still decided to press forward, managed to burn the ultimate.
Yeah, I guess he was just trying to look for a little bit of vision there, figure out whether or not they were in that blue buff area. It was pretty obvious that that's where they're going to be, but ultimately it doesn't cost him his life. He'd already used his summoners, as you said, so he walks out okay. I mean, they did technically pick up Baron. They have it on 3 on their mid laner, their support in the jungle, so there's split push is alive.
Lilting Lullaby used for not much effect. I mean, it's used to peel away, but Hunter Wolfsteal was probably going to get out of there pretty cleanly. So Glacial and Hunter Wolfsteal missing 2 pretty big ultimates for this team fight, but CB Rush, they're burning down this dragon very, very quickly. Bennett is just TPing in now. Everfrost used by Relish for zoning. The charm lands onto Llama. The dragon does reset. Bennett is behind. He is in the dragon pit. He's coming around. The turret comes through. I'm sorry, the pillar comes through. Pip is on the backside of the fight. Hunter Wolfsteal does manage to get the Drake, but loses his life for it. The charm comes through to keep Alternative alive, but the Ari charm does the damage. Pip is on the backline, has been in this backline for so long, and Bennett throws out another collateral damage, gets the shutdown. That's a double kill. It's 3 for 1. Glacial and Rutledge are low. We've seen some Aris having some absolutely phenomenal plays. Spirit Rush is still up. The charm lands on a Dragon Mooncake, but that is one of the tankier members. The pillar blocks off Rutledge for the time being, and it looks like Hard Hat Zone are turning to the mid lane to get the push with this Baron and pick up some gold.
The big thing everybody seems to be missing here is Bennett is the AD carry on this team. He is the one that is doing the physical damage. He is the one that is going to tear your deer apart. You yourself said it is the deer versus the shotgun situation. And so far, the shotgun's been doing pretty good. Unfortunately, Trundle going down there, but they did get the tower. I mean,
Flash
not
Flash
I was
had to
gonna
be
say-
invested as well. Continue.
I just wanted to say not the best trade, because that was one of the 3 members that had Baron buffs still on them.
Right.
So unfortunately going to ruin any chance of pushing at this point, because now it's on the support and your mid laner.
Yeah, it was, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, and it has faded away, but I will say it was not a bad team fight for Hard Hat Zone. They were technically behind, so able to get recoup some losses there. And again, they're starting to catch up on some of these item disadvantages. Once the gold gets to a certain point, everyone's gonna have your items. It's not really gonna matter as much. But again, that said, CB Rush were still able to get the Drake despite the outcome of that team fight, and now they have just taken over the red side jungle of Hard Hat Zone.
big 2-item note here. We have 3 items completed on the Graves, 2 of which, however, are the Collector and Lord Dominic's Regards. So that is 15% bonus damage to the people that he really doesn't normally care about, are the ones with more health than him. And like I said, he is the AD carry right now. He's not building tanky at all. So that's 15% damage to Pip, 15% damage to Coil, 15% damage to Hunter Wolf Steel as well. And I'd have to check Rutledge, but it might even be him.
That is, it's an interesting build for Graves. Definitely feels like, kind of the Bwippo build, just ready to blow somebody up. Again, you don't need to be a frontline if you just kill all of your opponents. So we'll see how they want to manage that hard hat zone. They're backing up a little bit. The bullet time is used. Dragon Moonkick an alternative. They take a good bit of damage, but Hunter Wolf Steel takes a turret shot for free. Rutledge is coming around the backside of the fight, but Seraphine will arrive here shortly. Again, there is a lot of healing in this team comp for hard hat zone, so the sustain should come through shortly. They are trying to keep this tier 2 turret alive for as long as possible, while Bennett is still pushing the top wave. It's 5v4 down here. Bennett, again, is going to be trying to grind up that gold for the time being, and all members of both teams, aside from that Graves, are hovering this bottom lane turret.
Yeah, that seed does hit one. The Lilting Lullaby is online, not opting to use it. Really, really good gameplay by Hard Hat Zone here. Just playing incredibly defensive, really utilizing what their comp is built around, being that sustain. The top lane turret goes down. I don't think anybody can 1v1 Bennett at this point anyways, which is why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just phenomenal defense. No turrets were, no summoners were blown, no ultimates were blown. Their turret stayed alive. Bennett's able to get this wave pushed all the way into the tier 2 before Rutledge is starting to walk up there on the response. Spotted on the ward, clears it out, and I mean, Bennett just gets solo gold. And again, this is the AD carry. This is what you want to see. And the more gold this Graves gets, the more likely it is that Rutledge, Hunter Wolf Steel, Glacial, they will just get one shot by a creative flank from Bennett.
The entire gold difference in this game, I mean, there's gold differences all over the place, but the entirety of it, the 2,000 gold that there is the strict difference between the Lily and Trundle. Right. It exists solely in the jungle. And quite frankly, Trundle is now doing his job. He is going to be tanky. That is his job. He's going to throw a pillar up to make you annoyed. He's going to ult your Leona and take 40% of all of the resistances that she'll put up when she pops her W. And that's it. That is his sole job. Look at him. He just runs at the Lilia. Again, Lilia is 2,000 gold ahead of him and has to run away from him.
Right. Because, Trundle, again, this isn't tank Lilia, but Trundle can still just steal the stats away, and you're very vulnerable to a couple of chomps. So Hunter Wolf Steel does want to get this bottom crab. The dragon is spawning in about 15 seconds. That would put CB Rush onto Soul Point. So Hard Hat Zone, it looks like they're kind of offering this trade up here. Like, hey, yeah, y'all go ahead and take the Drake. We will go for this Baron here. But CB Rush, they don't want to do it. They're going to say they understand the power of the purple worm. And again, the solo laners are on the bottom side of the map. Bennett has TP, but Pip not investing in the TP. They're just going for the dragon for the time being. And Hard Hat Zone realize, hey, maybe this isn't the best idea. It looks like CB Rush. They're just going to get the dragon for free.
Yeah, there's a slow rotate coming over by Llama, but there's no way that they're going to get there. And I shouldn't say no way. They do show up just in time. They're going to challenge this.
Llama's going to have to flash over the wall. Actually, the blast cone is there. No, they don't. Whoa. The collateral damage from Bennett from off the screen gets the dragon. Hard Hat Zone are on Soul Point.
And here's the thing, though. They say, oh, collateral damage is down. That's like 60,000 damage we don't have to worry about anymore. Let's move towards Baron. For those of you that are watching, chat, I see you. I see that there's problems with the Drake.
Oh, no.
I don't have time to tell you about it.
Azir has fallen, gets caught out. Retroflexion has to go golden again. Alternative, that is a good chunk of the damage, as well as that collateral damage being down. Baron is still very much alive, though. CB Rush, they're turning towards it now, and for the time being, Hard Hat Zone are just going to have to clear the waves. And again, Baron is going to get burned down pretty quickly here. CB Rush understand that they can't fight it. They are just pushing these waves in. They're going to try to get the gold here. I mean, there's a world where Bennett, okay, he didn't get there in time. That was very nearly another steal 1 second earlier, and he gets it.
Which would have been hilarious if he had managed to steal one, die, and then come back and steal the other. Or sorry, steal one back and come back. Either way.
Yes, yes.
If he had managed to steal two, like both of the major objectives back to back with the same ability, it would have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
I have to go back. Chat. It's 2 drakes to 3. 3 drakes on the side of Hard Hat Zone, wind, water, earth, and then 2 wind drakes on
CB Rush.
On Rush's side. Sorry, yeah, trying to tell you guys what they have has thrown me so far off, I don't even remember who's playing anymore. It just seems to be an unfortunate bug with the client. It's not a spectator problem. There isn't really anything we can do about it. We'll try to keep you guys up to date as they continue to come up. As it stands, the next one is also going to be a Cloud Drake. So,
yeah, 3 minutes
points on the one side.
Yep. Cloud Drake, again, that will, again, it would be 3 to 3. We would be at 6 drakes. So, that Elder Dragon, we haven't seen it show its face yet, but I'm getting the feeling that this game might get there. But finally, this tier 2 turret that CB Rush was trying to get nearly 6 or 7 minutes ago will fall. Hunter Wolf Steel gets hit by the smite, has to walk around the pillar. But again, these blooming blows, it makes it impossible to chase this Lilia down. And with Pip as a little bit of backup, makes it all the more difficult. But now Llama, again, you said it, is doing their job as the front line. Bennett is here going to try to clear the wave, but Relish is taking this turret very, very quickly. This tier 3 is going to fall. Maybe it's not quite. Okay, there it goes. Falls to the minions. These tier 3 turrets are falling very, very quickly. Hard Hat Zone have not been able to clear these waves enough, and the inhibitors are exposed.
Yeah, the thing everybody always remembers about Baron buff is what it does to your cannon minions, the big range and damage advantage that they get against towers. What everybody forgets is the bonus armor and magic resist that minions get as well. It makes them significantly harder to clear. So, the Graves not able to simply walk up, use 1 auto attack, and kill 46 minions. He does have to take his time, use his abilities, and he can't get close to an Ahri in that situation because, Rutledge will melt him. Right. In a 1v1 where he is trying to kill minions instead of kill Rutledge. Otherwise, Rutledge just walks away. So we are in a situation now where we see the gold lead expanding ever so slightly. Objectives are slowly coming back up, 1.5 minutes until the next Drake. We're definitely going to see some pressure going on there. And quite frankly, that is going to be what I am anticipating as the final team fight.
Yeah, understandably.
Bennett.
Oh, no. Bennett is running away, but again, does have the level advantage for the time being. The Lilting Lullaby comes through. Collateral damage does not do much to Hunter Wolf Steel, and again, they are continuing to go at it. Hunter Wolf Steel is taking so much damage here, and Bennett flashes for the kill. It looked bad for a second, but again, in the game of rock, paper, scissors, shotgun beats deer every time. Alternative wants to go in onto Rutledge. Coil is right there, though. Again, the charm comes through. Rutledge is going to have so much damage with this Orb of Deception. Alternative does have to use the Zonias to get on out of there, and Dragon Mooncake channels the Cosmic Radiance when there was no major threat. Coil goes in with the Zenith Blade. The charm comes through. That is 2 kills for Glacial. Dragon Mooncake and Bennett are coming around the side. Bennett does not have the collateral damage. Invested the TP. It is currently a 3v4. Pip, Glacial, Coil, Rutledge. None of them have any ultimates. No ultimates are alive on the map. In fact, Bennett's is going to be coming up first. Dragon spawns in 12 seconds. This is Soul for Hard Hat Zone. CB Rush would only be Soul Point.
Yeah, I definitely don't expect to see, I definitely do expect to see another brawl coming in here now that the collateral damage has come back up. Bennett has a GA as well. I wanted to point that out when he was fighting the Lilia, but it didn't even matter. He didn't have to have it popped, so he still has it active on top of, yes, that collector, which ultimately paid massive dividends in the 1v1 situation he was in, guaranteeing that kill on Hunter Wolf Steel with the execution. This is Drag going over to put CB Rush at Soul Point as well. We have 5 minutes until we have to worry about that. The next 1.5 minutes is Baron, and like always, I have been proven wrong when I said this could be the last team fight.
Yeah, and that said, it didn't even really feel like a team fight. It felt like Alternative just went in, wanted the kill. That's Alternative. We'll go for the kill if he sees it. Didn't quite have the damage onto Rutledge. Is that level down? Currently Bennett was the highest level in the game, was the only level 18. Pip has now caught up to that. But again, I can't this just Llama's impact on the game has felt so neutralized, and he's always such a key part of Hard Hat Zone doing well. And again, is 134 CS down on his counterpart, 2 levels down. Yeah, the items, only 1 item down is kind of doing their job, but for Llama, it makes it so much more difficult to really be able to get in there and actually cause a lot of havoc and damage as that Trundle, I think.
Yeah, he's 3,500 gold down in a 6,000 differential game, right? He's more than half of the problem that his team is currently fighting. It's not to say he is the problem, but the gold differential that he is currently facing is an unquestionable struggle for that position. I mean, yeah, I said it last time. Yeah, he's a tank. He's doing his job. You're not really that tanky anymore as everybody progressively gets further and further ahead of you. Even this Leona, only level 13 right now, 2 items finished with boots. And really not that far behind the Trundle, which is definitely a problem.
And I will say, the longer this game goes, again, this is 37 minutes. I think it's, this is probably the longest game in the series so far, if my memory serves correctly. Llama will be able to catch up, but Rush can end before that. And again, Hard Hat Zone, they are rushing this Baron again. Oh, the Lilia goes in, but the charm comes down. The Lilting Lullaby puts a few to sleep, but the Tark Ultimate, the Cosmic Radiance, saves them for the time being. Pip dunks 2 over the top, but Bennett's GA is popped. We see a massive scoop from the Emperor's Divide, stuck 3 against the wall. Coil goes in onto Bennett. Bennett goes on a rampage. Pip gets 1 on the backside, and Alternative falls. Pip is running around this backside of the fight, goes down as well. It's currently 2v3. Rutledge, Hunter will steal Glacial. They are low. Bennett is the ADC. He managed to get 1. Glacial is low. Retroflexion is going to have to do this. He managed to get 1. Hunter Wolfsteel is the only one left. It's a Seraphine versus a Lilia. Lilia wins it every time. 9 kills on the map. Hunter Wolfsteel, the only one alive. Can't do the Baron. Will only push the wave. These respawn timers are long. Can Hunter Wolfsteel end this on their own?
Not a chance that this ends, but it is going to be the middle inhibitor going down. What an incredible fight. The replay you've already been watching right here. Watch this charm out of Rutledge. 100% secures that they do not get aced. Right there, that one charm that you just watched him hit, that one charm saves the game in that massive fight for CBR. That entire thing was a slugfest, back and forth. Nobody could have called the total final outcome there being a singular deer. The only person, the only thing that walks away from that, and they're able to pick up the middle inhibitor. And once again, this is going to put a lot more pressure on the Baron, on the bot lane, on the top lane, because of those super minions that will be rolling through. Even more than that, not only is the Baron up, we are only a minute and a half away from Drake, which is going to yet again try and split these teams. This is a 2v2.
Oh, the Lilting Lullaby comes through again. That is 2 very sleepy members of Hard Hat Zone. Dragon Mooncake is there on the backside of the fight. The charm comes through from the Encore. Coil goes down before he can lay down any CC. Hard Hat Zone are tearing through them, but Glacial over the wall gets 3. Takes him down in a triple kill. Bennett jumps on through the wall, gets the misfortune down. Bennett, it is 1v3. It's a Bennett versus the world. Is he going to be able to take down the R? He's going to be able to take down Pip. That's a ton of damage onto the set. Hunter Wolfsteel goes in with the smite. The blooming blows. Rutledge cleans it up with the Orb of Disruption. The ace comes through. That's 3 members alive. CB Rush make it a series.
And it looks like they have given up all hope in this game. Nobody can blame Bennett for leaving right then and there. This is done and dusted. Hard Hat Zone falls in game number 3. This is a wonderful pickup by CB Rush in game number 3. And what did they do? They fought front to back. They fought with AoE. They fought with CC. And more than anything, they fought with an absolute fierceness that not even Alternative himself could keep up with.
Yeah, they were just so successful at shutting down the key members of Hard Hat Zone. Alternative was not able to get the kills that he needed to. Llama was completely neutered. Only 9,000 damage the entire game from a player that I always looked to be kind of a point man on Hard Hat Zone. Sometimes, reigning an alternative, but oftentimes being the one to charge in first, being the tip of the spear, and it just didn't happen this game. CB Rush, this could be, Oshi, the start of a potential reverse sweep.
Yeah, which would be incredible. We have already been at this for 3 hours. At this point in time, between the breaks, the pauses, and the fact that we are 3 games deep. The real question is, what does Hard Hat Zone have left? They have used multiple draft tricks. They have used multiple comps. They have used the same bands every single time. Do they perhaps see a latchkey in the team of CB Rush in this last time around? Or are they just going to continue playing it and simply say, they got lucky?
Well, we will have to see. Again, we'll go ahead and take our brief break. We're going to get into game 4 as soon as possible here to keep the excitement, keep the energy up. But if you want to know, if you want to take a look at this game, if you had a game like this and you're wondering, well, how do I improve? You can, of course, go check out one of the coaches at Medify. Again, our brand new CCS sponsor. Try Medify. They have coaches for all sorts of games, not just League, but of course, that's the one you're watching. That's the one you're playing. You can get VOD reviews. You can get individual one-on-one sessions. Go check them out. CCS 10 for 10% off. Again, we will be back in just a few minutes for game number 4. We'll see if we're even going to silver scrapes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and by some twist of fate, this is indeed game number 4 between CB Rush and Hard Hat Zone. We've been on the same side every single time so far, but Hard Hat Zone with the loss have decided to go on the red side. This gives them the opportunity to counter pick. Now, going into this one, I will say that last game felt like a completely different Hard Hat Zone team than what we had seen the first 2 games. So CB Rush took advantage of it. They brought one back. They got to win 2 more. Hard Hat Zone only have to win 1 to move on.
Yeah, this is not a situation of being able to reset at any point. CB Rush is fresh out of lives. They're on their very last one. The cat has fallen 8 times. Hard Hat Zone, thankfully for them, only lost the 1 game. They have to lose 2 more in a row. Looks like we're getting back to the Irelia ban. Not surprised at all. But man, that last game, Hard Hat Zone was lacking the letters. That was the big thing. And that is what we see win games. So let's see if it turns around here. See if HHZ gets the AOE or if CBR gets the game number 5. Pull, obviously the win for 4 and then pull.
Of course.
5, so
of course. We all love silver scrapes, but we also love going to bed at a somewhat reasonable hour. So there's the tension between the two. So this is where, CB Rush, they've been banning the Sivir, they've been banning the Amumu these last couple of games. They're sticking with it. I'm interested to see if any banning strategies will change here, if CB Rush maybe want to first pick something, although I will say the things that have been banned, I'm not sure, but Hard Hat Zone, this was a notable thing that you mentioned, Oshi, they've been banning the Silas. Honestly, as a red side ban, it makes more sense to me, but, because like if you're on blue side, you see more of what red side picks, and Hard Hat Zone have been banning it the whole time, but Alternative plays it as well. So I don't know. It's an interesting that they've been banning it the whole time. Again, makes more sense here. And CB Rush, they're still thinking about their bans here. They clearly don't have, they're thinking about it. They're going over it. They're sticking with the Amumu. And I mean, for Hard Hat Zone, going into this next game, was it draft diff? Was it player diff? How did we feel about that? Do we think we can fix something in draft other than, maybe get some more AoE, maybe throw the Jarvan in there or something in the jungle?
yeah, it's nothing has changed in the bans since game 2, right?
Yep.
Game 1, we saw some different bans for CB Rush. Hard Hat Zone has not faltered or altered in the slightest for their bans. They have not seen anything that they feel is particularly terrifying or threatening out of CB Rush, even though they did lose game number 3 right there. And the Misfortune is going to get first picked, leaving up Tarek Seraphine. Now, CB Rush obviously doesn't feel too bad about that this time around.
Right.
Let's see if Hard Hat Zone carries the same confidence after the mad loss that bot lane took in that last game. Seraphine ending up at 1-7, not ideal at all.
Yeah, and Glacial just had. I'm a little surprised honestly that we didn't see a Seraphine or a Misfortune ban. I guess you would have had to give up your permabans against CB Rush, but Hard Hat Zone, they're picking up. It looks like they're hovering the Seraphine again. They're picking it up again. Glacial just tore through them last time on this Misfortune, and in that last team fight was the reason that CB Rush were able to turn it around, got a triple kill over the wall while being virtually untouchable with that bullet time. So Hard Hat Zone, they're thinking if they want to go with the Tark again, maybe Seraphine goes into the support position this time, maybe Dragon Mooncake is the one that picks it up. Doesn't really feel like a Dragon Mooncake type of champion, but they just go with the Seraphine Tarek yet again, saying, all right, hey, it worked first time, didn't work second time, maybe it's on again, off again. Maybe they'll have just a better draft on that top side of the map.
Yeah, it's also very different to play this on the red side as well compared to the blue side, right? You don't have that tri-brush that you have to worry about. Definitely something that we saw being problematic. The Leona just waltzing through there 3 times in a row and picking up nice, easy solo kills. Opting to pick up the Leona again as well. I don't disagree with that in the slightest. CB Rush, you could run the exact same team comp, and I'd be more than proud of you for it because it worked incredibly well. It worked in every single lane. All of your characters or all of your players were very comfortable on the champions that they were. Hard Hat Zone is the one that has to adapt this time around. And now that I think about it, not even just a Jarvan, Mordekaiser picked up because it had not been banned yet.
Yeah, that is, I mean, again, technically a flex pick, but that's going to be, that's going to be the QSS tax. And if you want to remove some sustain from Hard Hat Zone, you could use Healing Cut, or you could just use Mordekaiser and remove them. Mordekaiser beats either of Seraphine or Tark in a 1v1, beats pretty much anybody in the Death Realm in a 1v1, unless Hard Hat Zone get real creative.
Yeah, it's the top lane is definitely going to be very interesting here. We hit 0 on that red pick, and the Jarvan does come out. Good pick now that the Mordekaiser is in there. I was going to say, prior to the Mordekaiser, it would have been good. Would have been a Nocturne, actually, to be able to really get back on this Misfortune and force her hand.
Right.
Jarvan does that decently well on his own as well. We saw it in game number 2 there. So we'll see what happens here. The Vex banned out once again. No surprises there. CB Rush probably going to be looking to ban out some top laners to make the Mordekaiser's life a little easier. But what they will choose is beyond me.
Yeah, and one thing that is notable is definitely that now Hard Hat Zone, they do get counterpick for both solo lanes. CB Rush, they banned the Lilia, knowing, hey, Lilia and Mordekaiser, it's I'm gonna be honest, if you're a Mordekaiser, Lilia is probably one of the ones you don't want to put in your ultimate because she can literally just run and avoid everything you're doing while hitting you with those blooming blows, while hitting you with the watch out eep. So I like the ban there. They don't want Hard Hat Zone to pick it up. So, but again, notably Hard Hat Zone, they can pick counterpick for both lanes right now. They get rid of the Poppy as well, eliminating jungle options. So that being said, I'm really looking, Yone is up currently. I am really looking at Alternative to have a much better game than he did last game. Of course, again, across the board, Hard Hat Zone, they dominate the games that they win. So it's really easy to look at somebody like, yeah, Alternative 1 and 6, man, what are you doing? Just even being able to get 3 or 4 more kills there is something that can really turn the tide of the game. And there we see the Yone picked up.
Yeah, they very much feel the same way. They want to be able to get that big AoE, but also have the option of the single target damage, the mobility that comes with Yone, being able to safely go in, fight, and get out, the CC that comes with as well. We'll see what the counter pick comes out to, because Rutledge does actually get his counter pick yet again, even though they are not on red side. So,
well, in theory, Bennett did play this. I'm not sure how the Yone Mordekaiser matchup really goes, but technically it flex. The Hecarim, though, is picked up for Hunter Wolfsteal in the jungle. That is one of their champions. They play it a ton in solo queue. I expect good things out of this bad boy.
Yeah, this is a devastating pickup. I'm just looking at it. The whole lineup of Hard Hat Zone, right? Like, what do you do at this point? What are you looking to do as Hard Hat Zone? Right now, you're looking to dive the back line. You're looking to shut down the Misfortune, right? You can't do that now because you have to be too worried about your own backline. Leon is going into your backline. Hecarim's going into your backline. Swain more or less has access to your backline with his abilities. They're relatively short range, but he's tanky enough with the ultimate on that he can just walk into your backline, right? So Jarvan, Yone, okay, you're probably only really going to have one of you trying to jump the Misfortune, in which case you're going to the Death Realm.
Yeah.
So, like, Mordekaiser doesn't really care about either of you in that situation. The Cassio left up. I knew there was a band swap that came through. It was the Cassio. We get to see one of the comfort picks for Alternative.
Yeah, this is, again, if you want an alternative carry champion, if you want to say, all right, man, look, no matter how bad this game gets, we know you can take care of this. Cassiopeia, a phenomenal choice for alternative. I'm interested to see how it works in this team comp. I will say, if you want something that can kind of, dissuade the dive a little bit, Cassiopeia is not a bad option into that Hecarim.
I have to say, she is an incredibly strong-willed mother. She will ground you even if you're not her child.
That one broke me.
This is where we're at, folks. This is what you get when you keep me up to midnight, okay?
Okay. That one got me a little bit. I can't say that. I can't say what I just thought on stream. I'm not allowed to say that. But that being said, like this matchup, again, the Yone pickup, that can certainly go into Alternative's hands, but Cassio versus Swain, I'm very interested to see how that matchup will go. You know, it's a Mordekaiser in the top lane instead of an Aatrox for Bennett, but again, Bennett performed very well on the Yone, performed really well on the Graves in the last game, even though he wasn't quite able to finish out the match. Again, one really, really good charm from Rutledge kind of saved the game for CB Rush. So there's no charms this time. There's no, there's no taunts, there's no charms, there's some Leona stuns, there's the Death Realm, some Swain CC, but overall, again, the AoE, that's what you're asking for, Oshi. It is here in spades for both teams now.
Yeah, we really need to see, I personally really, really need to see the Seraphine hit and the Seraphine do damage. That was the biggest thing I pointed out off stream, and I'm going to bring it up now that we're on stream, and I feel kind of bad for it, but I got to say it. There was a lot of missed skill shots in the last game for this Seraphine. The damage output was not what we expect from this champion, nor from this player, for that matter, either, especially after the game 1 and 2. We saw phenomenal things. Just that game number 3, the Seraphine wasn't there. The Seraphine didn't do it, and he just didn't survive on his own. Retroflexion was not left alone in a situation where he could continue to live. It wasn't that he put himself in bad positions. It's that we have a reset here. Coil has disconnected. So we're going to have a bit of a restart. Apparently, Hunter Wolf Steel is sick.
That's okay. Well, that being said, we'll have a little bit to discuss once we get into the game. But I do think that is a good time. Again, now, while pro comps might not be able to help keep you from getting sick, it will certainly help your draft that you do not have to leave and reset it. Again, it's a phenomenal drafting tool for you and all of your friends. Tell your friends to get it too. Pro comps, you can use it for professional and your solo queue play. It looks at your drafts, your opponent's drafts, tells you your opponent's win cons, how you can shut them down, slow them down, gives you picks and bans advice. Use code CCS for 50% off your checkout. The link should be down below or in the chat. Go check it out. In the meantime, while everybody's getting back into the Rift, we'll keep you updated, but we should be good to go here shortly. We'll take a brief break and be back for Game 4. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CCS. It is game number 4 between CB Rush and Hard Hat Zone. Hard Hat Zone on the red side for the first time this series, and we will see if Hard Hat Zone and Retroflexion have done some introspection and if they can take home this game after getting pretty stomped in what was a fairly long game number 3.
And under the assumption bot lane does go their way, the other thing we have to watch for is if Pip can pop Bennett like a pimple in that top lane in this matchup right now. The Mordekaiser favored in just about every single comp you could have. Just has to survive, get out, and really use that Death Realm to his overall advantage. And we have a major change coming out for Hunter Wolf Steel here on the horse himself, something we have not seen anything near the likes of.
Right. It's one of those champions that once hit level 6 but can do the early aggressive ganks. It's a very flexible champion, and again, this top side of the map is now looked very, very different so far for CB Rush. We'll have to see if they can take advantage of it. That said, for Hard Hat Zone, a lot of these champions are very familiar to us. If you've been watching the CCS, you will know these players, you will know what they have picked up. And even in this series, Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake, this is their 3rd time playing this bottom lane. Went pretty well first time, not so good second time. This one, we'll have to see if they can make it a little bit more positive. Junglers, they are starting on opposite sides of the map, so we'll have to see if Llama's going to go for that aggressive gank in the mid lane and give Alternative that early advantage.
I definitely expect to see Llama going in for something early because the bot lane of Hard Hat Zone faked a blue buff start. They stood deep in the blue buff side and they stayed there for a while and then made a typical rotate out. So I would expect to see Pip thinking a gank will be coming his way, and it's probably going to stay that way until Hunter Wolf Steel pushes his way out and goes looking for that crab himself. Hopefully for Hard Hat Zone, only to find one of his other lanes in peril. Otherwise, I expect to see Retroflexion and Dragon Mooncake doing similar things to before, right up until Coil kind of starts to feel comfortable going in, and then we see the turntables.
Exactly. So, and again, if Retroflexion can hit those skill shots, there were multiple times in the bot lane last game where if Retroflexion hits a Q, hits the empowered Q, hits an empowered root, literally any of those, then you get a 2v2 kill in that bot lane, but it just wasn't able to happen. Top laners, they're continuing to duke it out pretty effectively, but Bennett so far on the losing end of those trades. Pots have been completely burned already, and Llama going for that bottom scuttle crab, didn't go for a full clear, actually skipped two camps, but didn't go for a gank yet. Hecarim spotted on a ward set by Bennett up on the top side, so they know that the Hecarim is getting that top crab, and for the time being, Llama is making his way down to the bottom side of the map. Goes ahead and EQs over the wall, but Coil is there to spot it out, and the gank is already neutralized.
Yeah, very, very good foil. Flash burned by Leona, by the way, so Coil does not have that anymore in his kit. That's good news for the bot lane, but overall bad news because they clearly invested some time in the early game, making sure that Llama was able to sneak his way around to this bot lane. Getting caught out. Hecarim is taking the Krugs up top, by the way, so watch for a potential dive if Bennett gets a little low here. As you mentioned, no pots. Does have the sustain from the Doran's Blade, though, and it looks like they're just going to fall back instead. No wave for them to dive with.
Yeah, those Death's Grasps, they are causing a little bit of a problem for Bennett, not quite having the fancy footwork needed to stay out of it, and there is a very, very deep ward for CB Rush over there by the Krug, so they should be able to track Llama at least a little bit. And again, those Death's Grasps, Bennett just cannot seem to avoid them. Once those boots go in the inventory, might have a little bit of an easier time of it. Llama, again, already down on CS, already down on farm. Last game, we saw Hunter Wolf Steel completely and utterly obliterate Llama in the farm department. Llama goes in with the flash. Rutledge has to flash out himself, so potential regank opportunity, but I have my eyes on Llama. I do not want to see this, I don't want to see a very integral part of Hardhead Zone go down by 150 CS again.
Yeah, I have to say, so far Llama is doing decent. Sure, we saw both ganks technically fail in the sense that he got spotted out. There was no kills, but he has blown 2 flashes just by existing so far. Traded the second one out, but a flash is a flash is a flash. Swain also blows the teleport there as well, which Alternative does not have, but Alternative in a great health and mana state, able to keep this lane alive and sturdy. Actually still has 2 pots even after his back himself. Stacking that tier up. I have to say, Cassiopeia has got to be feeling wonderful under his fingers right now in this situation. While Hunter Wolf Steel opts for the early Drake, we expect exactly this when they are on this side, though.
Yeah, we saw this before. Dragon Mooncake coming up to say hello. Rutledge has roamed down. Alternative with the miasma on the ground. A phenomenal dazzle takes one down. Coil is grounded yet again, and that is a double kill for Hardhead Zone in the early game. Again, Drake is taken, and I will say our sample size has gone up to 3. Whoever is taking the first Drake has lost every time. Rutledge is about to go down here. Alternative with the level advantage uses the ultimate. Alternative is taking so much damage from the minions, invests the flashes. They're going to be able to get out of there. The minions are doing so much damage. Alternative just barely with enough health to survive. 3 kills to none. Hardhead Zone with a 1.5k gold lead.
Very large pickup. Here comes Hunter Wolf Steel, though. Gets grounded, but does finish off the kill nonetheless. Miasma only does so much. There is a ton that you can hop away with when you are the horse. It gives you a nice amount of range with that W. So be it, the trades go out. But like you said, ultimately 3 kills picked up there for Hardhead Zone, as well as the Drake. 2 of them went over to Alternative, whom is the one that we really want to see this gold on, and the other onto your man himself, Llama, on the Jarvan. A big pickup and an assist coming out there too. We saw a lot of great gameplay. We saw the joke that I made coming straight through with that first miasma, grounding everybody down, so flashes don't matter, dashes don't matter. There was no possible turnaround for them in that situation. A great positioning fight for that first Drake. And again, we just see Bennett up here playing the weak side for now, just staying under tower, doing a decent job staying sustained with that refillable pot. Teleport is up for both top laners as well. Meanwhile, Rutledge only won with the ultimate in the mid lane as he did not have it before he died.
Yeah, and Bennett, again, is continuing to go in, keeping even on CS for the Shone is going to be the big thing. So keep an eye out for that. And also, apologies to our wonderful producer, Ludi, for trying to get those replays going. There's just so much action nonstop. Speaking of, Llama wants to go in on Rutledge. We saw this happen before. Rutledge managed to get away a little bit earlier. The miasma comes into the demonic embrace. Rutledge chunks out a whole bunch of damage, but Alternative picks up a third kill with a 17 CS lead that's only going to grow. Alternative is on the path to carry this game.
I have to say, Demonic Embrace is wonderful. We keep talking about it. Unfortunately, there's so many things that counteract it. And in this situation, when you are only level 6, 3 people is more than enough to counteract it. Having to try and fight through multiple stuns and a significant portion of damage. Looks like a plate going over to Alternative for that kill as well. That is an additional 160 gold you saw pop up on your screens right there. In his pocket, on top of the 20 CS and 3 kill lead, he already has Coil in a bad spot.
Llama wants to go in, gets the knock up. There's the empowered root, and Coil just falls. Llama even goes in with the Cataclysm jump onto Glacial, who invests the exhaust, but Retroflexion hits the skill shots this time, hits the Encore, picks up 2 more kills on the bottom side of the map. Hunter Wolf Steel tries to get the recall, but the wave is coming underneath the turret. Dragon Moon Kick, Retroflexion. They are all here. They're ready to go. Llama hanging around just in case. Looks like they're trying to at least get an additional plate here, but Hunter Wolf Steel is running enough interference to chase them off. EQ invested by Llama, but that should be it.
Yeah, very strong threat coming out right there. That's actually level 8 for Hunter Wolf Steel, farming up to no end at this point. He's caught a lot of lane farm and lane experience right there, though, as you saw him take more than a wave of standing under that tower on his own. It's going to help push him up, but so far he has had no successful ganks of his own, and that Onslaught of Shadows has been up for quite a while, unused. Meanwhile, Llama hit 6, used 6, and then we saw the exact same thing come out with the bot lane while Llama was down there. Hit 6, used 6 on the Seraphine there, the Taric ultimate not used. The Ignite's still up as well, so I'd really like to see Glacial and Coil, once Coil hits 6 himself, capitalize on the situation in that bot lane, on the ultimate advantage and the discrepancies that they have. But it looks like Steel is going to be in a bad spot again.
Yeah, Llama is kind of baiting this in here. I don't think Hunter Wolf Steel was ready for Bennett, but Hunter Wolf Steel is able to ghost away, gets the speed boost. Relic coming in with the Demonic Embrace on the backside, but the Taric ultimate, the Cosmic Radiance, does so much work. Bennett with the Fate Sealed takes down one, but it's a trade. That is the damage. Alternative has fallen. Hunter Wolf Steel picks up the kill. Llama on the backside in the Death Realm, managed to stay healthy so far. Dragon Mooncake with the Dazzle. The Mordekaiser should fall here. Can't get the bonk onto Llama. That's 2 kills for 1. Hard Hat Zone now 8 into a 3,000 gold lead. They're going to pick up the Herald. They're in command of this game, number 4.
You mentioned the existence, the sheer possibility of quick footsteps, fleet footwork, if you will, to get out of the way of those cues, of those grasps, and that is exactly what we see from Llama right there, managing to barely sidestep the last smackdown from the Mordekaiser, getting a shield and eventually getting a kill picked up as well. Turned into, you guessed it, Rift Herald for Hard Hat Zone. Exactly what we expect to see from them, just as the same we expect to see the Drake focus on their counterpart side. It has spawned. It is an Infernal Drake. We don't know where it's going to be going because everybody's just pinging it endlessly.
Yeah, Llama does get rooted by Rutledge, but Alternative is here. Llama doesn't have to invest, doesn't have the flash to invest, but uses the EQ. Alternative getting some damage onto Rutledge. The miasma goes down, but it will simply be that and nothing else as Alternative clears the wave, and the rest of Hard Hat Zone gets priority over the Dragon Pit. Will be taking down the Infernal Drake. It will be Dragon number 2 for Hard Hat Zone, and Bennett snaps back pretty far across your screen, and Dragon takes a little bit longer to go down, but they managed to grab it. That signals to Glacial, okay, the team is down here. Maybe I should go underneath this turret for the time being.
Yeah, I want to take a second to point out at 10 minutes, 29 seconds, we saw Glacial pick up the Manamune, and then an entire 4 seconds later, we saw Alternative pick up a Leandri's Anguish on top of the Dark Seal that he also has.
Yeah.
So that'll give you an idea of just where this gold is going right now. It is a 1,600 gold lead in the mid lane, and even the Seraphine is 1,000 gold up on the Misfortune right now. This is not what we saw in game number 3 at all.
Yeah, okay. Alternative does have to dodge the visions of Empire, goes for the flash. Hunter Wolfsteal goes in, gets grounded. The flash was committed by Alternative, so any follow-up is going to be a little bit difficult. Pip is hovering around, so the gank gets the flash, gets the ultimate. Rutledge and Glacial are here. Make It Rain comes through just to help clear the wave, and that was a lot of roaming for a flash and an ult.
Yep, it was a whole heck of a lot of nothing all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Everybody was moving real fast to go absolutely nowhere. Feels kind of like life, doesn't it? But that's not important at all. We see a 3-man push coming in to clear this wave. There is the Rift Herald drop, going to be taking this tower down, the last 2 plates with it. And I mean, this is the state of the game. The mid lane turret goes down. That's everything you want. I mean, you're 13 minutes in taking it out. You're still a 4-man push.
Oh, the Encore comes through. The Demonic Ascension is triggered just beforehand. Hunter Wolfsteal tries to go in over the top. The Taric ultimate is used after the engage is committed. Bennett and Pip were very briefly duking it out, but that is the tier 2 turret. Hard Hat Zone, again, in full control of this game. 5,000 gold lead at 13.5 minutes. Glacial trying to recoup a little bit of that, getting plates on the bottom side of the map, but Hard Hat Zone are coming.
That Taric ult was so beautifully timed. It was, the horse was coming in and he said, I don't even want a chance. Anything. Just dropped it. The minions died and they tanked a couple tower shots even as a result of it, and then took the tower as well. And my favorite part of all of that is, as you mentioned, a little bit of a brawl in the top lane. The camera tried to kind of flicked up and then flicked back on us. And if you actually watched the health bars, they were both full health the entire time.
Yep,
like
not even close.
They take a bit of damage and then immediately heal it back up, because that's what these two champions do. We've got the Leeching Leer on the one side and the Vampiric Scepter on the other. They don't care. It's a wet noodle fight at this point until somebody all-ins, and that's probably not happening until they have jungle support.
Yeah, so, hey, I always love checking in, back on the ranch, seeing what's going on up in top lane, wherever it takes you, 5 years to walk up there, unless you're Llama, who's paid a couple of visits, you like to see it. So that being said, Hard Hat Zone, they are sweeping through the enemy blue side jungle. Rift Herald, it should be spawning here in just a couple of minutes, so they will be absolutely ready for that. Again, that 65% Herald percentage. I feel like they've gotten all but one Herald so far in this match. Look how many are here, and this was such a well set up trap play. Hunter Wolfsteal didn't even get a chance. Bennett picks up the kill with the Fate Sealed, and I mean, if you're Pip, you're like, oh, where did that even come from? Glacial, though, oh, we've seen this so many times. This is what, the 3rd or 4th time Glacial's trying to get a solo kill, but Retroflexion is actually able to get out of there for the time being. The bullet time, not even close. Retroflexion makes it out of there without even having to flash.
Why? Because Coil was not down there this time. Great play by Glacial nonetheless, getting in that bush, getting that damage down, getting the priority in that lane, but not having his jungler with him meant that there was no kill picked up. Retroflexion is still sticking around, though. Could be a little out of his element here.
The rest of 2 more members of his team are coming down. We'll have to see if Glacial and Coil want to take advantage of that. Bennett goes in, gets the knockup onto Pip. Death Realm is still there, though. Fate Sealed is down for Bennett, so Pip just gives him the old bonk over the head, and the top laners disengage.
Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about. A little bit of a thwap, 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 and then everybody goes home. So just to remind you, I've got weapons. It's kind of what we're really saying to each other in that top lane right now. That is a Blade of the Ruined King picked up for Bennett, though, so that is going to help shred through some of this health. That is a
alternative. Uses the ultimate. Hunter Wolfsteal managed to get out of there, but that is still so much damage from this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, that was kind of scary, honestly. I'd also like to point out that the junglers on each team are farm animals, in case you weren't aware. Because we got a horse on the one side and a llama on the other.
You're correct. You are indeed correct. They're also animals on the Rift. They go absolutely insane. Hunter Wolfsteal did look. We got.
No, that was good.
Hunter Wolfsteal, it's going to be his turn to try to make something happen here, though. Pip is teleporting in. Bennett is already down here. The dragon down to about half. Again, this would be soul point, a very, very early soul point for Hard Hat Zone. Pip gets the pull in. Llama, though, uses it as a direct line onto Hunter Wolfsteal. The horse goes down. Llama's getting burned, is in the death realm. It's jungler and top laner duking it out. and it looks like the kill will actually be delivered over to Glacial, but it is currently 3v4 on the map. Glacial and Pip, their big cooldowns already used, but Glacial does still have the bullet time, invests it, doesn't get any kills yet. The gold comes through, an alternative comes in on the back with the miasma and the ultimate. Coil tries to go in with the Zenith Blade, but that's a double kill for alternative. That is sole point for Hard Hat Zone at 17 minutes.
Bullet time has no meaning when you are made of stone. That goes two ways. Malphites feel that way, and when the actual misfortune themselves are solid rock, it feels the same way. Another flash miasma in alternative, just showing why this is a comfort pick for him. 6, 2, and 3, a 300 gold bounty on his head. He is a solid 3,000 gold ahead of his alternate laner right now. 36 CS lead additionally on that. Absolutely playing out of his mind this game, doing everything in his power to ensure that we do not have to witness a game 5 as much as some people would want that.
Yeah, CB Rush, this is definitely like, you know, alternative right now is definitely raid boss status, but even if you get through the raid boss, Bennett 3-0-2 on this, has the Blade of the Ruin King. Noon Quiver's getting built up. Immortal Shield Bow probably gonna get, you know, finished here sometime soon after this Rift Herald gets dropped. I mean, that's raid boss number 2, and then Retro Reflection is doing much better in this game. 209 has the Leandries built up. Again, this is the damage Seraphine build, so even once you take down alternative, if you can take down alternative, the rest of the team is still very, very strong. They pick up Rift Herald number 2. They've had complete dominance over these neutral objectives so far. They're rocking a 6,500 gold lead, and it's only going to get extended wherever they decide to drop this Herald.
Yeah, exactly. And quite frankly, you just, again, you take a look at the build that you have going on the side of Hard Hat Zone. Very, very familiar to the games that they won. Call it a Disco Inferno at this point in time because it is burn, baby, burn on all fronts. We have Leandries on 2 champions. We have the percent-based damage coming out through the Blade of the Ruin King. We have a Gore Drinker ensuring that this Jarvan doesn't just do damage, but lives for a long time as well. Rutledge not having a good...
Alternative might be going in a little bit too far. Coil was here to protect, but the Petrifying Gaze comes in. Glacial is getting hit by the Ignite, and Dragon Mooncake actually is the one to go on a killing spree. Retroflection's damage coming through huge with the Encore, and on that top side, Alternative makes it out no problem. Rutledge is going to have to get back and heal somewhere.
Dragon Mooncake may not have picked up a triple kill and a tower dive, but he has certainly shown his prowess on this support character. The Leona is not doing poorly by any means, but the Taric is a shining star on all possible fronts, a diamond in the rough, if you will, playing truly, truly, truly outrageous.
That is an on-spawn Baron. Rutledge is coming down to check things out, but if he walks a little bit too close, the Visions of Empire doesn't really see what he wants to see, which is pretty much all of Hard Hat Zone and getting out there cleanly. That is 5 members with the Baron buff. The next Hextech Dragon spawns in just under a minute. They're going to be able to push, get these towers, get these lanes in their favor, and I mean, this feels inevitable that there is going to be a soul for Hard Hat Zone.
Yeah, this is a horrifying position to be in. And you know what? Hard Hat Zone actually taking full advantage of the portals in their base right now, the Hextech portals that spawn here. Bennett going to be picking up a kill on Rutledge. There's nothing much to say, but the teleports.
The TP comes in. Pip is just teleporting in to die. The Death Realm is used, and it just doesn't matter. The double kill for Bennett in the top lane. 5-0-2 now. They have the Baron buff, and they still have the Rift Herald to drop as well. Shelly helping out the buff that its older brother gave the Hard Hat Zone. They are pushing in hard on this top lane. The two solo laners for CB Rush are down. This is easily going to be an inhibitor, if not more.
Yeah, on top of everything else, Hunter Wolf trying to come in on the side there, and Bennett having none of it, just playing Yone to perfection, making sure that he can snap very far away. A second dive from Shelly gets in onto the inhibitor turret that time.
Hunter Wolf still tries to make it happen. Bullet time over the top does some damage, but not enough. The Cosmic Radiance protects Hard Hat Zone for quite a while, but Hunter Wolf still is the first to fall. Coil tried to go in, tried to get the lockdown, was doing great on the Leona stuns, but there just wasn't enough follow-up Rutledge goes golden, invests the stopwatch, but falls just the same. Alternative is chasing down Pip in their own base. That is 4 for none. Glacial is the only one left standing after losing one game. Hard Hat Zone stand up said, no, we're not going to take this anymore. This should have been a 3-0. This was how it was supposed to go. Hard Hat Zone in a 22.5-minute game move on and send CB Rush to the lower bracket.
What an absolute turnaround, not just from last game, but from every single game that we have seen tonight. That was unlike anything that we saw. 22 minutes. That was a 20-minute Baron. So that was Baron on spawn. They took the dragons on spawn. They stole the first dragon for all intents and purposes. It was half dead when they showed up. And then they just kept going. And they just kept going. And they just kept going. Rutledge 0-7 on that Swain had a very, very tough lane against Alternative on the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia showing exactly why it's such a comfort pick and exactly why they should have kept banning it. Despite banning the Lilia, who was not really much of a tide turner in the one game that they did play. Like, did well, but ultimately, I mean, you let Alternative have one game on a comfort champion, and look what happened.
Yeah, like the game that was, the games that were kind of close, he wasn't playing, he wasn't playing the most exciting most exciting champions. The game that you won, you put him on a 0, which again, he's not like, again, when we say Alternative, is not performing as well on something, it's not like he's performing terribly. It's just he's not having this type of performance. 17,000 damage in 22 minutes. For the last 2 or 3 minutes, most of the enemy team was dead, so he couldn't even attack them to get more damage in.
On top of that, you compare those numbers to everybody else in the game. That's 5,000 damage more, okay? That is a 30% difference between him and the next person. Okay, 30% more damage than the next person. Other than that person, you could take anybody else in the game and add it with the damage of anybody else in the game, and it is not up to his status at all. He did almost double the amount of damage as his counterpart, who was the highest amount of damage on the opposing team. Absolutely insane. Sorry, I said almost. More than double. I meant to say almost triple. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal game by Alternative. Everything that we asked to see out of him in that game. And on top of that, Retroflexion. Absolutely dinged all of the skill shots that entire game. Loved it. What we wanted to see on the Seraphine. Dragon Mooncake kept doing the same thing he did. The two of them ended up with identical score lines. Phenomenal gameplay. Bennett, solid as a rock in that top lane. You were playing what you could consider to be weak side top lane because, for one, it's Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser does well everywhere. It doesn't matter. But on top of that, you're playing Yone into it. You're not trying to out-tank him. You're just outplaying him. And he succeeded. 504. Did not die in lane. 12,000 damage. Second highest in the game. Absolutely everybody on Hard Hat Zone went incredibly off in that game and earned themselves the 3-1 victory that they took.
Indeed. Now, we will be getting an interview in just a moment with Hard Hat Zone's jungler Llama. We'll take a very brief break to set that up. We will be, when I say right back, this time I mean it literally. It's going to be like 30 seconds max. Don't go anywhere. This interview is going to be absolutely fire. Hello everybody, we are back. We have Llama the jungler from Hard Hat Zone, and congratulations on the 3-1 victory. That last game was quite frankly terrifying. I think for anybody else watching right now, that feels like if you so much as just poke the bear, Hard Hat Zone is going to come out ready to absolutely smash. So again, congratulations. And I have to ask, after that game 3 loss, what was the plan? What was the comms like coming into game number 4?
Yeah, I think after that game 3, it was definitely a tough loss. I do think our drafts were definitely solid even in that third game. But ultimately for us, I think game 3, we finished it and we said, okay, we have beat them 2 games in a row by out team fighting them. Right. And they have not shown that they can beat us by this style. So we said, let's go back to our out team fight. Let's go to this 5v5 where we know we can win. And then I think it was just about kind of clearing our heads because I think ultimately, Glacial had that massive ult at the end of that third game, and ultimately they played really well. So, props in that third game, and I think we just said, okay, we know how we can beat them, and we're going to keep trying to do that.
Yeah, it's exactly something that we called attention to repetitively, was not just the existence of the CC differentials that were in every single one of the games, but the AoE damage difference, right? And that was really the big thing that your team was lacking in that third game. So it's incredible to hear that you identified that. And then obviously game number 4 showed that you rectified it in such an immense way. Really what I have to ask, because we spend so much time talking about drafting, why, like, how did you guys come to be so comfortable to ban the same 5 things every single time, even after you lost game 4 or game 3, sorry?
Yeah, no, that was I think we had a plan going in terms of what our bans were. You know, we went through some draft prep, had some ideas. I think we knew what we didn't want to play against more so. And then yeah, I think the Mordekaiser shakeup for CB Rush in game 4 there, when, you know, they said, hey, this is gonna get banned again. Was, you know, completely kind of acceptable. And yeah, for us, we knew what we didn't want to play with. We knew what we won with. We knew what they could beat us with. And so we said, let's get that out of the table, and everything else will not be a problem.
It definitely worked well. And on that mark of draft, again, game 1 was just like, I feel like it really set the tone for the series, where you first pick a Mumu, and obviously Dragon Moon Cake has played a ton of a Mumu, and then, you know, they pick their bot lane that they want into it, and you go, ha, guess what? No, we are putting it in the jungle. Was that was that like an intentional bait and switch, or were you kind of planning on that Mumu jungle? Was that kind of one of those drafting tricks that y'all had prepared?
I mean, there's a little bit of that, I think. I think we like playing a Mumu, as teams have seen, and I think CB Rush adapted to in those next 3 games by banning it all 3 games.
Yeah.
It's a champion we're comfortable with. You know, even our BBB squad as well likes to pull out the Mumu jungle. And so, you know, something to be said with that. It's a fun pick for us. I think we like how it kind of synergizes, does similar things, you know, and it's kind of it's fun to have the little sad mummy on your team. So it definitely was kind of planned, and I think we were able to pivot pretty quickly when we saw they had a response to the Amumu support, and they didn't really have a response for the Amumu jungle. And so we saw that come to fruition in game 1.
Yeah, and you guys played it incredibly well. We even theoried for a brief moment of the harkening back to the Amumu top days, which I'm glad we didn't see, because you played incredibly well on the Amumu in the jungle. Then of course you had the Trundle, and we talked about the fact that you as an individual on the Trundle fell behind in game number 3, but you had an incredible bounce back once you got back on the Jarvan, which is clearly a little more of a comfortable pick for you. It complements your playstyle, your team playstyle overall as well. Why did you opt to go to the Trundle instead of something like the Jarvan again?
Yeah, game 3, I mean, I definitely know Trundle. That was something that CB Rush showed in game 2, and that didn't really go their way. But I do know it's something that we've seen that Hunter has had success on. And so it's partially a takeaway. I think we decided that, you know, because we were taking blue side as well, because CB Rush got side selection, we weren't going to be able to pick a J4 that early. You know, Hunter has shown great stuff in the jungle, like the Poppy, which would shut down something like J4. So instead of opting for a Trundle to say, you know, it gave us some misfortune interrupt with the pillar that worked a couple of times. It had some opportunity to sap some of the front line from Leona as well, where she has to go in and kind of pop that W to give her resist that I could maybe snag from her. So it kind of felt, you know, like it worked in that context. But you're right about the early game. I think it was 0-0-0 through the game, and then like 2-2-1 until some of those last fights. So it definitely did not have the same impact that I think the J4 or even the Amumu had.
Right. Well, I will say, y'all brought it back again so decisively in that game number 4. These games were taking so long that people that started matches after y'all were on game number 5 while you were on game number 3, and you closed it out quickly for us. My last question for the night will simply be, next week, y'all play Omega Gaming Obsidian, the bogeyman of your group. They hardly dropped a game, let alone a match. This is a rematch for y'all. How are you feeling, do you think, going into next week? Because again, I will say, y'all look pretty good regular season. Y'all look really in form now.
Oh, yeah. You know, I mean, I'd like to go back through the bracket, the pick'em, see what people were putting down. I think already you can toss out at least half of them there because, you know, they might have thought this was an upset. I don't really think so. You know, I think it's same with Omega coming up next week. Yeah, there's, you know, a strong team, as you said. Haven't dropped many games, much less series, but as you've named as well, I think we have lots to show, and I don't think CB Rush made us have to show very much. So we still got lots to pull out of our pocket, and it'll be another quick 3-1 next week.
Oh, he's calling the 3-1 next week.
Okay.
Not even All right. So I appreciate the balance of confidence, but also reality to say, we're going to beat them, but we're going to drop a
Yeah,
game on
it's
top of it.
content.
So
A quick 3-0. If we had that fourth game in game 3, like, what's the content there? It'd be like, all right, well, now stop. We can have a 40-minute banger in there too.
chat, take notes. We got an over-under for their next week. All right. We've
Mhm.
already got the predictions out there. Save your channel points up. Make sure you keep the stream open. Is there anything that you want to say to anybody out there before we take off, Llama?
Oh man, just huge shout out to the Hard Hat Zone supporters. We're definitely in our zone of proximal development, just growing and being stronger. So big shout out to everyone that was messaging me on Discord, like Mossy and Roushi and some of those people during the game, giving me some encouragement. Appreciate that a lot. Check out the Twitter at Llama Casts. I'll be joining you guys hopefully on some of these casts in the future too.
Not if you're in finals, you won't.
Hey, there you go. Hey, maybe Thursday. Maybe I can jump in.
There you go. Yeah.
I'll sit out for grand finals. But
Right.
yeah. So definitely keep an eye out for that as well. And man, just really grateful for the support for me and all of HHC.
Absolutely. And once again, congratulations for all of you watching Thursday. Again, they will be playing their matches tomorrow. They're playing their playoffs as well. Fill out your bracket if you haven't. I actually think I forgot to do mine. So, I can't say I was a Hard Hat Zone disbeliever because I didn't fill it out. But that being said, again, watch tomorrow. Diamond playoffs still go, or actually, are Diamond playoffs done? I can't remember. It's late at night. I'm sleepy. We're getting out of here. Thank you so much to our producers. Thank you to our players. Oshi, thank you as well, and thank you in chat for watching. Once again, check out our sponsors, Pro Comps and Metafy. Use code CCS for Pro Comps, CCS10 for Metafy at checkout. Until next week, be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.
Although the slightest chance of changing the path in which our world is taking slow, it makes sense that the smallest little voice can make the loudest noise. And if they try to tell me my own fate, I'll turn it around, won't hesitate. What's the point of tomorrow if it's a future missing you?
Bring it on, cause I'm just gonna grow up in the battle A. Gonna let the darkness keep on burning my fire. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. I gotta stop this nightmare, because I'm dreaming of my future. Past, future, present is the world that we live in. I ain't scared of my past, because tomorrow keeps approaching fast and free. Man, not from my pride.
Now I need you to wipe away your tears. The time has come to face our fears. To know
I'm never falling down, I'll keep on sailing. Now this is my destiny.
defy the world to make you smile. If it keeps you around a while, don't go.
I gotta shake off the pain for you and me. May our failures all rest in peace.
We'll strike back.
What is going on, everybody? And welcome back to CCS2. We got week 1 of playoffs going on here as Moonstone Gaming takes on TDR Crustacean Nation. I'm Rod Chance and I'm joined by Sultan. Are you ready for week 1 of the playoffs?
I am, but I'm also, as any caster would be, 5 best of 5 series might look scary sometimes, but if it's a 5-game banger series, I'm all for it. To be honest, I have the time.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see how this one goes. And we are into the draft phase here as Hecarim Talia taken off the table by Moonstone Gaming. And then Crustacean Nation takes away the Senna and the Karma for now. And just looking at the records of these teams, Moonstone sitting at 5-2. And interestingly enough, 3 teams in their group were all tied at 5-2 for second place, but they had the worst record, so they're sitting down in the 4 seed. Crustacean is ended with a 3-4 record, and they were the 5th seed of their respective group. So we'll see what they have to go for here. AD carries the last 2 bans, Sivir and Vayne taken off the table, and Seraphine looks like the hover
I like this pick. I think this is like, I don't want to say a big fumble, but definitely, even if it's a small, I think it's a fumble in draft, because in my opinion, and I'm pretty sure in most people's opinion, Seraphine has been like one of the monsters of the meta. She's been like just super strong, and the like it's almost like the specialty pick for Moonstone Gaming. They can literally flex the pick into 3 lanes, mid, bot, support. They can play it anywhere. Even if you pick Caitlyn, like you just, Seraphine's range to clear those waves are just way too high. And like, yes, the Trundle prio pick for the jungle also comes through, but I think PP Gaoshu's Graves or Kindred both are really decent answers into Trundle. Trundle can't really force to fight him, and the Kindred will come through. If Kindred that is supported by a Seraphine and possibly another Enchanter in bot lane, I think that will be a really rough, like just jungle bot lane duo to play into as a Trundle.
Yeah, definitely. And when you have these hyper carry AD carries like the Kindred, even the Graves, sometimes you play with the Olaf as well. You like these enchanters to kind of buff them up, and we're gonna get a Lux for blue 3, for Moonstone here. And
Yeah.
I mean, still keeping the flex. Could go
Oh,
support or mid.
if I would had to guess, I would assume that Lux would going mid lane. I was actually going through the stat page that Glacial did, which was like a really awesome thing to have for us casters, and I think it was um how should we call the mid laner? X
Oh, I
Moonstone's mid
forgot.
laner is actually the like, it pops up as the best Lux player on the stat sheet when you look to Lux's champion stats. Another, I guess, enchanter slash mage, you can call it, with the shields as well. It can help Kindred greatly in the mid lane. Plus, she's a decently safe champion that can keep herself away from the LeBlanc. If LeBlanc decides to jump in, she can root her, shield herself, basically a little safe. She has ways to keep herself safe. The bans are also coming through. The Olaf and GP bans to the top side, them throwing some top side bans towards Moonstone Gaming. Slumber Pig, he's a really good GP. I think he even pulled it off a few times in this league. Olaf, I think they just banned it because it's really hard to play Olaf when there are 2 enchanters in your team comp, and the Nautilus pick comes through again.
Yeah, and a lot of top lane bands coming through in the second rotation here. We got the Gangplank, the Alawi. Olaf can be in the top lane. Kind of depends on what they want to do with that trend or with the. Actually, yeah, it would have been for the top lane because Moonstone already has Kindred, but Blitzcrank as well taken away. Tark's the hover right now,
Ooh.
but it looks like we're gonna get an Ashe in the
I
bottom lane for Moonstone here.
That might just be Ash support,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
because
because they kind of, I don't know, they might need a little bit of help for the Kindred with AD, but we'll see.
I think they're just gonna draft that for their top lane.
Yeah.
Oh, when we look at it, actually, it's interesting because the Joby, the jungler for for Crustacean, actually plays a lot of Kindred. Like, it's his second most played. And when you look at his solo queue, like last, I don't know, 10, 15, 10, 11 games, they're all Kindred. It's interesting that they didn't pick that
Ooh.
one up. Plus, the answers, ooh, Scion and Renekton. I think that is normally a Renekton favored matchup, but I think when the team fights will come through, it's going to be hard for this Renekton to do something to a 4 range champions plus a Scion. One big problem for the Scion is that there's a Trundle, so the like, you're not gonna be able to get a lot of like those engagey ultimates that you would normally look for with the Scion. Again, they only have a single tank. This means Trundle can just ult Scion, and then you don't have any tanks, and you're gonna be in a rough position. They do have 2 enchanters, an Ashe support possibly that will just dish out CC, they will greatly outrange, but these team fights, I think both teams have to like kind of play it a little with some care because both teams have answers to what the other team can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we see both teams have a little bit of that pick potential with the Nautilus and you know, maybe even the chain from Crustacean Nation and then Moonstone. You have a lot of CC, right? With the Ashe, with the Lux, even like a stray Seraphine ulti can sort of turn the tides and start something out. And so I think it definitely is going to be interesting to see how each of these teams play. And like you said, they both have to be really careful because either one can kind of start the fight whenever they want.
Yeah. And like I think another really important thing about drafts when it comes to it is how comfortable these guys are on the said champion. And like when you look at when you look at Inferno, he mainly more the support for Crustacean. He does play these engagey supports. The ADC doesn't play too much Caitlyn, not one of his most played, but if you have a little bit of practice, I think Caitlyn is a fine champion if you can just at least know the range of it. My big question mark for TDR is just the LeBlanc and Trundle picks. Those two champions, especially LeBlanc, wants to really kind of push her lead with the jungle, but I don't think Kindred Trundle matchup is really suited for that. And I think that will be one of the biggest issues that they're gonna face. Especially topside, they might not even able to shut the Scion down early on if they overextend too much. If this Kindred gets a counter gank, gets a few kills, they're just gonna find themselves in a really rough spot where you have to deal with a Kindred with basically 2 enchanters and a CC bot with Ashe. So, I think when it comes to comfort, Moonstone got the better of it, but yeah, I think I would favor Moonstone's draft a little bit more here.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, comfort all around here. But we do, or we are now into the in client pick and ban, and we're seeing that the Seraphine locked in mid lane here for OVO, and you know that's going to be paired up with that Kindred. And do you like the Seraphine Kindred 2v2 better than the Lux Kindred 2v2?
Kind of, because Kindred's W and E slow the jungler. If you do land your E with the Seraphine, it does go for a root and then a stun. If you can land both of them, the empowered one. Uh, Obviously the team fights should be better with Seraphine because since you're gonna have Seraphine mid lane, she's gonna be ahead in EXP compared to a bot lane Seraphine. Hopefully more gold, and it's harder to shut down, I think, compared to a Lux because she has much more shields. She has way better wave clear, especially after getting some levels into that Q ability. So I think Seraphine mid is fine. So they're just gonna change the comp. I guess we thought it would be like Lux mid, Seraphine AD, Ashe support. They're just gonna have Ashe as the ADC, which is I think a little bit better. It's gonna help them with the AD damage that they were lacking. Scion more than likely gonna go tank, I think, for this team comp, but maybe he goes for a full lethality Scion. I know people do that when going tank is like not too favorable, especially like this game when if you get too tanky, it's actually beneficial for the enemy team. We'll see. I like, I guess, this kind of like I like the comp better when it's set up like this from Moonstone.
Yeah, I do too here. And, you know, we are about to head into this competitive integrity spectator delay. But before we do that and throw it to a break, want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Pro Comps. Pro Comps is the first of its kind drafting tool aimed for competitive and solo queue play. Pro Comps allows users live feedback and analysis on drafting, give them recommendations on picks, notes on matchups, and analysis on the enemy team's win cons. These features allow the user to gain an edge on their opponent and improve their drafting skills. You can use the code CCS for 50% off of your first 3 months. And with that being said, we're going to throw it to a break. We'll be onto the Rift shortly for game number 1 between Moonstone and TDR Crustacean Nation. And we are on to the Rift for game number 1 between Moonstone Gaming and TDR Crustacean Nation. We got a little invade coming through, so we might have to wait a little bit before we go go down each of these, but Inferno looking for a hook on that Nautilus.
They're probably just gonna get vision.
Yeah, just getting that word down on the enemy blue buff, getting that early information. And with that being said, we do get a little bit of time to go down on the blue side. We got Moonstone Gaming with Slumber Pig on the Scion in the top lane, PP Gaucho on the Kindred in the jungle, OVO on the Seraphine in the mid lane, and Alanin and Hard to Love rounding it out in the bottom lane with the Ashe and the Lux.
Yeah, and for the red side, for TDR Crustacean, we have Aatrox on the top lane with the Renekton. We have Joby with Trundle in the jungle. We have Skifter playing the LeBlanc. And we have T-Garden and Inferno 92 with Caitlyn and Nautilus in the bot lane. And first of all, it was a good, I guess, read from PP Gaucho to just like start straight with the Oracle lens. They did get the ward kill, and this will help. I think it was the Lennon who got the ward kill.
Yeah.
We sometimes see the solo laners get it. I think even in bot lane, at least a Lennon will be hitting level 2 1 minion earlier. And this might be a little helpful for them. I would have liked it better if they gave it to Scion, who are already gonna struggle with Renekton. So maybe an early level 2 would have helped them a little bit. But we don't see that.
Yeah, both of these junglers starting on their blue buffs and just doing all three of their camps on that side. Hook comes from Inferno and forces Alanin to blow the flash. So no flash on this immobile Ashe is going to be pretty scary for Moonstone's bottom lane right now.
Yeah, they burned the flash. Joby actually just decided to move towards the bot lane for a second. He's now going towards his red buff. But PP Gaucho already on the red buff. If he finishes this one fast, he can indeed look for the bot lane. And VC, I want to check something. Yeah, so the Q has been leveled up for the Lux. If they do land the root onto Inferno, T-Garden has cleanse, but if the loot lands on Inferno, they might actually have a decent chance at killing the Nautilus. Another important thing for this Kindred will be where this mark spawns. If it's topside, it's really rough for him to really contest that. Mid has prio, but top lane prio is all in the favor of Moonstone Gaming right now. And Slumber's taking some damage.
Slumber Pig really low, has to burn that shield. He's going to be able to get out for the time being, but the mark does indeed spawn on the top side. So that's going to go over to Joby, and Gaucho is not going to be able to get that first mark, but Aatrox flashing under the tower with the empowered stun and finds the first blood.
Yeah. And like that's how this matchup goes. Like Scion can't really do a lot into the Renekton. He is running the PTA. He does a little bit more burst damage than the Conqueror, where he sustain fights you.
Hook lands onto Hard to Love, and now Gaucho's here though. Flash and cleanse burn Inferno is probably gonna go down here. There we go. As the final mark or final tick of that E comes through from Gaucho and takes him out. It was pretty close, so he did get trapped under the tower.
Yeah, he uses Dance of Arrows right into the trap, so might have ended up as with him dying to the Caitlyn, but luckily he didn't, and they pick up a kill. This is going to be a huge wave being crushed in the bot side. Just yes, the kill went over to Kindred, but this is a lot of solo EXP for T-Garden to pick up by himself. If he doesn't miss a lot of minions here, I don't think it will be a huge issue for the spot lane for now.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like CS is still going to be about even, so not missing out on too much, at least XP wise. And for now, both these junglers back on the side that they started with, clearing across. For Gaucho, it's down. For Joby, it's up. But first shotgun of the game is that Ocean, and Aatrox looking for another solo kill and just finds it again.
And he also just hit level 6. He didn't use the ultimate, so I don't think PP Gaucho can even look for maybe a trade onto Aatrox here. I'm pretty sure he just kills Kindred. He's probably just gonna cash the wave here and try to push Aatrox back before he takes some plates. He is running the Demolish, so okay. He is running the Demolish, so any more mistakes coming from the Scion will be just transitioned into plate gold being picked up for this Renekton as well. And if this Renekton gets on top of one of these carries, he's just gonna one shot. He's already has the pickaxe, building towards his Bork, and once once the completion of that item, I think this side lane matchup will get just harder for this Scion.
Yeah, and I mean, get harder. It's already pretty hard. I mean, solo killed twice, and both times under the tower, pretty much, right? So already quite rough here for Slumber Pig, and this early dragon gonna go over to Crustacean, so they're gonna be feeling really good with that extra regen.
Yeah, and just getting it, just keeping it rolling just from the early game is really good for the side of Crustacean. Yes, they are down 200 gold, but picking up the Ocean Dragon, they do have Prio in the top side. We see Slumber Pig kind of doing the, I guess you can call it the inting Scion strat, where you just kind of go for the, what was it called? I forgot.
Proxy?
Oh yeah, proxying the minion waves. I'm sorry, I haven't played top lane in a while. Ooh.
The double root comes through here from Hard to Love, and Joby's in the area though. Gets the pillar down onto Allen, and we go as the hook's gonna land onto Hard to Love. Has to flash away for now. Another root comes through onto Inferno. He's taking pretty low, but the traps are coming out, and it's kind of zoning off the bottom lane for Moonstone. In the top lane, both ultimates gonna be burned there. Summer Pig's gonna be able to get out for now, getting one plate with that demolish. Inferno Hex Flash gonna land the hook onto Alanin. Alanin has to flash away, but the root lands onto T-Garden. T-Garden is taking low with the ignite, and T-Garden will be able to finish that kill out there. That's another kill going over to Crustacean.
Yeah, and let it like burn the flash. T-Garden didn't have to like burn his flash in return. So now they're in a position where almost no summoner spells are up for the side of Moonstone's bot lane. T-Garden.
Oh, Aatrox going for another one. Oh, 1 HP. Summer Pig flashes out of there. We'll be able to get out, but Skifter's down in this bottom lane on the roam.
Chains misses. Unfortunate, but yeah, things are just going really well, especially after that bot lane kill. It's just really in favor of TDR for now. Like just the way their comps are set up. I think when you look at the side of Moonstone's comp, you really want some items. Scion in the long run outscales Renekton, but like with him being this far behind, I think the time that Scion like outscales Renekton will be a really long way for Slumber Pig to go. They're already looking for the Herald. I think they will be looking for a dive onto T-Garden. They do have the Ash Crystal Arrow, so it should be rather easier for them, but the cleanse and flash is available to T-Garden.
Oh, Enchanted Arrow goes wide as Gaoshu's tanking up the tower. T-Garden uses the flash. Inferno's top lane, so this is just a 1v3 in the favor of Moonstone here, and Gaoshu's gonna get the credit for that kill. But on the other side of the map, Inferno roamed up, and Crustacean was able to secure that Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think this will just heavily depend on how Crustacean really uses this Herald, because they are losing plates. T-Garden is losing a lot of CS and EXP for this, so they better get something in return, because they were winning the spot side, so they gave up their lead in the spot side for the trade of this Herald. If they can get like a first turret, get this Renekton even further ahead, maybe getting this LeBlanc a little ahead would be also beneficial for them. Slumber Pig.
Gonna find Joby here. We'll get the knock up, and we'll have to use that.
Oh, there it is.
Nice usage of the pillar there by Joby. Doing exactly what you were talking about to block that unstoppable onslaught from Slumber Pig, and Slumber Pig just running back into Joby in order to not give the assist over, or even the kill over to Skifter there.
Oh, gets stunned. Wasn't able to kill the minion wave either. And Skifter, actually, even after moving towards the topside river, he is able to catch his minion wave again. The rift actually comes down. Aatrox, if he's not scared, he should be able to get this third, but
I don't think he has to be scared.
maybe if he walked up. I think if he walked up before the Rift Herald hit, it would have been easier, but the hook comes through.
Hook lands. We get some fighting in this bottom lane as supports are fighting and the AD carries are fighting
Oh.
completely separate. It was two 1v1s going on there, and a nice Lux ultimate comes through from Hard to Love and hits both of the enemy bot laners. So definitely turning the tides HP wise in their favor.
Yeah, that final spark does a lot of damage, really low cooldown, so as long as
45
you're able to
cooldown.
hit them.
Oh,
Very
Aatrox
nice.
looking for another solo kill with the press the attack and the board coming through. And will find it now 3-0 on this Renekton. And this first tower is going to fall here.
Yeah, it is gonna fall. And just the gold difference, it's already 2k between the two top laners. And, oh, Skifter?
Oh, Gaucho is in trouble here. Ace in the hole used. Skifter doesn't have the damage, though, to finish off the Kindred. For now, Gaucho's able to get out of there.
He didn't have Lamb's Respite available to him as well, so if there was a possibility where Skifter could have killed him, there was no backup plan for PP Gashi. He is gonna look to invade. We also have Aatrox just roaming deep into the
Yeah.
enemy jungle.
Yeah, second dragon of the game gonna go down, and that's the mountain. So 2 dragons already, 2 crustacean, and the Inferno will blaze on the rift here. Oh, T-Garden having the word flash. Inferno with the flash
Oh.
hook goes wide. Allen is gonna get knocked up with the death charge though, as the subjugate comes down. Enchanted Arrow is going to find one as a nice binding again from Hard to Love, but Joby just gonna flash under the tower and secure that with the bite. But the final spark comes back, and Hard to Love finds T-Garden on the backside of the play. So all in all, 80 carry for 80 carry in the 4-man play.
Yeah, but again, when you look at the grand scheme of
Oh, Gaucho is here now. Hard to Love gonna get hooked in. Lamb's Respite is perfectly timed as Skifter goes in trying to find the kill onto Hard to Love, and now Gaucho is running him down with the ghost. Joby is low, want to go down, but Skifter is gonna find the return kill there. But shutdowns going over all around here.
wait, PP
Wait, he
Gashi
didn't have a
didn't have a shutdown?
He was 3-0. He didn't have a shutdown.
He's up almost 1,000 gold on.
How did that happen?
I have no idea. The shutdown system, I have no idea how that works to this day in this game. But I guess Trundle was worth more as a shutdown than a Kindred. It is still a trade kill. After the whole kills and turret plates being traded over, we see Crustacean up about 500 gold right now. A decent lead, definitely not a lead that would mean a lot, but the biggest problem for this side of Moonstone is this Renekton right now. 2.5k in the lead. Is it 2.5k? No, it's only 2k.
Just like
Never
2.
mind.
Yeah, just 2.
Yeah, only 2k lead in the top side. And Slumber Pig is just doing what Scion does. He's at
Yeah.
least trying to clear the waves. Oh,
Oh, at this point, Summer Pig is not even worth gold. He's barely even worth gold right now.
He's just-
So you just
he's
gotta
making-
flash unstoppable onslaught onto the
Oh.
tower. Is he gonna get the tower? Oh, it's
I'm
really
pretty
close.
sure Slumber Pig watched a few The Boss videos for sure. Like, I see that playstyle wherever I just come across. So
Oh my gosh. Oh,
we
Enchanted
might see-
Arrow. Oh, arrow connects onto T-Garden Encore. Oh, look at the CC coming through. A beautiful final spark as well. And OVO's going to find the kill onto T-Garden. Yasha will find the kill onto Inferno. Aatrox still chasing them in this top lane, but he is not going to be able to find it. And now Gaucho could be in trouble. Skifter and Joby are
the
looking
chain
for it, but
comes.
it's a 3v2 chain. Misses, but Joby gets rooted. We'll see if there's any continuation. Chilling Smites come down, Subjugate as well. No Lamb's Respite is available, but it's going to be 1-for-1 so far as the junglers are traded. Hard to Love, going to get chained up. Skifter is so low, but has to flash out to safety and will be able to.
yeah, and we see Moonstone actually getting ahead in gold after that whole gold swing. Aladdin needs to be careful.
Oh no, Aladdin pushed up too far and is just going to go down. Ooh, Skifter was 1 HP, but there wasn't that auto to follow it up there.
Yeah, and as soon as I say Moonstone was ahead in gold, they go back down another 500, and we see Atriox actually working on this Rift there right now. He's gonna pick it up, and if they can turn this into more turrets, I think it's going to be really beneficial. Because like their team comp, uh, it is impossible to walk into this if you don't have previous vision. Even if it's this, even if you have the Scion, other than the Scion, you have no one that can really face check into the Nautilus LeBlanc, and them picking up more turrets, especially this mid tier one, will give them that small advantage when it comes to like just placing down the vision around these objectives. They already have the first two dragons, so just having the complete vision control will result in either PP Gaoshu forced to looking for a steal, and sometimes inting away his kill, his death. So if they can actually play around with this, it will be really beneficial for the side of Crustacean when it comes to getting an actual serious lead this game.
Yeah, and with that serious lead, you know, speaking of that, this dragon is spawning in 15 seconds. It is Infernal Soul Point for Crustacean here, and the Herald's going to be spawned up top lane to draw some pressure, and Atriox is relentless in this side lane. Yeah, tower is gone, and he's going to threaten this inhibitor tower. Root lands onto Inferno back in this bottom side river. We'll see if there's a fight ensuing. Okay, Shelly got a little bit confused there, but we'll get the crash down. The dragon has spawned. Both top laners have TP. Gaosho is going to get engaged on by Skifter and almost one-shotted here. Taken so low. So that will be the, no, I guess it's not the sign for them to start the dragon yet.
Like we can see Slumber Pig does have the TP.
Sun? Oh, Encore is flashed out by T-Garden. Now dragon has been started up.
Yeah, the flash cleanse come through, but now no summoners for the Caitlyn. So if they can get the good Crystal Enchanted Arrow, this might be the sign for the side of Moonstone to really go for it.
Here we go. Oh, the unstoppable onset from the back. Summer Pig will find the first kill. Now Joby is in the middle, but the dragon's gonna go over to Moonstone. This could be the fight as well. Lamstrespite's gonna buy some time. Aatrox and Joby are in the front lines trying to find the damage. Joby's gonna go down. Aatrox looking for Slumber Pig, but not gonna find him yet as T-Garden will get it with the Piltover Peacemaker. But this looks like a good fight for Moonstone as they go 4 for 1 and get the dragon.
Yeah, just 4 for 2, but
I
think a small misplay. Not also a misplay, I also think just the itemization. Aatrox going for the Polished Claw. I guess the enemy team has 4 squishies, but your team, I think if you go like, I don't know, Gore, maybe even Stridebreaker, where you can be a little bit more sticky to those guys, I think it would have helped them a little bit better. Also the extra HP, right? Because you as a Renekton, like I think Bork will be more than enough for him to kill OVO, Lennon, Hard to Love, maybe even PP Gaosho. So I think just doubling down on lethality is kind of bad because you are the only one on your team with a decent lead over their counterpart. And with this build, he is even going to get outscaled in the side lane. Like after the Scion gets tankier, he is not going to be able to like at least kill him as easy as he was doing.
Gaosho walking into 2. Okay, goodbye.
Oh my.
Just one-shotted by Skip there. Also, I do want to say, start of that play of that dragon started with Hard to Love with the Shurelya's all the way around to get the rest of Moonstone in position. So definitely want to give that shout out there because that was crucial to get them into that river.
Yeah, just making use of the Shurelya's. They will be looking to get this mid tier 1 down. With the Caitlyn, they should be able to. The traps are placed. With PP Gaoshu being down, this shouldn't be a big deal for them. Probably the next wave where they will be looking for this. Aatrox, I think he took down the bot turret as well. Now working on tier 2. The unstoppable onslaught.
Oh, going in with the Dominus. Not gonna find Dominus and the Flash. Not gonna find the stun though. And Gaosho throws up the thumbs up for good measure.
I would assume he would omit the Polished Claw as well if he was gonna flash.
Allen's gonna get one-shotted here. Under the tower,
Oh
Skifter with the double trains finds the solo kill there, and the mid-tier 1 will fall as well. Ovio has to be careful here. Encore is gonna be onto 1, but Joby is flashing into the back lines. Ooh, Final Spark does a lot, gets a 2-man root as well, as Joby's taken really low, gonna go down. Dasho walks into the trap as they're continuing the chase with the ghost here. Inferno hits the hook with the knock-up and finds the CC with enough damage from Skifter and T-Garden. So Gaosho goes down.
He had his ultimate. He wasn't just able to use it. Aatrox putting down
Yeah, I
some
think it was just too
damage.
much damage too quickly.
Yeah, the knockups from Inferno actually just made it so that Pipigashi was not able to cast his ultimate. But I think like the initial fight that they took around the Raptors, or like even further closer to tier 2, third of Moonstone, is really risky for them because they like the other side, they have Final Spark. The
Yeah.
Final Spark, the Encore, just linear abilities.
Summer Pig has ult. He doesn't have to go for it there. The spotlight tower is really low, so that'll go down soon, I think. And we're seeing Slumber Pig now start to just get really tanky. I mean, you saw the combo from Aatrox didn't really do much to him. So, Allen an overextended mid again.
Gifter is just... LeBlanc does do quite amount of damage to squishy members. Let's say that.
I think that's the third time though. Allen has been overextended mid.
Yeah, but yes, the wave states have been in a really rough spot. Oh,
Skifter having to burn the flash to get
I-
away there. Bit off a bit more than he could chew.
not sure if he had to flash, but I don't think LeBlanc is a champion where not having your flash will
Matters.
be as risky as others. You do have
Mhm.
your W, and then
They find Inferno with the CC. Where's the damage? There it is. As Gaoshu is going to be able to secure that kill. And with the dragon spawning and no support for Crustacean, should be a free dragon for Moonstone. And Joby's also on the other side of the map. But look at Aatrox shoving down top lane. Going to take the inhibitor tower.
they do have Crystal Enchanted Arrow, so they can indeed look for a pick onto Skifter. They will just get the dragon and trade their top lane inhibitor turret for it. Ooh, wait, I just realized that Aatrox just finished Thornmail? Huh?
I don't. Yeah, that's an interesting build.
I think if you're going if
Just
you're
commit,
going
right? I
Prowler's
mean,
Claw,
That's
at
nice.
least hit like Chempunk? Like, even if you're gonna get heal cut. And
Yeah.
like he shouldn't be the one building it. In my opinion, you can get like executions or bramble if you really need it. But I think just committing to Thornmail is a big mistake from him. Just he can only apply the full effects of Grievous Wounds to only one person, and that's with his W.
Mhm.
So it's just not that effective on him. Instead, getting like a Chempunk or maybe getting Morelos on LeBlanc would have been a much smarter idea. And I'm assuming this Inferno is also going towards Thornmail, so I don't think there will be much need to Aatrox building that. And I just see that as just like wasted away gold. Like that just doesn't do anything in the side lane against Slumber Pig.
Yeah, and if anything, that's pretty much going to even up the gold, right? Because about a 2k gold lead right now in favor, or I guess 2.5k for Aatrox in this top lane, and it's about the price of Thornmail. So here we go, fighting this bottom side. Skifter is here. Summer Pig is in trouble. Flashes away from the chain. We'll be able to live for now. The two-showing bot.
Moonstone is just grabbing the vision control around Baron. I don't know if Slumber Pig can really defend this. Aatrox
think he's
should
gonna
be able
try.
to just walk up.
Yeah, Aatrox is just gonna walk up here, take that tier 2 bottom lane as the Dominus is gonna be used. Unstoppable onslaught is blocked, but Hard to Love is here, finds the root. Final Spark doing some damage. Aatrox has to flash away.
Yeah, and
Oh, pings onto the
are
Baron.
gone. Pipigashi is around. I don't know if they're really allowed to do this. I don't think there's enough DPS coming from T-Garden right now. Like, there's still a Fed Kindred on the enemy team, although he died 5 times, still has 8 kills to himself.
Oh, Skifter gets the root onto Alanin. Ace in the hole? Yes.
Oh wait,
Is
kills?
enough.
Oh, the collector
Collector.
as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This is why you might
Look at this
collect.
damage though. Look at Gaosho. Gonna get knocked up. Hook. Wow. Hook lands from the next zip code. But look at this double root from Hard to Love. Skifter is in the. Oh no! He got pillared out of his own ultimate by Joby. As now Slumber Pig TP's in, has to run for the hills. Look at the encore. Hits 3, I believe, as the sun comes through. Joby is taking really low. Skifter's diving the backline, trying to find OVO, but will not yet. Look at the damage. Slumber Pig is still alive somehow. Finding one, double kill comes through for him. As now he's gonna try and chase him down with this zombie. Looks like he's not gonna be able to catch him though, but nonetheless, 2 for 2.
The Sunfire value coming through, and yeah, I think we just said it. Like, just wasted gold onto Thornmail from Matriox, and Slumber Pig is actually having more impact on these teamfights. Like, maybe if he finishes Death's Dance and he was like working towards another item right now, Atriox would have been much stronger.
Oh,
PP Gaoshu.
Skifter going in, looking for the one shot out to PP Gaoshu, but oh, the damage comes back, and Gaoshu is able to return the kill and get the shutdown without losing his life.
Red Smite is OP, everyone. Buy your Red Smites. The damage
Buy your Red
reduction. Damn.
That was what saved him right there. And that was an 800 gold shutdown going over to this Kindred who's already 3 items.
Yeah, like he is gonna finish his IE off that, if I'm not wrong. With that kill. And now, it's just he was a threat. Now the threat is even bigger. Like the IE, he's gonna basically one-shot T-Garden. If Skifter is not paying attention, he is gonna get one-shot as well. And once he can still probably melt down Joby and Atriox as well, so.
Oh, Inferno getting caught again here. A nice, I think Enchanted Crystal Arrow went wide, so I think it was the root from Hard to Love was true again there, but bottom lane, more of the same. Atriox looking for the damage onto Slumber Pig and Dragon spawning again. Oh, Skifter on the flank! Can't find the one shot on the Hard to Love. Charm comes through, T-Garden. Heal forcing in. Hard to Love is still living for the time being, but it will go down. OVO and keeping Alan alive for an eternity as now T-Garden's flashing in and the whole team is dead besides Slumber Pig. Skifter and T-Garden versus the big tank. Chain connects here, and this should be enough damage to take him down.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, and the ace comes through for Crustacean, and they're going to be able to secure this dragon for themselves here, which is their soul point.
Yep, it gets them to soul point. And with the kills that he was able to pick up, T-Garden right now sitting on 2,500 gold. When he resets, he is going to be able to finish LDR and probably move and work towards the IE. We see the replay here. Just Skifter just doing a huge chunk of damage to Heart to Love. The Encore comes only onto Joby, and that's not how you want to just make use of your Encore. And then T-Garden is just left there just to free hit the targets coming from the side of Moonstone, Slumber Pig. Yes, you're a Scion. Yes, you were clutch last fight, but the chains are just too much for him to deal with. Just limits the movement too much. And T-Garden with an unofficial quadra there saves the team fight and puts himself and his team onto the Infernal Dragon Soul Point.
Slumber Pig also face planted into the Trundle Pillar there with his ultimate. So I don't know, that might have made a difference, you know, getting that big knock up in and some extra damage, but I don't know. Good Trundle Pillar from Joby, able to kind of just block the angle for him to get in. And T-Garden, T-Garden walking into the jungle. Oh, is gonna go down, and that's a 1k for Gaosho.
Yeah, I don't know why he was face checking without anyone on his team. Renekton is bot side, Trundle is bot side, Inferno on Donaldus was like around his red buff, and he was just like, it's fine guys, I got a quadra kill, I got this. And then just dies. 1,000 gold shutdown, and like Kindred is not the person you want to give these
Oh.
shots.
Here we go. Encore is gonna hit onto two. Lamb's spike comes through. Allen is taken pretty low. As look at Aatrox into the back line with the Prowler's Claw, gonna find Allen. Watch Skifter on the side. Has the damage. As Slumber Pig is in the middle of the entire team. Inferno is low, has to run for the hills. Gaucho is taking 1 HP as well, as now Jovi's hunting for him. Slumber Pig is gonna find Inferno on the back side. Now in the middle of two. Finds the knockup onto Aatrox. I think Aatrox just has to run here. He's gonna die. A root comes through from Hard to Love. Summer Pig walks into the knockup from Scion, or Skifter, I mean, walks into the knockup as Jovi is gonna get knocked up. Another huge root from Hard to Love again. How many times does he have to do it? As another team fight victory comes through for Moonstone. And with this, they might look to just start this Baron up.
Yeah. Personally, I would actually have no issues if like Aatrox just sold his Prowlers and Thornmill and started building towards
T-Garden.
it.
Oh, T-Garden gets rooted up. Oh my gosh. Cleanses right into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from base.
So we still have Flash for Joby. He has a control ward. They will get information. Also, Inferno is here, so they have wards to place. Wait,
Yeah,
he's not going for it.
Give it.
Go
He's
for
not
the
gonna
steal.
go for the smite steal.
What? That was a
Unlucky.
bad smite as well.
Yeah, definitely could have had the opportunity to go for it there.
Like, even if you go for it, right? You don't really lose prio over anything. There's
Yeah.
still like
one's
close
dead.
to 2 minutes to Dragon, so you don't really lose Dragon. And if you're able to smite it, like good for you. Like your team gets Baron. You're already favored in the side lane. I'm not sure how much as of right now, but like Slumber is doing fine in the side lane, and would have been a huge deal. When it
Oh,
comes
Inferno. Caught again. Enchanted Crystal Arrow? Oh, goes wide.
just unnecessary movements. Like, why are we face checking into river when the enemy team
Yeah.
has Baron and ways to pick you? The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just the light binding coming from Lux, it's just really hard to tank these things, even if you're a tank. Like, PP Gauch is dishing
Oh,
out so much
skipped.
damage.
Look at Skifter on this big flank here, trying to get onto Ovio. Chain lands. Encore.
Oh!
I think it hits. I couldn't see.
Nope.
Skifter now in trouble. Has to flash away.
You know, and another big item for PP Gaucho, Maul Morty is also finished. There will not be a LeBlanc one-shotting him anytime soon. With that shield, his own ultimate, the shields coming from Hard to Love and OVO, this Kindred is just set up for success right now. And
Oh, yeah.
not even a Fed Renekton at this point will not be helpful when you're against this Kindred. At best, you can hope is just a huge misplay from PP Gaucho. But mid lane,
Dragon spawning in a minute here, but the rest of Crustacean is just
mid-
running down mid. They're gonna get this mid tier 2.
wait, no
Dragon's
one's
gonna
resetting.
get burned. And yeah, still no one's resetting yet. Dragon's gonna get burned off. Aatrox is
Still
here to
no
stop
one
the
resetting.
ports. No one's resetting still. Okay, Aatrox is gonna go down, but the mid lane inhibitor will fall.
Gonna lose two
The top lane
inhibs.
inhibitor falls as well. And they even up the soul count, or the dragon count. But here we go. Onslaught of
Oh.
Shadows. They want, or Unstoppable Onslaught. They want to chase. Finds Inferno. Inferno's gonna get rooted up again. He's
Yes,
gonna go
flash.
down. He's gonna go down, yeah. Ovio and now Yasho's still chasing onto Skifter. He has the Maw now as the final spark
Oh.
comes in, hits T-Garden.
Oh my!
Moonstone
Tigard
does
is doing
not
some
want to.
good damage too.
Yeah, he does. He has the LDR completed now. Oh, slow doesn't hit from Slumber Pig, but either way, I mean, Dragon and Dragon and 1 kill for 2 towers and 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, and now you're just under constant threat of if you even fumble a single fight, the game is over. Like they're just gonna end the game. If they do the same mistake that they did on Dragon one more time, the game is over. This Caitlyn and Trundle will just go through these turrets like butter. So T-Garden is also resetting. I'm pretty sure he has enough gold to finish IE. And this Caitlyn right now is also like he is the biggest threat. I think Skifter yes, if he can find a pick onto Lenin, maybe. But like the side of Moonstone's carries, they are getting their MR items. They have Vitsend, they have Maw, everything is fine. But they don't have any armor. T-Garden, if he gets a good headshot,
Skifter.
that's it.
Oh, Skifter could be caught here. Has to burn the ultimate. Enchantress arrow lands.
That
He goes
lands.
back in. Hey guys, he's back over here, and Aladdin is gonna find the kill there. And that's one pick already. Dragon in 3 still.
I was sure that Crustacean didn't land, but there's a
Yeah.
there's a huge super minion wave stacking up in the top side. Someone's gonna have to answer that. The fact that they picked up the inhibitors, I don't know if it's gonna be a lot of use, because the first objective that we're gonna see is Baron. Like you can just push the top wave, push top mid, and then
Yeah.
return to Baron. It's fine. I'm not sure if the inhibs will be still down for the next dragon. If it will be, I think it's big, because then you have a constantly pushing top side. You don't have to worry about that. Slumber will be forced to TP, worst case scenario. So
It's 5 minutes on the inhibs, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So they
So-
were taken right when the last dragon was taken, pretty much.
After the dragon, so there
Little-
should
yeah,
be like
little
some.
after.
There should
A
be
few
like
seconds.
yeah, there should at least like a wave of super minions coming out before the dragon spawns. So
Mhm.
we'll see how both sides decide to play it. A pause comes through.
Skifter got ganked by Baby. That's what they said.
People have lives, it's fine.
Of course.
We also get to slow down a little bit. When we look at the gold, Moonstone up 3k. Most of this difference is in the jungle. Currently PP Gaushi is up 5k gold compared to Joby.
Oh my gosh.
But when we look at other lanes, mid lane, pretty even, only 1,000 gold, mainly from the CS difference. Top lane, Aatrox is up 3k, but I don't think it really translates to anything as of right
Yeah.
now. Biggest one, and I think the most important one for the side of TDR, is the lead that this Caitlyn has. 2.5k gold, and it will just come in handy because he is mainly the only ranged damage dealer for his team. Skifter will go close to melee when he's trying to one-shot these squishy members from the side of Moonstone. So if your Caitlyn is able to just deal some damage, it's going to be really helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we get a little pause here because, or a little freeze rather, because of the actual pause in game. So we'll be back in shortly. But yeah, I mean, just huge lead for Gaosho in the jungle here, and the gold lead you see now, 3.5k, more than 3.5k, almost 4k in favor of Moonstone right now, despite being down 2 inhibs. So look at this, they're just gonna be crushing this top tower. Aatrox has to flash away. He was almost dead.
Yeah, and when we actually look at it, PP Gaosho has 6 marks. 4 is normally what like is the important count. 6. I would say 6 is low for
Yeah.
the like for how far we are into
situation,
the
yeah.
game. Like the fact that he has 15 kills and only 6 marks, kind of sad, but could have been better.
Oh, Skifter.
He's
Oh,
oh
Joby with a huge pillar now, flashing in onto
Gaucho?
Alanin.
oh
Ace in the
my.
hole does. Oh my goodness, so much damage.
Gaucho's
With the,
chained.
he's chained in.
Encore.
Encore. Onto 3. It's huge. Skifter trying to find the damage in. T-Garden is doing it. Built up a Peacemaker, misses. T-Garden flashing
pushed.
over. Finds a kill with the Collector. As now Hard to Love is running in. Gonna go down to Aatrox, and it's a 2v2. Support, oh no, mid and top versus top and support here. Inferno going in, will go golden to
Aatrox.
buy some time. Over the top, Summer Pick with the flash. Aatrox dashing in, gonna get rooted. Huge damage here as the Unstoppable Onslaught comes through and stuns him up for the time being, and just gonna go down as well as Ovio goes on a rampage.
So no TPs. Midwave is actually crushing on top of the Nexus turrets right now. Let's see who will actually get this dragon. Aatrox did go down. Joby will be respawning earlier than PP Gaosho because of the level difference. Skifter does have TP. Inferno is already up. The dragon is still on the table for both teams, but we see that all 5 members are spawning for Moonstone. There's still 25 seconds and no TP for Atriox.
Yeah, and here we go. Skifter is going to TP onto this dragon. This is Infernal Soul for whoever gets this dragon. Summer Pig walking in. As you know, there's going to be a battle.
Oh.
Atriox
Oh, they
still
saw him.
spawning in. Skifter is spotted out. Almost goes down. One more auto would have been enough from Gaucho there.
Oh,
So here we
the
go.
Traps.
Traps are getting set. T-Garden trying to buy some space for his team as Summer Pig walks in. Atriox is spawning in, coming back from base. Dragon started up by Moonstone. Watch the plays here. Skifter still so low, under half HP, has to get these honey fruits.
Oh,
As Joby is in the pit, it's going to be a 50-50. Who's going to win it? Oh, Joby finds the steal as the Dragon in fight. Here comes the fight after. 2-man knockup coming through from Summer Pig as the roots come through. Hard to Love finds even more skill shots as Skifter's going to go in. Skifter's going to go down as T-Garden, the last member standing, will have to run for the hills, but 4 members strong for Moonstone are going to be pushing mid, and they're going to look to end, I think. Maybe.
yeah, they should be able to with the lead that they have. I don't
Yeah.
think T-Garden will be enough to stop this. It's an unfortunate fight. They just clumped up together a little too much into a Seraphine, and like just not being able to win the fight. They don't really have a lot of AoE damage dealers, so they just need it.
Oh,
Okay.
the roots! Oh my gosh, man.
I was gonna
Bucks.
say they need like a, I don't know, they need like a miracle from T-Garden, but doesn't come through. Really close game 1. Really close,
Yeah.
way closer than I expected.
Yeah, absolutely. Way closer than I think anyone expected here. And, you know, all in all, Moonstone able to come out on top despite a pretty rough early game.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be able to see the replay that kind of ended the game here. Traps come through, not the best trap placement. Joby trying to move in, old Slumber Pig, so he is pretty tanky. 136 HP on the dragon, but Skifter gets chunked by Encore. Joby already was
anything.
low, and even if you get the soul, that just Infernal. Yes, good soul. Probably one of the highest win rate dragon souls, I think, but just not enough when you're that just low before the team fight even starts. PP Gaucho on Kindred, top damage in the game, 50k, close to 50k damage on the Kindred. Really strong performance. I would say this game might have gone bad for Moonstone if Atriox didn't troll his build a little bit, because the strongest times for the Renekton was kind of wasted. Like, he wasted almost how much gold? 2.7k gold on Thornmail. That's a wasted gold in my opinion. And like with that lead being thrown out of the window, like the whole TDR side played to get him ahead. They even let T-Garden get dove bot side so they would have that lead for the Renekton. And like him opting on for Thornmail, an item that doesn't really do any damage, doesn't make you that much tankier. There's much better tank items that you can go for, and just him not being able to even utilize the item itself, right? I think that was just a huge problem. And when your fed member does a mistake like that, you don't really have a lot of ways to play this game. T-Garden actually showed up later towards the team fights, towards the late game, but it's just too much to work through. A Kindred with 2 enchanters is just too broken.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, game 1 of this series was a 41.5-minute banger. We can only imagine what game 2 is going to be. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly for the pick and the ban of game number 2 between Moonstone Gaming and TDR Crustacean Nation. And we are back here for the pick and the ban of game number 2 of round 1 of the playoffs between Moonstone Gaming and TDR Crustacean Nation. Moonstone able to take game 1 in a 41.5-minute banger. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we got going on in game number 2 here. But the bans are coming through as relatively the same bands. Karma Son of Vane from TDR, Crustacean Nation, and Seraphine, Siver, and Hecarim taken off the table by Moonstone. So we'll see what this blue first pick is here. And I guess before anything happens, just to ask, what do you think? Are there any changes that you want to see made in these drafts from either team? Okay, hold on. We'll give us a little bit of time.
Just
Like something's happening. Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna excuse myself for 1 second. I think.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, we got Trundle first pick for blue side, Crustacean Nation. And then Moonstone with the return here, we get a Talia. And then Ezreal's the hover right now. We saw Joey play the Trundle in game number 1. It looked pretty good. He had some pretty good plays. He had nice blocks on the Scion ultimates with the pillar. And Yuumi is the lock-in here. One of Hard to Love's good champions here. One of the patented champions for the Moonstone support. And I think Yuumi just got nerfed and then hot fixed. So I guess Rye thought that the nerf was a little bit too much. So gave her back a little bit of that power. And with Talia, I haven't seen too much of her recently, but we'll have to see if that goes into the jungle or into the mid lane. I assume
Okay.
it'll be the mid, but
Sorry for that. My mom had, I guess, a small emergency for me, so I'm back. I guess we're
All
moving
good.
on with the draft.
welcome back.
Well, we see that Moonstone actually did I think they banned Talia game 1 draft instead of the Seraphine.
Yes, they
I'm not
did.
wrong. So instead of that, they banned it. So like Seraphine again, even though it was their pick, it can be picked up by a lot of teams. Pretty not the hardest champion, also high impact. And then TDR still going for the Trundle. I don't know where you left off, but I just don't think Trundle blind is that good. When we already
Yeah.
saw Moonstone being able to play 4-ranged champions into it, and we're kind of seeing a similar draft where Twitch Yuumi, Talia, already champions that Trundle doesn't have the best time into. I like the Zeri Lulu though. I don't know. I'm not sure about how the laning phase goes with Twitch, Yuumi, and Zeri Lulu, but especially after towards the late game where Twitch is way more immobile compared to Zeri, plus just being able to go in and out of the team fight with the extra movement speed will be, I think, massive for TDR. Last game they didn't have that. I think last game their comp was like we have to kind of commit to the team fight. With Renekton, with Trundle, once you use those ultimates, those are really long cooldowns. So this one they should have an easier time, and Elise, maybe that's not a champion that we've been seeing too often lately.
Yeah, and I think this bot will be pretty interesting. Just because 2 AD carries who can scale pretty well. Obviously, you talked about the way more mobility from Zeri, and with the Lulu for move speed, feels pretty good to have any move speed champ that can pair up with the Zeri. But Jin Zhao is the lock in here for Moonstone.
I'm not sure if that's a good pickup. Like,
Yeah.
Xin is really good with Yuumi. When you pair it up, he's actually really tanky in the front line. Doesn't take damage from the ranged champions. My problem with this would be it is actually it gets really hard countered by Trundle. Even when Xin was really popular in the meta, he was not he was still getting countered. Like the counter pick for Zinzao was Trundle, and especially in a game where with this comp he is going to be the main frontline from the looks of it, unless they pick another frontliner for top lane. He is going to be alone in the front line, and into a Kassadin Renekton Trundle, I don't think Zinzao has enough to survive.
Yeah, I feel like they might just pick Scion again for Moonstone. I think they need to. I think Summer Pig just needs to chill in the early game at least. Maybe give up a little more just to not die, and then
No, Orn.
we'll see. Maybe Orn.
I I like the Mundo hover. They will go with Scion again. I
Sion, yeah.
like the Mundo hover because Mundo is harder to shut down in lane. Does have that CC immunity passive for himself. So Trundle, not Trundle, Renekton can't fight him as easy as he was doing into the Scion because, like, especially in the early game, Renekton goes in, uses his W when Scion is trying to charge his Q, and then you cancel it. You destroy shields if it's empowered W, and it's really hard for the Scion to actually get a trade. Personally, I think wait, did they change top laners as well?
No.
Is Shane 23 Atriox? Atriox?
Yes.
Okay. So, if Atriox actually, I think, builds a little bit better this game, I think they have a better chance in this matchup. Maybe even Sunfire, right? Because you can match the fighting potential with the Sunfire if you have to. It makes you extremely tanky. It gives slow and CC tenacity, slow reduction and tenacity. So it will be easier for him to move in these team fights as well, especially into a Talia, I would assume. So I think if something like that, I would rather have him see build. And they kind of have a similar team comp, other than I guess even the Kassadin later onto the game just wants to go in and shut down
Yeah.
those like squishy targets just like LeBlanc does. Only thing is Kassadin's skill is much better, so you have to be careful. Much weaker early game too as well. So I'm kind of interested in how TDR Crustaceans will play this.
Yeah, and they get Talia in the mid lane, and it feels like that's kind of. It feels like Moonstone thinks that Seraphine or Talia is first pickable right now, because they banned Talia last game, first pick Seraphine. This game they banned Seraphine, first pick Talia. So obviously there's a high priority on this champion for their team, and I guess we'll see how it goes this game.
I'm not sure. Like, I guess the Seraphine is high prior for anyone. I think, because of her position in the meta. I think for Talia, I think they just knew Skifter wouldn't blind pick it because Skifter actually plays a lot of Talia. Like, he played 4 games of Talia in solo queue just today. Like, the guy really plays the champion. And I think when they had the chance to pick it away, you take away a comfort champion. OVO does play Talia, maybe not as much as Skifter, but still does play Talia. So you take away comfort, get some sort of comfort for your mid lane, and again, Talia counters Renekton. Like, Renekton cannot dash in freely like he did last game. And I don't know how the Kassadin ultimate kind of works with Talia E, because it's like a blink, I think, more than a dash. But I think in the end, Talia is just a decent pick because, again, Zeri also cannot dash, right? When she's on Talia's work ground. So I think it's just an overall great pick. Interested to see how this game plays out. This time, they don't have scaling from jungle, but from ADC in case of Moonstone. And they have a Yumi to really help with that as well. I don't know. Just similar, but not the same type of drafts from both teams.
Yeah. I'm trying to look it up and see if he actually does stop if Talia E actually does stop cast and ulti. I guess we'll just have to see, right? It says enemies that dash so onto it are knocked or are knocked into a stone wall. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, and draft fully completed here. And I'm excited. Do you think this game will go quicker than the last one, or do you think it'll be about the same?
I think it will go it might even go longer, just because of how much Scion wants to scale. Kassadin wants to get to like at least level 16. Zeri is fine with scaling 3-4 items. Same with Twitch, right? So I think both teams will not overforce to just end this game early, and their champions are just not that strong mid game unless they're fed coming out of lane. If the laning phase goes similar, like only Renekton has a huge lead in the game, I think we're going to see close to like at least 30 plus. At least 30 plus, in my opinion.
All right, well, we will see if that comes to fruition here, but we are going to take a short break before we get into onto the Rift for game number 2 between Moonstone Gaming and Crustacean. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back onto the Rift with some immediate action here as T-Lights gets spotted. 5 members in from Moonstone there onto T-Lights, just getting a ward down, making the making the support sweat a little bit. But we are back onto the Rift for this game, and on the red side of this game, Moonstone swapping over with Summer Pig on the Scion again. BP Yaosho on the Jin Zhao in the jungle, OVO on the Talia in the mid lane, and Alan and Hard to Love have the Twitch and the Yumi in the bottom lane.
Yeah. On the other side, we see Atriox and Joby on the champions that they played last time. Renekton top and Trundle jungle will be in the hands of them. Skifter opting in for the Kassadin pick in the mid lane. T-Garden and T-Lights, the actual starter for TDR Cross Nation, will be in the bot lane with Zeri Lulu combo. And to be honest, I just liked what Lennon and Hard to Love already did. You gotta play like a rat if you're playing the rat. So look at what they're doing. This is just content.
Oof, yeah. Oh, wow. T-Garden already at half HP, but look at this gank coming through from Joby. OVO taken pretty low here, but oh, look at Yasho's in the area as well. And overall, about half HP taken away from OVO and Joby.
Yeah, and one thing to keep an eye on, the phase rush for PP Gaoxiu. I really like this because he realizes that he's like, when he dashes in, like let's say for the engage, he's gonna have to get out fast. And phase rush will help with that. Level 2 for bot lane.
Yeah, and then with Joby on that level 2 gank, only had the red buff, so PP Yaosho sees that and goes and takes away the Raptors.
Yeah.
So just that one camp up, just getting that extra, little bit of advantage over the enemy. Looking for mid now, onto Skifter. Maybe burn a flash. Gets the knock up, but yeah, just chip damage. No, nothing else there. And Summer Pig is gonna have a rough early game again in this lane.
No, but he needs to be careful. OVO.
Yeah. Joby has the flash. See if he goes for anything here. It looks like he's gonna go for now. Pillar is used. OVO is fine, it looks like. That's the flash away. Skifter flashing under the tower. Gets the first blood, but will get traded back. So both mid laners, no flash. And trade kills. But first blood, Skifter, so 100 extra gold.
Yeah. Well, there's not much gold difference because like OVO was up 6 CS, so they kind of come back with the same item values compared to each other. But Slumber,
1 HP.
He's dead. He cannot
he has
stay
to
here.
run. Yeah, he has to back right now. He might just get dove, honestly. He has to flash. Oh my gosh, what's going on in this bottom lane as well? Another gank in the mid lane is Skifter. Gaosho goes on to Skifter because lightning is not enough. And Joby with the target switch gets the kill onto Gaosho, and Slumber Pig also falls in the top lane.
Yeah, I think Atriox could have just reset and TP'd back, but decides to push this wave. I think he's just comfortable that Slumber Pig can't really do anything to him.
OVO trying to find the kill onto Skifter. Oh, will get it from the minions.
Yeah, another trade.
Yeah, another trade in mid.
But the biggest problem for Moonstone is this jungle matchup. PP Gaoxiu really far behind, still jumping in. You don't Windows. Like Sin, I said, like he struggles in this matchup, and there's a reason. You just cannot 1v1 the Trundle, and if you dash in without like being aware of his.
Oh, Alan is flashing in one more. The ignite and the poison is ticking. Is it enough damage? Exhaust goes on to T-Garden. Hard to Love ticking very, very low as T-Garden is running. Gets the shield back coming through. Is it enough damage? Flashing with the Q auto. and Tea Garden is gonna find the kill onto Alanin.
Yeah, just TDR is just outplaying Moonstone left and right. Top lane, jungle, bot lane, everywhere. They're just playing the fights better. Playing these small skirmishes better. And for a team that, again, like they want this Kassadin to scale. The Zeri wants to be ahead, at least get to 2-3 items. This is just good news for them. Hopefully, Atriox will be able to use his lead better this game. But again, he's still being set up for success in this lane. Already a kill up 10 CS. Probably less after Slumber picks this up. But he's probably going to pick up a plate as well. And he's just super strong right now.
Absolutely, and we're seeing history kind of repeat itself in this top lane, right? I mean, already Slumber Pig is at a deficit in this lane, and it is the same matchup as we saw last time. But Skifter hits the level 6, going in onto OVO, but OVO's all right, has the Yuumi to keep her alive, and Yaoshu's there as well. Might just look for it. When becomes lightning, misses.
When it does not become lightning, and Joby finally realizes that he was sitting on vision for the whole time, and he's gonna clear that one. The Yuumi did roam towards mid, and we see Alenin also roaming there. They do have a control ward. He needs to be careful. He's gonna be spotted, and this will give the freedom for TDR's bot lane to. I think he's freezing right now. Yeah, or he's trying to slow push this one. They might actually look for a dragon if Joby resets and they slow push this low enough. Joby might be able to help with this dragon. Already sitting on the Berserker Greaves, Call, and Longsword on this area.
Oh, fighting in the top lane as PP Yasha's here. We get a 2v2. Slumber Pig has really low mana, but Joby still looking for it. Nothing. It looks like nothing's gonna happen. But unless Aatrox flashes under the tower and finds the damage onto Slumber Pig. Slumber Pig goes down for the second time this game.
PP Gaoshu. Skifter ulted the other way. He's gonna get dove.
Yeah, it looks like he is gonna get dove in this top lane. Has to run.
OVO has ultimate, but he can't really do a lot. He's really low on mana. Not sure how much he can do.
Oh, an insane pillar there as Joby's going under the tower. Knockup is true. Talia ulti comes in, and Joby is getting caught out for overextending there. Great job by Yaosho to actually just live.
Yeah, and just good usage of the Weaver as well. He was actually low on mana, and just being able to pick up a kill, gets a reset, gets to spend the gold. And this Talia is right now 300 gold ahead of this Kassadin. The 500 gold diff in the jungle in favor of Joby. 1.1k gold in favor of Aatrox in the top side. Just decent leads in 3 lanes. Let's count jungle as one of the lanes as well. Although it's not. Jungle is PV gameplay. Yeah, they just have 3 players that are decently far ahead.
Yeah, and you know, Alan's still not really being able to make anything work in this bottom lane right now. Down a lot of CS and the kill. It's going to be traded back onto Skifter here. Skifter's going to go in and try and get some trade damage back, but overall, the trade is in favor of OVO there. With Yaosho down on this bottom side and Joby on the top side. Maybe look to force something here if they can get it going. Looks like pings are coming through, and
I would assume this will be like an objective trade, maybe. Tea Garden.
Oh, Tea Garden! One more from the Yuumi. Gets the root coming through, and the ghost is enough. And PP Yaosho is gonna get credit for that kill there, and that should mean that the dragon goes over. But Joby is already doing the Rift Herald on the other side.
Yeah, they're just gonna trade the objectives. First dragon going over to Moonstone this time. Off a mistake from Tea Garden. He had, I think he had flash. Does he?
Not yet.
No, it was just bare. Was close. Ipigashu still on the dragon. Ace Dragon is a little pain when you're trying to kill it. But when you look at the CS numbers as well, just even in jungle, a huge lead in mid lane, 30 for this level and for this time in this game is actually massive. And bot lane also having a small lead, top lane also having a small lead in favor of TDR right now. This Talia is their biggest like threat. If this Talia can't affect the map with the Weaver's wall usages, he does have the unsealed spellbook, so a possible TP as well. We'll see how they make use of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to see OVO be getting around the map. That Weaver's Wall is almost up again. And, I mean, a play bot lane could be absolutely devastating for this Zeri. I mean, just to put her behind. She's got a bit of a lead now, but a Zeri from behind is so useless.
Yeah, and T-Garden also needs to be careful. Like, even in the 2v2, T-Lights does have the ultimate, does have his cooldowns ready for himself other than the exhaust. But the Switch is full HP. They do have exhaust on Yumi as well.
OVO has the flash, gets pillared up, he's gonna go golden. PP Gausho is here now, as Skifter is getting, or has to run away, subjugate onto Jovi. Will make him tanky, but no kills coming out of that 2v2 so far. Just gonna be wave pushed in for Moonstone.
And we already see Aatrox finishing the Borg. Building the lead
going
again.
for it again.
Oh, Pillar!
Oh, Pillar! He traps OVO under the tower, and the chomp comes through as the flash goes off. And Joby finds the kill there, and I think PB Gausho is in trouble here. He's in the wrong side of the map. Gets the win, becomes lightning onto Skifter, but doesn't have the damage enough to take him out. And that's 2 kills going back over there.
Joby. But like, I didn't even realize he finished a Divine Thunder already. I was like, that bite did way too much damage. Then when I checked it again, I was like, yeah, I guess it makes sense. Like, just, you know, the damage there.
Wow, Summer Pig does not die.
Yeah, he still had his ultimate as well. I think
Yeah.
if Aatrox tried to kill him, he could have ulted him under turret. The CC chain is actually pretty disgusting from the Scion. He's trying to take the Krugs. Might lose turret for it.
Losing the tower, though.
I think he's not going to be able to defend it either way, so giving the even piece is good. PP Gaushu, though, I think the jungle is the biggest problem right now. He's actually going for... He's going for the... I forgot the item's name.
Yeah,
What was it?
I don't know. I don't remember what it is either. The blue one.
The Gore Drinker Storm. Was it Storm? I don't know. That
the
item.
blue
The
one.
slows. Yeah.
What's it called?
I knew it like a second ago. Whatever. He's going that item, and it's just gonna make him even squishier. Like, he doesn't have sustain. I guess it will help with being. Oh, Stridebreaker. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just a bad color caster. Just don't mind me. But just he is gonna be stickier, but he's gonna be also squishier as well.
Everfrost connects with the pillar as well. No flash, subjugate. Yeah, this is a dead Talia here as Joby goes on a killing spree now. 4-1 and 3 on this Trundle.
Well, they shut down the Fed Talia.
Yeah, I mean, pretty effective. Still 40 CS lead in mid lane. PP Gasho's here. 3 mid though. Oh, the pillar was a little bit too far.
And
mid tower falls.
The mid tower falls way too early, and like this will hurt. Like PP Gaushu already behind in jungle. Now the enemy team will have much easier time invading him or like placing vision onto his jungle. This might be problematic in a matchup where you already counterpicked. The Trundle is fed, and there's not much you can do. It's kind of painful here. This Kassadin already almost level 11, working towards it. The only thing going well for Moonstone right now is that CS lead for OVO.
Yeah, down 5,000 gold. Crustacean has the advantage right now, and you know this dragon spawning in about 5 seconds. Moonstone got the first one, but
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to contest this one at all here.
Yeah, they're gonna push the wave. Joby and Skifter will show themselves so Lennon cannot move up to the wave. They're gonna pick up the second dragon here, and with this lead, they're finally gonna start their dragon stacking as well. Olvio needs to be careful. Aatrox has flash.
Oh, Skifter going over the wall. Everfrost. Oh, stops the Weaver's wall. Look at Aladdin. Oh boy. Aladdin's gonna run into 3. Has to flash away to safety as Zeri's gonna follow through. Hard to love.
Uh-oh.
Trying to block the autos, but with the ultimate, Zeri Q goes through people. It has the chain. Joby was gonna pick up Hard to Love there, go on a rampage, and
Oh, he missed
Skifter
it.
going under the tower.
He missed
Doesn't
the flash.
kill. Yeah, he missed the old flash, and Yasho is going to be able to find the shutdown there. But this mid lane tier 2 is going to fall at 16 minutes.
Yeah, and I don't think that shutdown really matters too much. Yes, the Zinzao gets a kill. They lose tier 2. And when we look at the gold differences overall, close 1.7k in top lane, 2k in jungle, mid lane is even. It's actually dead even. The bot lane is 1.6 and support 400. Just huge gold differences around the map. We see Caulfield's hammer bought for Aatrox. I'm not sure if he's going Gore or something else this game. Hopefully Gore. Please, I don't want to see Prowlers again. But I guess this game, the whole team's lead is even further. So maybe
Yeah.
Prowlers doesn't even affect the game too much.
Infernal Soul again for this game.
Yeah.
Just
And-
like in game at number 1. At 3 minutes to that.
Yeah,
Baron
but
spawning in 2.5. And yeah, go ahead.
this time Lennon will be like just forced to carry though. Like Gaoshu is not in a position to carry, and Zin is not the champion that you want to carry this game. You want to gold on this Twitch, him to finish 2 items, 3 items, become that menace in these team fights where like he can melt down the Aatrox, this Kassadin, because Kassadin is a good answer into the AP mages. He gets it, MR shield and all that. So if Elen is strong, he will be able to win team fights. But the problem is if he can get to that point. And looking at it right now, I'm not sure if they have enough time. Like they already lost 2 turrets mid, they lost the turret top. This bot lane turret is just waiting to fall down. And if TDR even plays it right, they might be able to dive whoever is trying to defend that tier 1. It should be easy dives if they look for it. And the pings are coming from Joby towards that bot lane. So that will be their next objective. If they can get those bot turrets rolling as well, they're gonna lock Moonstone into their own base.
Yeah, and we're seeing Moonstone maybe try and make a play happen top lane, but Aatrox is aware, or at least isn't getting caught out by it so far. Maybe it's gonna happen now. He's gonna fight Slumber Pig, but just be able to dash back in. Unstoppable Onslaught, not gonna find the knockups here as Aatrox will get knocked up, caught in this little corner. Yashro has to be careful though. I have to assume that, you know, Aatrox can wreck him, but now with the bottom lane here, Yuumi with the ultimate final chapter shutdown is gonna go over to Allen and theirs while the bottom lane tier 1 falls. And I assume they'll just continue on going bot lane,
They should
trying
get
to
tier
get
2
these
as
towers.
well.
Yeah.
I don't think Slumber can actually trade the tier 2 himself. Maybe he can. There's no one really resetting from the side of TDR. But I don't know. I think like yes, 2 turrets going over. Most of that gold is going over to Slumber Pig though. Like if the Lennon stayed, it was able to pick up that gold. I think I would have said worth. But I think just the gold, like just distributing the gold among the team, it's just like Sion is not where you want the gold to be at. Yes, he's even. He's getting closer to being even in the side lane, but this time Aatrox is going a tankier build. Thank God. So he will be more useful in these team fights.
This Kassadin, level 11, almost basically has his Seraphs just waiting on 600 gold. And Zeri also sitting on 2 completed items and an agility cloak. So as this game continues, it's just going to get harder because they're not really giving gold to this Twitch.
Yeah, and I mean, the bright side in that regard is that Allen was able to pick up the shutdown that happened onto Aatrox. It was 650.
Yeah.
But Herald spawned in the top lane, and Summerpig is gonna have a hard time here. Again, he does have 2 items completed though, so it might be a little bit more able to survive. And with Gaucho being here, Shelly's crashing onto this tower. We'll see if they're able to actually take down Aatrox. It looks like they should be, but he almost gets back and takes down Gaucho. So Dragon traded for top laner there.
Yeah, but there's really nothing for them to get to top. There's no thirds to be picked up. They traded a kill for the dragon, and yes, you get something in return instead of like not getting anything. But like killing the Renekton, is it worth? I don't know. I'm not sure if they could have even contested this dragon take.
I don't
But
think so. I think they're too far behind.
yeah, they're
right
just
now.
trying to create at least some type of gold income for their team. Let's take a look at this gold again. Even after those deaths in the side lane and Sion getting the tier 2 by himself, Aatrox is still up 500 gold. Jungle, the gold lead is closer to 2.2k. Mid lane, OVO is again pulled off. Another CS lead, 50 right now, up 500 gold. And the important thing, this Zeri, he is the one that the lead were like the one with the lead that actually matters. He will be able to pop off in these team fights.
Yeah, Baron has spawned. It's been up for a couple minutes, but we haven't really seen much action going around that objective. Summerpig and Aatrox meeting up again. Seems like they've been doing that a lot in this series, just kind of chilling in the side lanes by themselves. But the rest of the team up on that top side, and Crustacean's kind of looking for this top side river, at least looking around the Baron, trying to see if there's poking their head around, see if they can find anything.
They're gonna look for it. Not much will probably come through though. Maybe? Joby gets hit by Wind becomes lightning. Side lane, I'm not sure. I think if Aatrox goes for a Black Cleaver here, he should be in a position where he's out sustaining and out damaging the Scion. He is down in EXP, so I think that's also one of the problems that he was facing in the side lane. Now he's even. They're starting up the Baron. Gifter blows, takes away the Blast Cone. Obviously, Zen has an easy time coming in, but
yeah, I think just trying to sneak it, see if they could get it without Moonstone knowing. But Moonstone figured it out, so they're able to stop that Baron. And Skifter kind of looking around, seeing if there are any picks available, but nothing is there for now. And someone started walking over. Yeah, clearing vision out, getting back control of this Moonstone red side.
And I think Lennon kind of wants to just reset here. I'm pretty sure he has the mythic ready.
Yeah,
for
he
himself.
has it.
So when he resets, he's going to be able to pick that one up. But same with Zeri, when she bases, assuming she's going IE, she's able to pick up the BF Sword. That's basically close to the whole item being completed. Just going to be down like 1,000 after that. The Kraken Slayer comes through. And I think this Twitch is slowly getting to the position where he can do more, have a much more big impact in these team fights.
Aatrox with the dominance.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know. Baron started up by Crustacean, and Moonstone doesn't know about this, so I think this is just going to be a free Baron. Oh, there's the blue ward. Can Gaucho get over there in time is the question. When becomes lightning, connects. Here he goes. Goes in for the steal. No, 50 HP. It was so close. as now Gashu should fall. No flash to get out of the
Dashes
situation.
dash
So
back in.
yeah.
Unlucky. But yeah, really close might steal attempt there by Gaoshu. Unfortunately ends up as TDR picking up the Baron. The gold difference jumps up to 7k. 7.1k in total. And with this Baron push, that stands completed for Atriox. Almost a IE for T Garden. This game, if they fumble a team fight, Moonstone, if they fumble a team fight, we might see the end of the game pretty early this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're up almost 8,000 gold right now, and I'm
And-
sure that they could end it at a moment's notice.
And Skipper's has a really good position. He's pushing the wave, and if the side of Moonstone forgets about him, he's gonna have a really huge flank position right now.
Here we go, Dragon 3k HP.
Oh,
Gonna be secured by Gaosho, looking onto Skifter. Has to flash away to safety. Summer Pig is in the back lines though. As Atriox is just one-shotting OVO, PP Gaosho is gonna fall as well. A double kill comes through for Atriox as Summer Pig trying to deal any damage whatsoever, but Joby is gonna find the last hit onto him. And with this giant bottom wave, it's only Allen and Hard to Love alive. They might actually just be able to end off of this wave. TP's coming through from Skifter, and I think they're gonna try for it.
no. The only person who even got below that fight was Skifter. He does TP back. 20 seconds, 16 seconds for Gaosho. Another 16 right now for OVO in for the death timer. Trundle's also moving in. They're just gonna bite these turrets really fast, and I think that's it.
Yeah, that's going to be the game here. Crustacean taking game number 2 in 27 minutes. Making quick work, honestly, of Moonstone in that game.
Yeah, and to be honest, even pregame, I wasn't able to really predict this, but the side of TDR, they just like got so many leads in the early game. With Zeri, even Zeri getting a 2v2 kill in the bot side,
Yeah.
Joby just making sure OVO is not able to do anything. OVO was like 3-1, 3-2, and just like after that, 4 deaths in a row, just doesn't even have any options to do anything. Joby just makes sure she's staying in lane and dying. PP Gaoshu, not the best game, especially after an insane Kindred game. I think it was a kind of a letdown in that regard. But he chose this matchup. He wanted this, and he just ended up with the short end of the stick. And with that, we have a series, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1-1.
Yep, absolutely. Crustacean Nation ties the series up 1-1 there, and we are going to take a short break, but we will be back for the pivotal game number 3. Who will be able to turn the series in their favor and be on match point? We will see, but first, we'll be right back. And we are back for the pick and the ban of game number 3 between Moonstone and TDR Crustacean Nation. The series is tied. So this is the all-important game 3 to kind of swing the lead in their favor and gain that momentum. Bans are flying, though, as Moonstone takes away the Hecarim, the Sivir, and the Trundle. And Crustacean takes away the Karma Vayne Senna and Insta Seraphine first pick, matched by the Zeri and the Yuumi.
Ooh, okay. So they're going for a different approach this time. I think Zeri Yubi, much better answer than the Caitlyn Nollis.
Mhm.
We already saw that T Garden was comfortable on Zeri, and T Lights was maybe he didn't shine a lot because his team was just stomping the game. He played pretty fine with the Yuumi.
Yo.
I personally think this is a NASA support. The counter Zeri, it can be played with Seraphine, right? So I would assume it to be a NASA support.
Right now, Aladdin and Hard to Love are swapped. in position wise.
So they are allowed
So this
to.
might be hard to love AD, Allen, and support. We'll have to see if that's really what's happening or if they just are gonna switch later. But
Yeah.
Graves and
But
Nasus locked in for Moonstone, and we get to see the PP Gaucho Graves that you were talking about in game 1.
yep, you're gonna get to see that. Plus, I guess you can still call this a flex. They can still flex Seraphine to 3 lanes. Nasus can go top, possibly still. The only thing I would be sure about is the Graves jungle. And yeah, I think it's just going to be interesting how they will approach this draft. I personally know Hard to Love also, like, he plays AD and support, even in solo queue, so not really like how would you call it? I'm not doubting his ADC skills if he chooses to go more um AD, like a more conservative AD than Seraphine, but we see the GP and Olaf bans coming through again. Just like the game 1 draft, and we see the Kindred taken away. I think that's kind of a answer ban to having a Yuumi on your team. If that Kindred's ahead, that Yuumi will do wonders for your team.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really surprised that they let Seraphine go in this draft, but you know the bans from Crustacean have not changed at all. It's been the same every single game, I believe. So
Oh,
there are specific champs they don't want, and Kane is one that they do want and will lock in Red 4.
yeah, one of the best like one of the most popular champions just in general. One of the most that gets the most pick rate in jungle, and he's been having a lot of success. Players have been having a lot of success with the Assassin Red Cane build, where people also call it the Purple Cane, where you just build the Blue Cane build on the Rost. You heal a lot, you still one-shot people, and just like being that menace that Rost is when he gets a transformation is just extra CC, more sustain in the team fight, especially with a Yuumi. I think that would be incredibly strong. If I had to guess, the team comp for Moonstone, probably like there are like 2 options they can go with this. They can go Lilia top, Graves jungle, Seraphine mid with MF Nasus bot lane. And then you can go MF Seraphine bot with Graves mid, Lilia jungle, and Nasus top. Maybe if they want to flex it a little bit more, they can even go like MF Seraphine bot, Lilia mid, like Graves jungle, Nasus top. I don't know. There's a bunch of things that they can do with this draft if they want to be that flexible. But again, another Renekton pick coming through for Atriox.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about the Renekton again?
I'm not sure if I like it as much. It's like first 2 games you have an early game dominant champion with Trundle. You will never lose a 2v2. This time, I think if you're not into Nasus, if it's any other matchup, Renekton is just not that effective. And I don't know how Moonstone will send, like where they will send these champions at, but if it's indeed a Lilia top, or like maybe even a Graves top, I think this Renekton is not gonna have as much success as he did against the Scion in game 1 and 2. Kane also vulnerable early game. He like until he gets a transformation, his fights are not the strongest. He's actually pretty squishy. They might be able to exploit that, and yeah, I'm not sure about the Renekton. It can work. It's not impossible, but as we until now we just see the Lilia being locked in for top lane. This means Graves jungle, Seraphine mid, and MF Nasus spot lane. So with how things are right now, I think Lilia just is a champion that Renekton can't do a lot to. Lilia has too much movement speed, especially when you stack those movement speed passive coming from the from her Q ability. So it will be really hard for Renekton to really catch him off guard.
Yeah, and it's funny how you just picked out the NASA support right away. Um, I think it was like what, blue 2? Yeah, blue 2. Just picked out the NASA support. And I like this. I like the combination of Misfortune with the Seraphine and then also with the Lilia. I think that the ultimate for Misfortune is just so good.
Yeah.
Until like it's just so strong. They synergize so well together, and even with the Misfortune ulti not breaking the Lilio sleep, it just makes it even better, right? So
Yeah. And
I definitely like the draft coming out of Moonstone here, and I guess I want to ask you which draft are you feeling more? Who do you favor in this game number 3?
I think I favor Moonstone this time because against the NASA Serial lane is really hard to play. Like the amount of movement speed that champion gives, plus when the E comes on top, that's 40% armor penetration. Like you will not be able to trade evenly, and especially if the slow comes in a good position where Zeri cannot dash out of, MF ult comes on top, you're one shot. Like Zeri is not a tanky champion, at least until the shield bolt comes through. So I think the bot lane is hard favored for Moonstone. We
Yeah.
saw how the Seraphine did game 1, and like OVO, although like last game after a while she was shut down, she was ahead in CS most of the time, and this time there's no Trundle. There is no Kassadin to jump on your face. It's going to be much safer. You're playing a much safer champion with Seraphine. If she can just farm it again, another menace in the team fights as we saw game 1. PP Gaucho playing a much more comfort champion for himself. Again, Graves can just farm it out. You don't have to fight the Kane. You can just avoid him, just not give him the stacks that he wants. And Graves is more than fine with just farming it out, getting some items, and then just one-shotting the enemy team. And Lilia will just have a better laning phase than the Scion into Renekton. I think they just drafted a much better team comp that works together better, and it's just good answers overall to what TDR tried to draft here.
Yep, absolutely. And I agree with you. I like the Moonstone comp here a lot. But with that being said, we're gonna throw it to a break and we'll be on to the Rift in a few minutes for game number 3 between Moonstone Gaming and Crustacean Nation. So we'll be right back. And we are on to the Rift for game number 3 between Moonstone Gaming and TDR. Crustacean Nation on the blue side. Moonstone has Slumber Pig on the Lily in the top lane, PP Gaucho on the Graves in the jungle, OVO on Seraphine in the mid lane, and Hard to Love and Alanin role swapping. So Hard to Love is on that Misfortune, Alanin now on that NASA support. Ooh, Gaucho with the... He stops the recall there, and they're going to get this ward too.
No, this time they give it to Slumber Pig, and much better. He will be facing Aatrox in the top lane again, piloting the Renekton. Joby choosing a different champion this time, going with the Kayn instead of the Trundle. Skifter getting to play as Talia after it was banned game 1, picked away game 2, and T-Garden, he found success with the Zeri game 2. He's gonna try to run it back with the Yumi this time instead of the Lulu. They are running safer, just safe laning summoner spells with heal, cleanse, and exhaust instead of the ignite. And Joby starting from the blue, same as PP Gaucho, also starting from the bot side jungle.
Yeah, both junglers starting on this bottom side, and Crustacean did get a ward on to Gaucho's blue, so they do know that he's starting bot as well.
Lumbers. For the first time in the series, he pushed the wave and got ahead in a trade.
Yeah, he's actually able to do things.
Well, but this is what Lilia does. Like, although I'm not really a fan of it, but it is OP. She has incredible power in laning. She pushes waves super fast. She harasses you while pushing the wave, which is also another problem. Already forcing Aatrox to go down close to 6 CS, a full wave worth of
Wow.
gold lead.
Yeah, and then look at this bottom lane too. Just the poke that they have with the Misfortune and the Nasus is so annoying to try and play against, especially on a AD carry who's so weak early game like Zeri. But
So there was this really fast
Us.
readies coming from both teams. I'm not sure what the pause. Oh, jungle DC. Okay.
yeah, he left and then he came back. Okay, there we go. We're back.
They said that he was screaming pause, so they just went for the pause. I guess it might have been an emergency, but we're back in the game. Early game, CS leads for the bot and top side of Moonstone. Surprising enough, OVO is also down CS for the first time in the series against Skifter. But I mean, Slumber needs to be careful here.
Yeah, I think so. And look at Joby is here on the gank. Slumber kiting down to PP Gaosho, and Gaosho is here now. Slumber flashing away. These are low health bars. Has the ghost popped? Like you said, Aatrox and Joby still both have flash.
Skifter is moving, but he went over a ward. So they know not much will come out of it, and OVO gets to push the mid wave. Skifter is just gonna lose.
Gonna miss a full wave for fun.
Maybe he catches one caster minion. Not even that, he's gonna go clear the ward. And that roam, kind of unnecessary. Slumber though.
Whoa, yeah, Slumber taking so low and just gonna get first blooded again.
Champions change. The team comps change. What doesn't change is Aatrox solo killing Slumber in the top lane on Renekton. And kind of a huge kill for Aatrox, because this time he wasn't, like, he didn't have the lane lead for the long time, for like the first few minutes. He was getting pushed in, he was getting harassed by the Lilia. The fact that Joby was able to come in, burn the flash from Slumber, burn Ghost from PP Gaoshu, while Aatrox and Joby didn't burn any summoner spells. So, and he's gonna be able to hold on to his TP as well, so he can use it later on. He picked up the pickaxe. He's looking strong on the Renekton once again. And this might get harder for this Lilia when this Renekton is ahead, because, again, Lilia, strong champion, can fight you with the range advantage that she has, but once Renekton is on top of him, you're just gonna get bursted really fast. At least gonna lose a big chunk of HP, if not die. So, good news for Aatrox.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Slumber's trying to crash a big wave here. They're going back and forth with some trading, but we'll be able to get that wave in and take a reset.
Yeah.
So, for the time being, you know, CS lead in the top lane for Slumber. Dragon spawned. It is a Cloud for the first dragon of the game, and you know, right now we're just kind of all waiting. Not much is happening.
Yeah.
Just kind of farming it up and trading. And
I guess for the time being, I would say the game is just mainly favored for TDR, at least in this early game. The CS difference, it's gone in the bot lane. Actually, T-Guard is ahead now, and the CS department also has a better recall timer, so he is actually up in items if they look to fight here. Top lane, CS difference again in favor of Slumber, but that first blood was massive for Aatrox. Joby also ahead in CS, and he was able to do more with his time on the map.
yeah, and Summer pick beating Joby here. Skifter is also roamed all the way up, so Summer definitely does not want to take any fights there, but you can see the numbers collapsing in for Moonstone. They might look to catch someone here, maybe Joby. They have sleep, but Joby's able to get out.
Yeah. Head jumping goes through walls way too easy. So there won't be any problems there. Slumber needs to be careful.
Yeah,
oh
Slumber,
my, the chunk.
yeah. Big chunk in from Aatrox again.
Yeah.
And yeah, just brutal.
We're actually in a game where I think Aatrox might actually be able to go the Prowler's Claw in this lane, because Lilia will not be going tanky. I think it would be a Rift Baker build. If I had to assume, maybe a Leandries. But, yeah. Like, he's going to be much squishier compared to a Scion, so... Oh, flash?
Oh, and they're diving under the tower. Slumber's gonna put him to sleep, but not in time, as Aatrox is gonna be able to get away with that kill there. But on the other side of the map, Moonstone is taking away the blue buff and also taking away this dragon.
Yeah, and... At least they get something in back, but blue buff and dragon for your top lane's basically whole laning phase, this is just going to be really rough for Slumber to play. Down CS, down 2 kills, down 2 plates, and with how they're playing, like, it's just so easy to dive this Lilia with Renekton Kayn. Especially after Kayn hits level 6, Kayn goes in, takes the initial aggro, goes into his ultimate, then Renekton Gate takes the aggro back, uses Dominus, super easy. There's no problems whatsoever with, like, just going for the dive and getting out without a scratch. I would have thought they would play a little aggressive, a little bit more aggressive with the bot lane that they have. MF Nasus is actually really favored in this matchup, especially for the bot side. Oh, Slumber does get the reset onto the Rift Herald, so they will not be trading objectives.
No, they will not. And for the time being, you know, things have relaxed a little bit. We got 4 minutes on this dragon Herald spawn, but Joby not going for it. Or at least
No.
got it off. Maybe
Gaussian
gank coming
ghosted.
too. Yeah, Gaushu is looking for this kill onto Aatrox here. No flash on the Renekton here. Nice smoke screen, and a shutdown comes through there for Gaushu.
Oh.
450 on the Graves feels really nice.
Yeah, big shutdown. Plus, like this Graves, he did come back with the CS number. He was able to invade. They will be able to pick up the Rift Herald. If Slumber doesn't die here, I think it's massive. He has his flash ready.
Ooh, oh, good. Flashed away from that seismic shove, and Skifter was there with the Weaver's Wall, got up there, but yeah, like you said, Slumber not dying is awesome for Moonstone.
Yeah, and smart thing to do, like we will not see it because of the camera, but Hard to Love actually used bullet time so that he would be able to push the wave when Lennon was trying to roam, right? So because of that, he was not under the threat of a dive. This support was able to roam freely without being concerned about his ADC going down. He picked up the whole wave, and now T-Garden and Lights, they're forced to rotate to mid. They will come back from the river, but yeah, just the overall good map movement coming from Moonstone. Joby needs to be careful. Oh,
Joby? You get one-shotted here, yeah. Oh, okay. I think if Gaushu walked around like where he's at now, he probably would have just been able to one-shot him, but
it at least would have forced the flash out of Joby. Again, both of these guys haven't reset in a while. PP Gaushu backs into a full eclipse. Joby will not be able to finish Gorge Anchor if he resets, but still has 2k gold in his pocket. Pretty good amount to just sit on top of it. And yeah, with the eclipse finished, this Graves is looking scary. And with Aatrox, again, opting for the Borg first item, he does a lot of damage. He is squishy. Like, he will just get bursted down with the Lilia Graves combo.
yeah, Lilia haven't seen a effective sleep yet from Slumber Pig, so definitely looking out for that one when that's coming. Because you know it has to be soon. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah. Bot lane.
Oh, maybe top?
Joby's
No.
here.
Yeah,
But-
Joby in the bot lane. A minute till the drag, so I assume some resets will be coming in. They'll try to be setting up that play, but never mind. Here we
Oh,
go, top lane onto Aatrox, going to sleep. Still no flash available, and Gaushu is just gonna find another kill on this Renekton.
But
Joby here, Skifter here as well. Nice flash there from Allen to get out of the seismic shove and the Yumi ultimate, but still 50 seconds on drag. I mean, the top and the jungle from Moonstone can still reset and get down.
yeah, like still a big problem. Like Joby still has not reset. Like he's just resetting now, and like Skifter again sitting on 1.6k gold with no TP. He does have Weaver's Wool, but just sitting on a lot of gold.
OVO could be in trouble. Has to flash out to safety. Well, look at Gausho is here, burning the flash out of Skifter.
Yeah. Could have picked up the kill. The collateral damage doesn't really land on his target, so nothing will happen. Joby does finish Gore. He is on the Krugs. Not really where you want to be when the dragon is spawning. So this will mean that Moonstone has the first move and probably will be able to pick up the second dragon of the game. But the gold lead, it's almost even. 300 gold separating these two teams right now. And with Aatrox being able to push and pick up this plate, we'll probably get even closer.
Yep, so second dragon of the game going over to Moonstone there, and they're already starting that soul stack.
Yeah.
2 dragons to 0, and with that, the mountains will rise onto the rift. And we're getting a new soul for game number 3. It's a mountain.
Yeah, finally. And after seeing Infernal back-to-back games where we were not even able to see the soul really do much. Game 1, the game died as soon as the soul was picked up. Slumber doesn't have ult. Good movement. Joby needs to get out for now.
Going back in though, as Joby misses the Q.
Skifter's here.
Ooh. Skifter is spotted out.
Gausho's also here. Nothing will come out of it, but again, also an interesting first item choice from Slumber. I would have to assume that item to be Rylai's. I don't think Demonic first is really good on people other than maybe Singed. And yeah, just Aatrox.
Oh my gosh. Alan with the roam.
Has Flash and Dominus.
Dominus used. Wither comes down. And I guess he's just gonna look to go in. Oh, dash in, dash out. With the flash. Snowball. It's with the collateral damage. Good night. As Slumber Pig takes the kill there. And this top lane tower is in trouble.
Yeah. Really good play. He tried his best, but the collateral damage landing this time, and even if it wasn't enough, the sleep came through, so that was a for sure death. The first dirt actually going over to PP Gausho and a Lennon in the top side, and this Graves is up 1k gold compared to the Kane. And a Graves that is already ahead this early into the game, it will be a rough time. Joby is also not going the build that I was talking about. It's not the Assassin Kane, Assassin Ross. This is the normal Ross build with Gore Drinker. But I feel like it's going to be rough into Lilia, into 3 ranged champions.
Oh, T-Garden? Forcing out the last... Oh, the final chapter, but... Gets hit by the Encore, has to flash and cleanse to get out of there. Joby's in the area.
I feel like we need to remove the fact that Seraphine bounces off teammates. That champion will just, like, it is already broken, and I don't think it's gonna take away, like, it will still be strong, in my opinion, even if they take that away. But I feel like just the fact that you can bounce it off teammates from such far extents in the team fight is just too much. Like, the ultimate is just already broken.
Yeah, I mean, Seraphine ulti is pretty crazy. Skifter? Oh my gosh, getting a lot of damage onto Gausho, yeah. Trying to clear out this vision, Joby. Might look for something here. Snowball. Not finding anything but Skifter with the Ghost, missing all the abilities, so no engage yet, but Slumber Pig is trying to go around. Doesn't have Lilting Lullaby yet, but it's coming up soon.
This is going to be one of the problems this game with both teams. No one really has engage other than, I guess the only reliable engage from the side of Moonstone is the Encore, and on the other side maybe Aatrox dashing in with Slice and Dice, and then probably the final chapter from Yumi. Like, that's all the engage that we have in this game. So it will be interesting how these teams will look to create their leads.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of looking forward to it because that is also kind of a sign of a long game when both teams don't really have something that can push the advantage with, something that they cannot really start the fights with.
Yep, and Dragon is spawning in 45 seconds here. We're getting resets across the board. And it's a potential Mountain Soul point already for Moonstone if they're able to secure that. And you know TDR does not want to let that go down without a fight. Aatrox has the TP. Is going to take the reset now. A little late though on the resets here for Crustacean, but maybe they got to catch onto OVO here. Final chapter and the Weaver's Wall trying to kill this Seraphine, but she is so tanky, flashing away from the Encore. As
They
Skifter.
do have Wilting Lullaby.
You do have sleep.
Oh.
Yumi gets tagged. Allen and taking the tower. But now Gaoshu is here under the tower, gonna go to sleep. T-Lights is left without a home. As T-Lights, Joby comes in out of nowhere to save the Yumi and gets the kill back onto Slumber Pig. We'll see what the continuation is as T-Garden is now here.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Joby that the target that he went to, the Umbral Trespass, died when he was in. He doesn't get the healing. Gaoshu on a flank.
Gaoshu gonna meet T-Garden here with the flash bullet time over the top, doing a lot of damage. As T-Garden will go down, Gaoshu on a killing spree. And Joby now running for the hills, and this is gonna be Mountain Soul point for Moonstone.
Aatrox will pick up the mid-tier 1, but like Moonstone is just crushing these small skirmishes, even team fights, I guess we can call it 3v2, 3v4 in the bot side. Was it 5v4? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think it was
Aatrox
5v4.
wasn't there. Aatrox
Yeah.
wasn't there.
So 5v4 team fight in favor of Moonstone. At least TDR will be able to pick up the Rift Herald as somewhat of a complimentary prize, I guess we can call it. Aatrox will pick it up into the side lane. He's going to tank build again this time around. If Joby gets more gold, and if he can finish a few items, I think this Kane will actually be able to do a lot, especially with the Yumi on his side. My problem right now is this Graves is just so strong. He's just ahead of the curve, 3 kills. He was able to pick up the first third for himself as well in the top side. 1.3k up against this Kane, and he almost finished the LDR. For a champion that scales super well with crit, him being this far ahead is, I would say, concerning. Good news for TDR though. T-Garden is ahead in CS a decent amount. He is working towards his Phantom Dancer. He's actually up 1.3k against this MF as well. My problem with that is the fact that MF doesn't really need too much gold. If she has 2-3 items, she is going to melt you down with 1 bullet time.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see that Eclipse into, I assume it will be Sorrel does, on the MF there. Has the tier stacking up as well. So, I mean, definitely a lot of pluses right now in Moonstone's book. I am noticed. I mean, T-Garden has a pretty big CS lead, 30 CS over Hard to Love right now. So, still some signs of life in Crustacean's, or on Crustacean's side. But you know, this next dragon that's coming up is gonna be a big one because you do not want to give over a soul this early in the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, we will see the Phantom Dancer being completed for the series. So next time we see a fight, other than this Graves, most of the champions on the side of TDR will have item leads. The Talia is already 2 items in, completed everything. Good.
Oh,
Lennon.
on to Allen in here as the siding shove's gonna push him back, and yeah, you're in the middle of 4 here, where the Blast Cone will buy some time, but T-Garden is gonna find the kill there, and now they're continuing to chase. But it is hard to chase into the Lilia and the MF in the Graves. We'll see what happens as ghosts are being popped all around. Herald's being popped in this bottom lane as OVO trying to not lose this tower.
I like the fact that OVO, instead of going like full on out AP, Joby.
Joby is in the middle of 3 exhaust is waited out by Slumber Pig. Gonna get knocked up though. We'll see Skifter on the side doing some damage. Oh, he gets Yuumi in the sleep. Gonna put 2 there.
Oh, Skifter's
Teleport's
doing
now
so
coming
much
in.
damage.
Yeah, Skifter's doing so much, and this is a deep teleport in from Aatrox as well, splitting the team up.
Wait, Dominus?
Dominus used. They're gonna play this slow here. As Slumber now gonna get knocked up again. Encore onto 2. Bullet time is huge, and Aatrox diving into the backline trying to make something happen. Joby's gonna go in with the the ultimate, but will end up getting exhausted and taken down from that route. A double kill comes through for Gaosho. T-Lights having to run for the hills. Will find escape onto T-Garden. Slumber Pig now gonna be there to stop them, but he's getting kited out pretty well. I mean, oh, that was a lot of damage out of nowhere there. T-Garden is gonna get abandoned by T-Lights, who's trying to just get out with that final chapter, and will, it seems.
No. Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want to run into Seraphine MF with not really having anything ready for yourself to just stop the MF. But Aatrox did flash over the wall. We're gonna see the replay. He flashed, but took him too long to stop the MF ultimate coming from Hard to Love. And by the time he was there, stunning MF, the team fight was already over. T-Garden and Lights, they tried their best. They even got a kill in return, but yeah. I think the lucky thing is, Moonstone did chase for the kills pretty hard. They were not really able to go for Baron, and the only thing that came out of that whole fight was the kills. So, not the biggest loss for the side of TDR. Joby looking again.
Yep, Dragon spawning now, so you know it's time to fight a potential Mountain Soul here. Skifter's walking up really far. I was surprised there, but I guess there's not really much CC coming through from either team right now.
He's insane.
Joby on the side. Gonna get a knock up onto Alanin. He is pretty tanky with the Frozen Heart completed already. Dragon started up.
Right, this fight is about to start. Some important items are also being completed. I think Moonstone just might as well just win this team fight.
Here we go. Oh, an encore onto 2, but a bullet time over the top. Knock up from onto 4 by Joby, but it looks pretty good here for Moonstone. Skifter, 1 HP. Aatrox gonna go down as well for a double kill for Gaosho. Skifter is gonna die as well. No, not a triple kill. There's the triple kill from Gaosho onto T-Lights. Run. I think just kill him and go Baron, bro.
They will go now. Maybe a little too late. The BM coming from PP Gaosho. Yeah, the team fighting is you just cannot really match the team fighting potential of Moonstone Gaming's comp. You know, like, just really smart itemizations as well. Just Rylai's coming from Slumber, making sure the enemy team is having some hard time just moving in the team fight. The Chemtech Putrefier also completed for OVO, not going full TP, but also buying that support heal cut item, which is one of the best, I think it's the best value heal cut item in the game. You get to spread it all amongst your team, especially with the Seraphine, so just really good build. And like we're seeing it, this Kayn and Yuumi not being able to have the impact that they want to. You want to survive a long time, you want to keep sustaining through the team fight, but they're just getting bursted down, getting their healings cut, just getting out damaged in the team fight.
Yeah, they are, and I know with a 6.5, almost there's 6.4k gold lead, almost 6.5k gold lead for Moonstone. They're wearing the Baron right now. They have the Mountain Soul. Elders in 4.5 minutes. Do you think they're able to finish this game with this Baron? I think they could.
Yeah. I just don't think the side of TDR really have any wave clear. Like, they don't.
Yeah.
Talia can slow down the push just a little bit with the workarounds and just making good use of the seismic shove, but eventually they will be getting permanently poked under the cert.
And you can see already onto the mid lane inhibitor tower. It's gonna fall almost instantly there. As look at the ultimates. Everyone is online right now, and T Garden has to run for the hills. Final chapter has been utilized by T Lights. This mid lane inhibitor is gone. Alanin flashing in with the Wither will get that
T-Garden?
Zeri ultimate
Yeah.
from T Garden, and I think they're just gonna rotate top.
Yeah, I think T-Garden's ultimate is the only way they can actually win team fights. Like this Zeri,
Yeah.
he's the main damage dealer for this team comp right now, and when he doesn't have access to his lightning crash, that is just unplayable team fights.
Top lane inhibitor tower falls, and the inhibitor as well here. They have a wave with a cannon minion. They're gonna be looking to end this game onto the Nexus towers soon. As
There
they
is
get ready to
flash
come
from
through.
Slumber Pig. Maybe a flash lilting lullaby.
That could be what starts the fight, but we shall see. Wave's been cleared out pretty effectively, but the super minions are on the way. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Super minions
This is the
crashing.
push. This is the push.
Yeah, this is it right here. As one Nexus tower falls, Joby trying to find anything, but Skifter is trying to just stall and clear the minions. But there it is, the flash in from Slumber Pig, wilting lullaby over the top. Bullet time is ripping through Crustacean Nation right now as T Garden will fall. Skifter is really low, but the Nexus will fall before the rest of them as Moonstone is going to take game 3 and put themselves on match point.
Yeah. I guess my prediction was wrong for this game too. I thought this game would go a little longer. But yeah, cleaner game, much cleaner game.
Yeah.
I think this was like this is how Moonstone should look to play. Just drafting comfort for jungle I think is the most important. Like PP Gaushu is that carry jungler that you want him to be on, like Graves, the Kindred. He also plays a nasty Lee Sin. So like you want him on these like either playmaking or like just the carry junglers. And like when you support that with Seraphine, which they were able to do both games that they won, like they just looked really good, especially PP Gausha and Ovio. Like they were just Ovio was just ahead in CS constantly, just keeping up that CS number ahead of Skifter, at least not maybe the early game this time, but in general the game. And then PP Gausha just picking up kills and eventually carrying these team fights. Slumber Pig also having a better performance was probably the biggest thing. Most of the time, this Renekton was way stronger when we came to mid-game team fights. This time, that wasn't the issue. He was behind. He was able to pick up a few kills, but he did give first or top. Slumber was doing great with CS. He's playing a much better champion to be utilized in team fights, not like Sion into Trundle where every single ultimate you throw is going into the pillar, right? So, just I think overall a better draft. Like this just shows the flexibility of Moonstone. They even just switched roles in bot lane, and they were like able to just play it just as good as they did previously, maybe even better.
Yeah, absolutely. There, Moonstone looking strong in this game number 3. And if you're a Moonstone fan, that's something you gotta love. Give you some confidence. And you know, for Crustacean Nation, they gotta take the dub. They gotta win game number 4 and push it to 5. Otherwise, they're going down in this playoffs already into the losers bracket after week number 1, and that's not what you want to do. So we're gonna take a short break, but we will be right back to see if Crustacean Nation can push it to a game 5 or if Moonstone is gonna take it in 4. We'll be right back. And we are back for the pick in the ban of game number 4. We got a little bit interesting. We got Alanin and PP Gausho swapping from their normal roles here, with Alanin now in the jungle and PP Gausho now on AD carry. Hard to look back on support. I don't know if this is going to go through. It might, but we'll see.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is just like because it's only those two, because maybe they are not respecting the enemy team after last game. They did have a pretty clean game, I guess, in general. I'm just going through the OP.gg. I don't see Elenon playing a lot of jungle. Well, nor do I see Gaoshu playing a lot of ADC. So maybe they will be looking to play some different team comps. They have something in mind. We see the
Oh.
Seraphim ban for Moonstone and the Echo.
Echo Blue 1.
I'm not
First
sure if
big
you
Echo is wild.
do you really need to prio that pick that early?
No.
I'm pretty sure you can pick something better, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they have a plan. They probably have a plan.
Soraka?
Soraka's only a
Kane?
really good answer.
Oh, Alanin wants the cane. He said, "Hey, you played it last game. now I'm gonna show you how it's done."
Wait, but think about this. What if it's Kane bot lane with Soraka? It is a jungle main playing in bot.
It might
You'll
be.
never
It
know.
might be.
Like Soraka might have been just drafted so that we can keep the Kane a little healthier because he will be getting hit a lot by the enemy ADC. More than likely, the Sivir comes through. Interesting that Moonstone didn't ban it this game. It was perma banned until now. We see the Kindred as well for TDR.
Well,
Interesting choice.
Joby's icon is the lamb. So
Yeah.
if that tells you anything about the player, I'm sure he does enjoy playing the Kindred. He's a big Kindred enthusiast.
It is his second most played. It is his only champion played in the last 20 days of solo queue. I would
Okay.
assume it to be his like one of his mains, especially recently. The Lucian for Moonstone kind of shows that this Kane will maybe go more than likely go to jungle. Lucian Soraka bot lane, possibly for the side of Moonstone. Still, you can flex this Lucian to mid. Still,
Could
you
be
can
solo
flex the
lane.
Soraka to top. There's a lot of things you can flex the Soraka to. We've experienced it a decent amount with Moonstone, especially in this series as well. So we'll see how that shapes up. They do ban the Lulu. The Yumi is still on the table. Maybe they might look to ban it. Yes, it will be the ban, especially with a Kindred, Sivir, Echo, all
Yeah,
of
makes
them being
sense.
good. And TDR just going with the casual bans. Karma Senavain into GP Olaf at almost 3 games in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, same bands all the way around. Actually, same bands all 4 games.
Yeah. And
Just had to double check that.
Moonstone will be rounding out their, or they will be starting their second phase of picks with Vex. Yeah, actually,
Okay.
really good pick into Kindred
I
and
like
Echo.
Vex. Yeah, I like this a lot. Even if Echo, I mean, yeah, probably Echo mid, right? And Vex is good into Echo because you can just press W anytime he dashes in on you.
Yeah, I guess the only problem you would have with Vex is you don't really have any pressure on Sivir. Like if you try to use ult, the spell shield comes through. Even if you land the ult, she can spell shield the fear. A Mumu will be paired up with Sivir in the bot lane. Aggressive champ. I'm not sure if it's good into Soraka because as soon as he jumps in, Soraka just like put down the silence right under him, and then uses Qs to just like heal back up, trade more evenly, and Ilaoi that was banned for I think the last 3 games in the second phase from Moonstone, finally being picked up, and we're not gonna see Atriox on Renekton finally.
Yes, a game of not the crocodile, and I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of Renekton fans in chat will be happy about that. But Shogath is going to be the pick here for Slumber Pig in that top lane into the Alawi, and you know that does kind of solidify the Lucian Soraka bot lane.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like it is I think the drafts are a little even. Like both of them has answers to what the enemy team kind of wants to do. Ilaoi, especially in team fights around objectives, is a menace. Even 1v5, 1v4, 2v4, any type of team fight the Ilaoi is in, it's going to be a huge problem for Moonstone. when there's a Mumu Sivir just helping him in the team fight. On the other hand, Moonstone I think have the better lanes to play through. Cho'Gath, he's actually decent into Illaoi, especially in 1v1s. Illaoi kind of wants to like get mid to like 50 to 40% HP before she ults because she can heal up pretty fast. Cho'Gath can just burst you down really fast with the feast if you're not really paying attention to your health bar. I feel like Lucian Soraka is favored in the bot lane matchup, and Vex is just generally good into dashing champions such as almost every single champion. Illaoi's W is also like a small dash as far as I know, so Vex, good answer to those champions. The big question mark here is the junglers. I think Kindred is much safer. I'm not sure how good Elenin will be able to pilot the Kayn. We know PP Gaushu is really experienced in the jungle. He plays these carry style. If they can win like this is actually just like a huge flex of the rest of the bracket. But like, we can switch our bot lane, we can switch our jungle with our ADC. Doesn't matter. We'll just beat you with any type of roster that we have.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see if they can keep it up. You know, back up their talk with the walk, and you know, I'm interested in this Amumu pick, just because Amumu, you know, known as one of these really strong laning supports, wants to fight early and often, and Sivir, you know, not the strongest early game, doesn't have the most agency. Because of those mana costs, because of, you know, it's just kind of hard for Sivir to get moving early game. So I'm interested to see what they got, how this bot lane will react, especially, you know, in a lane that's as early aggressive as Lucian is.
Yeah. We'll see how that runs up, and yeah, I think that's kind of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to throw it to a short break here, but we'll be on to the Rifter game number 4 to see if Moonstone can close it out or if Crustacean Nation will push us to a game number 5. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, as we are on to the Rift for the 4th time tonight. As we got Moonstone Gaming taking on TDR, Crustacean Nation. I feel like we've seen this every game where Moonstone kind of just 5-man either invades or stacks. And we'll see if they're able to get anything this game. Oh, Aatrox. Uh-oh. Aatrox walking in. Oh no, gonna get feared and taken down. First blood goes over to Alanin. And that is a rough start for Crustacean Nation here.
It is indeed, and Kayn starts with a tier. That is never good news, especially for an Assassin Kayn that wants to have like that elevated early game, like wants to get these souls really fast. That kill will grant him the tier. When you stack the tier, that Menemin will just do a lot of damage when he finally finishes it. So, good start. It's not going to be the end of the world. There was no summoner spells burned from either teams. Yeah, we're gonna see both junglers starting from their respective red buffs.
Yeah, just a free kill given over. That's gonna push Alan in and just kind of propel him into an early game that might not be the best. But we say, you know, an 80 carry playing jungle. It's off to a good start.
Yeah, man. I guess when we look at the summoner spells, the rune choices, there isn't anything too spicy. The only thing that I don't like would be Light's choice of Conqueror.
Gaushu having to burn the flash early after a T-Lights hits that bandage toss, and oh, this could be bad for Slumber in the top lane. Oh, I guess not.
Yeah. It's just Cho'Gath is one of those champions where he's gonna out-sustain anyone in the top lane. The passive, giving back health and mana per killed minion, pretty good for Cho'Gath, especially into the Illaoi lane. We see Joby going for a 3-camp clear instead of a more general clear. He's gonna look for a mid. Ovio needs to be careful.
Yeah, Ovio still has flash.
Ignite?
Gets the shield from the ignite. Not gonna find the kill there, but Slumber Pig and Aatrox going back at it again. Gaucho gonna hit level 2 finally off of this big wave that's crashing.
Yeah, and I feel like Skifter needs to be careful.
Yeah, Joby's still back. Joby is still lurking here in this area, but gonna get feared up, and Ovio should just be fine.
Good trade as well. And just Joby is just wasting time. Like, he's down half the CS that Lennon is right now. Plus, he's not going to be able to pick up the marked Scuttle Crab either. Lennon? Waiting for Kindred to show up, but I just don't think there will be much happening.
Joby with this gank here. Summer Pig gonna get the fear off, but should just go down there as Joby is gonna find that kill. The first one for Crustacean Nation.
Yeah, and just again, the Kane has a kill, but Kindred, I think, if he gets ahead in the early game, especially in a position where Elenin is not getting a lot of souls for his transformation, he will be just favored in these possible fights. Aatrox needs to be careful. He's out of mana, basically, so probably gonna look to reset here. Slumber can actually stay in this lane. He does have the sustain. He still has full mana to himself, so
Yeah, just TP'd back. So he is gonna be able to sustain up, like you said, with the passive T-Lights. Not getting the bandage toss on to a champion, but
we see Joby like just going for a lane gank right now in the top side. No vision. He hasn't been spotted. And Slumber Pig does have the flash. Let's note that one. But if he doesn't pay close attention to what's going on or overextends.
yeah, this wave is still pushing away from him too, so he kind of has to stay on the wave. And here we go, Joby looking for Slumber Pig. A nice double knockup, and we'll utilize that flash to get this. Oh my gosh, Joby for good measure with the flash Q.
Unfortunate for him, the Mounting Dreads double stack just ran out as soon as he flashed. Oh,
T-Light's going in, but a bit far.
yeah, and they're not healthy right now. And given T-Garden does have pots and a biscuit for himself, but Lennon.
Lennon
he
is
gets
stealing away the Gromp. Yeah, he got away. Stole the Gromp away.
Yeah, and
It's going to increase the CS lead. Look at that. I mean, 16 CS, 4 camps up from Lennon.
yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else for him to pick up here. He's gonna check it. Not much will come out of it. He should just go back to his own camps, clear it. Like, Joby has nothing to clear for himself. And, like, Lennon has all of the small camps up. He can look for a gank. He is moving up. Some more trading in mid lane. But top side,
Yeah,
Aatrox
Lennon
doesn't
here.
have ult.
Oh, flashing in. The tentacles miss.
He's 6.
Lennon. Gotta use that Owie ultimate. You have to be scared when those tentacles are flying. Knockup is clutch from Slumber Pig. Oh, and Alanin picks up the kill, but will get taken down by the tentacle. Ovio flashing it under the tower. One more auto is enough, and had to go for that play. Otherwise, it would have meant death. So 1 for 1 in the top lane and in the jungle. I mean, top lane and the mid lane. Oh, bandage toss connects from onto Gaucho, but T-Lights takes a lot back.
Yeah. That's like one of those bandage tosses where, like, you just throw it, but you don't really want to land it.
Yeah.
But then when it lands, you're just put in a really bad spot. Just interesting game. Just different than others. Just overall kill trades happening all over the place. Top lane, let's look at the overall gold. Top lane, 200 gold difference. Not too much. Jungle, actually a decent advantage for Elenin in the jungle. Probably because of the CS difference currently. Mid lane, dead even. ADC 300 in favor of T-Garden. But also at the same time, hard to love being staying up in gold with the item difference. Ovio.
Ovio getting ganked again here under the tower. Gonna get stunned up and taken down by Joby.
Oh. And
Unlucky there.
I think Joby, especially like in case of the mid lane, has been really smart with how he plays. Oh,
Oh, go! There we go. Gausha with the flash forward brings the flash out of Tea Garden, but the autos go off and will find the kill there. And now Skifter in this bottom lane, but I don't think will not find anything there.
Yeah. I think
Slumberpig is struggling.
he is, but I also don't think Aatrox really has any pressure of dive, especially with no flash. I think all Slumber needs to do is kind of dodge away the tentacle, that big tentacle coming from Ilawi, and he's fine, but it's also really hard to dodge. He's super chunked.
Yeah, he's really low. I think he has to back up now. The tentacles are slapping at him.
I also didn't know this, but for some reason, the tentacles actually give back HP to him. And I'm not sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and like, I didn't know that those things work. Oh, he lands the tentacle again. The
He got
ultimate.
hit again. Ulti
I
comes
think
down.
he dies.
Depends on if
maybe?
he can dodge. Time for the mini game again. Looks like he's
Yeah.
alright.
It's just him losing CS though, because he's
Mhm.
forced to dodge these things. Loses a cannon, another melee. Does have feast available to him. I would love to see him just. Yep, there it goes. Just being able to stack the feast as early as you can is the best thing. Already has 3 stacks of feast. Once you hit 6 on minions, then you can like kind of use them a little more conservatively, just leaving it for maybe a herald to kill, maybe a dragon possibly, right? But until then, just making use of the feast and getting those extra HP is really beneficial for him. If you look in the jungle, huge CS lead still for Elenin, doing a good job, and just something that I wasn't expecting. I thought he would be getting out-pathed in the jungle, out-tempoed, but that's not really the case. He actually finishes Eclipse, the first person in the game to finish the mythic item, so props to Elenin.
Yeah, it has the most CS in the game. Actually, no, not the most CS in the game. Second most CS in the game. Most
Third.
CS on his team. Oh yeah, third. I can't count.
That is
First, most CS on his own team, right, as the jungler. But look at this. Aatrox and Slumberpig are going at it here. Aladdin is
Elenin
here.
is here.
Knock up is nice. Yeah, this should be a kill here. Back onto Aatrox. It's gonna be secured with that feast. And now Joby is gonna meet Alan in here. Umbo Trespass. This doesn't look like you would. This don't look like you win at all here. Joby has to flash away to safety. Alan is gonna follow through with the flash. Lamb's Spite coming over. We're getting a 2v2, and Ovio is on the way. Connects with the Shadow Surge. Pops that Chrono Breaker. Skifter now is gonna go down. No kills given back. Shadow Surge for 2 misses. Harold, what? Harold?
Wait, Herald?
Harold just dropped mid. I think that was an accident or distraction.
Elenin?
Maybe distraction. Oh, it gets
I'm not
stopped.
sure. Oh no.
Oh, it gets stopped completely. Joby, what? Gonna try and get onto Elenin.
I think he forgot that he
Oh, he
picked it
gets
up. Elenin?
Oh no! Elenin finds the kill there.
Oh, that's so bad. Waste Herald dies.
Ugh. That's really bad for Joby there.
I think he forgot.
Yeah, probably. Oh, Slumberpig! Oh, he's gonna get shut down by Atriox. The tentacles are slamming.
And Aatrox will have some free time to hit this turret until Slumberpig is alive in 20 seconds. He's gonna pick up at least 2 plates, I would assume.
Probably one more.
Yeah, and with that, I think he has enough gold to finish Divine Sunder, and once that is completed, Slumber will be having some problems in the side lane. That Divine really makes a difference, especially in the side lane when you're tank versus Ilawi.
4 plates off of that
yeah.
death. And yeah, this is rough now. I mean, a huge gold lead in this top lane for Atriox. Almost a 1.5k in favor of the Alawi here. And Ovio and Skifter still going back at it in the mid lane. Nice trade out, and the dragon will go over to Moonstone. So they continue their early game dragon dominance. Alan and gotta find Joby here as Umbo Trespass comes through. Is he gonna just be able to solo kill him?
He missed the Q.
Misses the Q. We'll just be able to back on out of there.
Yeah, and
Still doesn't have transform yet though. Oh, T-Lights with the flash in. Bandage Toss misses. Curse of the Sad Mummy will force out the wish, but now Gaosho
Oh.
is here, and T-Lights is gonna go down to Gaosho.
an important thing, like, yes, Elenin is still not transformed, but he has transformation ready on reset. But he feels himself strong enough, and I would assume he was strong enough right now. Fight people even without the transformation. The amount of damage that he's able to do with the Eclipse, with the extra AD that he's getting from Longswords.
Slumber
oh
Pig
my.
getting destroyed.
I'm not
by-
sure Elenin can do anything here.
Yeah, we'll see. Trying to maybe save the tower here, but gonna get grabbed by the
Oh, he's dead.
E from Malawi, and he's just gonna go down a shutdown. 450 handed over to Joby on a silver
Oh,
platter.
Lumber Pig.
Slumber's dead here. Yeah, this guy's done. Gonna get dove under the tower. E connects from Malawi as well,
Oh,
and will fall.
another? No, not another shutdown, but I think I assumed that was the treasure hunter or something. That was like, oh no, it was just Triumph's extra gold, but yeah. Just a lot of gold swing happening in the game. They were behind gold by a decent bit like a few minutes ago, and the first turret going down, the third plates, the shutdowns, and right, Crustacean just goes up 1.2k gold out of nowhere, and yeah, the Kane finally gets a transformation, but not before he hands over a shutdown to Kindred.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of an oopsie there by Elenin, and Skifter now has to be careful. Got chunked pretty hard by Ovio, and now Alan is coming on the way.
Yes, Chrono Shift available.
Will
to
use
him.
the ultimate. Umbral Trespass comes in, but it's not enough damage. And oh, Shadow Surge under the tower with the ignite. Is it enough? Yes, it is. As T-Garden and T-Lights a little bit too late on the play. But now Ovio is in a tough situation here. Gonna go down to T-Garden. And that's a kill given over to the Crustacean AD carry. T-Lights maybe looking for some more here.
Yeah, he does have Curse of the Sad Mummy available to him. He's not gonna be able to find anything though. And this game, just I thought it was almost a wrap with like the Kane being ahead, the Cho'Gath actually finding some success in the side lane, and out of nowhere, this Kindred picking up the kills, this Ilawi just dominating in the side lane, and like Ilawi is just a matchup where you don't even want to like go there. Like the more people she has closer to her, the better it is for her, right? And this is not a Kane where it's Ross where he's like sustaining. He's just gonna get one shot unless he can one shot the Ilawi, which I don't think will happen.
Yeah, and I mean it's anytime Slumber Pig can dodge an E from Alawi, it's a good sign, right? You know that you can actually survive. And now Alan is looking for it here, but the E hits onto Slumber Pig. The tentacles are gonna be slamming. That's the ultimate coming out from Alawi. They gotta kind of wait this out a little bit, but the Conqueror is fully stacked. Flashing forward, Wish is gonna buy some time, some space, but oh, T-Lights with the bandage toss over the wall. Curse of the Sad Mummy gonna pick up both of them.
Yeah, like, huge play just in time to save Atriox from Elenin. He wasn't even able to use Umbral Trespass to get himself to safety, and that elevated early game for Kane is just being shut down on its head. Only 400 gold dividing both of these junglers, and with a Kindred who already has 5 marks to him, he is sitting pretty comfortable. I think it was game 1 where we talked about, like, I think it was PP Gaoshu who had like 6 marks in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Joby is at 5 marks at 16 minutes. He's like getting these marks like nothing, and if he can keep this up, he's going to be set up for success to carry this game.
Yeah, absolutely will, become a menace, and it definitely is interesting to point out the stack count from game number 1 in comparison to this game, and we have a mounted dragon spawning for the second dragon of the game, and it's just instantly getting started by Moonstone Gaming, as they do have the numbers advantage. Aatrox in that top lane does have the teleport available, but Skifter is not here, so it's gonna be
okay.
yeah, feast. Just gonna be a Dragon Boat maneuver.
I forgot it for a second. I was like, huh?
Yes, and Herald spawned in the top lane. Oh boy, this is going to be rough here as these towers are falling. The tier 2 is already gone, and the rest
They
of
lost mid tier 1 as well.
yeah, they lost mid tier 1. Inhib Tower is gonna get a charge on here, and let's see if they can get Atriox here. Summer Pig still has not dodged the E. And this might be the angle here. Gaucho is just kind of running into the rest of the team, but Atriox, is going to go down there. Wish is going to buy some time, but T-Lights is diving in the backline. T-Garden is going to go down as well here, and this could be the fight to turn it around for Moonstone Gaming. Joby is going to fall as well here, and whoa, look at that. A 4-for-1 in favor of Moonstone.
Yeah, huge misplay coming from Joby. He missed the timing on Lamb's Respite. He wasn't able to keep Atriox alive, and then he used it after he died, so he didn't have it for his own use afterwards. And it just ends up with Moonstone picking up some shutdowns, especially Vex getting the 250 gold shutdown on this Sivir, right? And like this Vex, he was behind. She did get killed by Joby a few times back to back, but getting stronger again. We talked about this Vex being the counter pick, so if she gets ahead enough, it's going to be hard for the side of TDR to play this game as freely as they want.
Absolutely here, and you know, I didn't get to mention this before, but it is going to be Infernal Dragon. Again, on the Rift here. I believe this is, what, three out of the 4 games have been Infernal Soul, rather. And Summer Pig, you know, he's getting there. What do you think about the Tiamat?
Titanic. I know sometimes people go for the Titanic in their build, but it's like much later. You want to like get some tank items in before you really go for that. But he's going for the Titanic second. Atriox.
Oof.
Oh my.
Alanin almost got one-shotted by the tentacles there.
And he has the Hull Breaker now, so this is not the squishy Illaoi. This is an Illaoi with a lot of resistances, a lot of healing, so it's going to be really rough to shut this guy down. In the side lane at least.
Oh my gosh, well, what about the mid? What about the AD carry in the mid lane? Gets absolutely one-shotted. Skifter though, running into 4 people. Does have the ultimate, but still a little bit odd.
Yeah. It's still an Assassin Kane into an ADC. You don't really get to live, especially when you don't have an Enchanter. You only have an Amumu. To be honest, Amumu, if played right, he can stop the Kane on this tracks, and pretty good as well. If the Kane oversteps Curse of the Sad Mummy into Bandage Toss, that guy is dead in a second.
Yeah, Amumu, one of those champs that has so much CC. If you're using it correctly, you can lock someone down for a really long time. Got a minute and a half until this dragon. Potential soul point for Moonstone, and you know, it's a bit later than what we saw in game number 3, but I feel like Moonstone has been dominating a lot of these neutral objectives in the early game.
Yeah. And the neutral objectives, important, but I don't know if Moonstone can keep getting them. Like,
yeah,
I think they're getting to a point where they don't want to. They can teamfight. PP Gaucho is actually in a really good spot to teamfight. Is he building Black Cleaver?
It looks like it, yeah, to cut down the Illaoi.
I guess, but I don't know. I'm really questionable item choice.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. I feel like I haven't seen Black Cleaver Lucian in years.
Do not try at home.
Do not try it.
Yeah, it's just he's like he's even in gold, but I think we've seen it over the series that people are just going for some awkward item choices in this series. Atriox though.
Oh, another E hits. Atriox cannot miss with these E's, but oh, look at mid lane. T-Lights getting one-shotted, caught by the Everfrost, and now Ovio's gonna go and try and buy some time, but the rest of Moonstone is running down TDR right now, and they want this mid lane outer tower. Force out the Chrono Breaker. Yeah, forces out the chrono break from Echo,
Yeah.
and this dragon has spawned up, and
Aatrox
Moonstone
has to be
numbers
that
advantage.
one-man army.
Oh, Aatrox.
He is the one-man army.
Yeah, he is, honestly. Allen and flash fear by OVO is gonna force out the Lamb's Respite, but the Umbral Trespass is going to take down the enemy jungler. Kindred has to run for the hills as Yaosho uses the Blast Cone to get out of there, and Allen maybe in a little bit of a dubious position, but able to run out there, and still numbers advantage on this dragon here. But TP's coming in from Skifter. Aladdin is on the other side trying to find a flank. T-Light's going in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. It connects here. Hard to Love has to flash away. Double knockup coming into from the Rupture, and the Feast from Slumber Pig is going to take out T-Garden running in. Trying to deal damage to this Cho'Gath, but Soraka is healing him up. Calling. Gonna... Hard to Love, 1 HP! Goes down to the Boomerang Blade. Aladdin going in now. What? Check your PayPal.
Yeah, that was a little interesting choice coming from Lennon. And jungle being down, no feast available to Cho'Gath. Open invitation for the enemy team to go for Baron. On the other hand, Moonstone will be able to pick up the dragon, but I feel like if they give this Baron over, how do they stop Aatrox in the side lane? Like in a 1-4 team composition, I don't think they can really do anything. It's just going to be really rough. Black Cleaver finished for PP Gaoshu though.
He's got it. He's got it done. He's gonna be shredding that armor. Slumber Pig should just be able to feast this, no problem there. Secure that dragon. And now Infernal Soul Point for Moonstone Gaming at 24 minutes and 45 seconds. And that next dragon, the all-important one right now, Crustacean wearing purple.
I'm not sure if Infernal... Obviously it's gonna help. Obviously it's gonna elevate this Kayn even more. But I'm not sure, is the Infernal gonna be enough for them to deal with Aatrox? I feel like PP Gaoshu was like their only chance at killing this Illaoi. Like, if you're gonna go this build, like, go Bork first item into Black Cleaver. I think it would have at least made more sense. I know there was a build like that for Lucian, maybe 3 seasons ago. But, I think it would have made a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is an interesting one, and see what he goes next. Maybe Serelda's next or something like that. I truthfully don't know, but I think if you're Moonstone, you need some sort of healing reduction for Aatrox in the side lane.
No, and it has to come, in my opinion, it has to come from Soraka. The Putrefier would probably be them by, because everyone else, they need to go damage. This Cho'Gath has to keep going tank. If not, it's just going to be just rough. Missed the Q.
Gets caught out, maybe. Joby looking for him over the wall, flashing in. And Lennon has to flash out to safety, but did get T-Lights and Joby flash in the process. So 2 flashes for 1, and this bot lane tower is going to fall, though. Maybe Alanin looks for it.
Important thing here is that, yes, they burned flash, but they burned their important ultimates.
He's one shot. He's one shot.
He's
dead. Joby's there! Oh, he's not dead! He lives!
The heal from Hard to Love.
Culling pops the Lamb's Respite. As Crustacean is just threatening right now, pushing in to, well, now 1 lane they've consolidated, but this mid lane tower is going down fast, and this inhib is under threat.
Yeah, the Hullbreaker just doing job in the side lane. Even when Lennon joins Slumber Pig to stop him, he can't really do anything. And although, yes, they forced out flashes from T-Lights and Joby, it doesn't matter. They burned their major cooldowns. They burned Calling. They burned Shadow Surge. They burned Umbral Trespass. Without them, they don't have a chance at defending these turrets. Those are their aggressive / defensive tools. Calling can be used both ways. Umbral Trespass is the only way this Kayn can survive right now. So, with them being burned, even if it's for flash, then you just don't have a way to defend this Baron.
Yep, and I want to just do a stat count on Joby right now. He's at 8 stacks on this Kindred. Or
Yeah.
8 marks, rather, on the Kindred. And, you know, 1 minute 50 onto this Infernal Dragon. You know, it's going to be a big fight. And still, Atriox relentlessly pushing in that top lane.
And yeah, at the same time, when we talked while we were talking about stacks, Gargat is currently at 10, 5 minions and a monster that rounds up to 6 for his limit, and then 2 champions and 2 dragons. So like he is at a decent spot. He is getting tankier. He's looking to build his next item with the stone plate. Of gargoyle. Lennon.
Oh, here we go. 4-man onto Atriox.
guys.
Are they going to be able to do this? Exhaust is nice.
Oh, the
Atriox
flush?
still trying to find it. Okay, good. Gets the
much healing.
shutdown there with the feast. Yeah, too much healing
But
from
what's
Heart to Love. But
happening
look
on
at
the
this
other
bottom
side?
lane inhibitor tower. It is going to fall. Let's see if Aladdin looking for some
He
action
doesn't
here.
have Umbral Trespass. There's 40 seconds to Dragon, 37 seconds to Aatrox coming back. The top wave is not
TP.
fixed. I think that would be what I would be like. That's the thing that I would be scared of, and I think like PP Gauchi is resetting right now. Then he's resetting on Vision. They know he's resetting.
Yeah,
They
there's
can
really
actually
good TP
look for
wards.
something here.
There's also really
Uh-oh,
good TP
Soraka?
wards too.
Hard to love.
Oh, he's on a
Putting on
ward.
Vision.
Oof, dodges out of
Oh,
that
it
banish
doesn't
toss.
land.
Joby
Oh, they're
looking at Ovio. Ovio's gonna go golden, try and buy some time. Has to flash away. Still gonna fall though.
oh.
T-Lights, I think, will go down as Alanin going on to Skifter, burning the ultimate. T-Garden is 1 HP. Aatrox has now joined the party here. Rumble Trespass onto Skifter. He's going to go golden, trying to buy some time. T-Lights goes down as well, and it's a 2v4 as PP Goshu goes in, gets the assassination on to Skifter, but it is only Aatrox alive in the 1v3. But Aatrox, if anyone, is going to be able to do that if given the
Oh.
opportunity. Slumber.
PP Gauchi
Pass
is low.
TP. He's literally 1 HP.
And they're not going to be able to do this Dragon right now.
No,
I
they
think
can't.
Aatrox is just strong enough. Slumber Pig does have TP. He can regen up and TP back. The ultimate cooldown, Leap of Faith, is 12 seconds away from Aatrox's usage.
Here we go. TP coming in
He
from
will do
Slumber Pig.
something.
They're going to start this dragon, I think. 2v1. Aatrox is there.
Joby is
Does
on the
have
way.
the ultimate. Gonna get knocked up. Here we go. Silence comes through.
Oh.
Oh, E is dodged crucially as the ultimate comes through. And the wish
He's
will
ready.
keep Alanin alive. Nice. Shadow Surge connects and will secure the kill there.
Okay.
But
Keep
now
it
the
this way.
dragon has started.
No feast available.
No, yeah, no feast, no feast. Shadow Surge connects onto Skifter, but here we go, onto the dragon. Watch Joby, into the pit he goes, huge bandage toss, but doesn't get the curse to the side mummy off, and the dragon goes over to Alanin. He's gonna go and stay alive in the Umbral Trespass, but he will get taken down. Now Skifter has to use a Chrono Shift to get back. Joby is trying to find the damage in the back line, but will
Slug
get
is
knocked
healing.
up. Has to use the Lamb's Respite, and now it's 2v4 in favor of Moonstone Gaming. Joby has to run for the hills as well as Skifter. Joby's going to be able to take that Gromp away and take a reset, but he's going to go back in onto Gaucho, going to get taken down as well as Skifter, and it's a 5-for-1 ace in favor of Moonstone, and they're now wearing their Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and they can actually just look for a ban here. There's still a long time, long death timers on the side of TDR Crustacean. We see the smite comes through. Lennon actually dies in his ultimate, but then the Soraka value is just coming through here. PP Gaoshu just keeps healing up. Just the Heart to Love, just really showing why Soraka is one of the most OP enchanters in this game.
Yeah, definitely a big play coming through, and back in the game, they're on Dragon or on Baron right now. T-Lights with a huge curse at the side mummy. He's gonna go down though, as now Aatrox trying to make the hero play. Look at the Cho'Gath, he's so big. As Aatrox is still tanking up, gonna get the 1k shutdown. Alanin's gonna go down as well. Oh no, he's not. He's gonna go into the Umbral Trespass, going back in onto T-Garden. No, as T-Garden will find the triple kill and will trade his life down as a 5-for-3 in favor of Crustacean there.
Yeah, and Actually, huge play from T Garden. Like, he kind of just almost saves the game there. That last ult attack, and I think TDR just gets Baron here. There's no one on Moonstone to really answer this. Jovi does have IE, Phantomness, and Crack, and he is gonna melt this down. And even if he was able to do anything, right, there's no TP from Slumber Pick, so they are pretty safe. They will pick up the Baron again. And, oh, I would have expected them to kind of wait and give
try and wait,
Baron
yeah.
to Atriox at least. But yeah.
So 3 members of Crustacean wearing purple right now. Infernal Soul is to Moonstone. Elder Dragon in just over 3 minutes. So that'll probably be the next point of contention there.
Oh, and
Alan
you see,
looking for T Garden.
forces the ultimate.
Yeah, forces the ultimate out. Will not go for anything more.
And full build coming for Atriox here. 4 items completed for T Garden. And is there anyone else full build? 4 items for Lennon. A top lane fight.
Oh! Slumber Pig
Feast.
just feasts Skifter from half HP. Had no chance.
Yeah, and
They're chasing him down.
yeah. I think they
Jovi?
can actually kite him down if they can keep vision on him. We're going
my
melee
gosh.
though.
They're going melee range into the bush.
Oh,
Flash
the
out
flash.
of the rupture from Cho'Gath.
Oh damn.
Back into the bush. Gonna get taken down. Alan in now. Looking for Atriox, but look at this mid push. 4 members strong. From Moonstone onto this mid lane tower. Tier 2 gonna fall. As Jovi and T Garden back, and they're gonna rejoin their team.
Yeah, man. I think a huge mistake from Skifter there. Kinda just forces his team to go for a play where they have Baron, they want to play for the map, and instead they're forced to like go for trade kills. Atriox doesn't have Baron, so he's staying with the team. They can actually just look for these inhibs right now. Slumber Pick 20 seconds still. Skifter does have TP available to him, so we will be looking to do some good damage into that Moonstone base right now. Atriox is just up there like a unit.
Mid inhibitor has fallen. Bottom lane inhibitor is about to go down as well. Calling is pretty big as now Alanin gonna force out the Lamb's respite. Shadow Surge
he's
not gonna find.
staying
Oh, he does find the mark, and he's alive still as OVO goes in. T-Lights taken to 1 HP. Skifter has to burn that Chrono Shift, and T-Lights is gonna fall as well. So 3 for 0 in favor of Moonstone Gaming right now. They still have 2 waves or 2 inhibs down. Those Supermains are gonna be coming in soon, but they at least can make some progress on these waves for a little bit of time. Elder in 1 minute.
Yeah, they're not gonna really be able to end the game. There are no wave or the side of Moonstone.
Skifter
Uh-oh.
gonna go golden. Nice job
Len's
with that
getting
silence
chunked.
there. Atriox now, the last member standing. Dragon in 45, and it is the Elder. You know that's an important one.
Gifter does have TP. He's gonna be right back up when that Elder comes up as well. But it's just such a close game right now. It's on a knife's edge for both teams. Ah, damn.
Yeah. Oh, whoa! Did you see that demolish proc almost one-shot the tower?
That's what happens when you have that much HP with Demolish. How much HP does he have? 6.7k.
Almost 7,000.
That's not even full build.
Jeez,
He can go
dude.
Vormogs, imagine.
Slumber Pig gonna get hit by the E again. I feel like I've been saying that a lot this game.
Yeah.
Elder has spawned. Skifter not gonna burn that TP. Interesting choice here. But Alan on the flank gets onto Joby. Umbral Trespass finds the one shot. T-Lights gonna fall as well. 2 kills for Alan in there. Huge play from him, and
Gifter.
now he might be in
Lennon
trouble
needs
though.
to be
He's gonna go
careful.
down.
Big
As the
shutdown.
dragon.
Feast is still available.
Feast is still up. No smites on the board for either team.
Look at Midwave.
6.6k. Midwave is about to crash onto the Nexus tower.
There's TP from Atriox.
They have to
If they
just
can
back.
just stop resets.
Nexus towers are under siege right now, crashing. The minions are there as 3 members from Moonstone will back to
Okay.
try and clear these waves.
They have the information.
Yeah, Slumber Pig has not
does have
backed.
flash.
And it's warded. He has flash and it's warded. And he has eat.
Oh,
Skifter going over. Gonna burn his ultimate pretty early. Didn't want to get feasted again, but the rest of the team is coming. 7.5k on this Elder Dragon. And I think that Moonstone can just take this over.
yeah. Tea
wait,
Garden is left alone. Oh, another wave coming through.
Slumber Pig is running away.
Wait. No.
He's running away from his
No.
base. He's gonna get stunned. Ignite. Oh. Oh.
That's Elder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna be Elder going over to Crustacean.
Unless a Lennon can get like a miracle deal, but he's not even moving. It's gone. But how can they defend this? They're
Why did Slumber Pig run that way?
I don't know, but like this Soraka needs to heal so much with like Elder, almost a full build Sivir. Oh,
Alanin gets taken down. He gets caught in the jungle.
That's game.
Joby forces the Lamb's respite.
huge.
Oh
bench.
no, Ovio's gonna fall right off of this. As
Look at
she will
T-Legs.
go down as well. Gyasho trying to do the damage, but cannot.
The Bruiser Lucian, no.
And the Nexus towers are under siege, and the Nexus towers are going to fall.
5-game
Crustacean
series,
Nation
baby.
takes it to 5.
Wow.
Oh man, I feel like that game was in Moonstone's hands. They
Yeah.
had so many opportunities to win
Oh.
it, you know, to take, well, maybe not so many, but once they got the soul, they had so many opportunities around that Elder Dragon and just
Yeah.
did
Just-
not execute properly.
One misplay just kind of costing their Slumber Pig actually doing a good job trying to defend the Ilaoi, actually being able to, and then just when he could have became the hero by stealing it, then he decides to walk the wrong way, and that just kind of ends up as them losing that game. Really close. The gold swing was actually massive. That game was just in I would call it just straight insane there. Like just going between I think 6k almost in the gold difference. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like it was 6k in favor of TDR. They brought it all the way back and to like their favor. That the gold was dead even at 37 minutes, and the game is just over one mistake. Unfortunate. We still have one more game to go. Damn. I don't really have
Yeah.
much else to say.
That's true. That's true. We're gonna throw it to a break, but we will be back for the pick and the ban of game number 5. It's Silver Scrapes time. We'll be right back. Well, we have made it to the 5th and final game between Moonstone and TDR Crustacean Nation. This is the one that matters. It all comes down to this. Game number 5 as the bans have come through. Hecarim, Trundle, Sivir taken off the table for Moonstone. By Moonstone, rather. Seraphine, Karma, and Senna taken away by TDR. And the Soraka first pick is what we're getting for Hard to Love.
Family of TDR is not giving away the Seraphine on red side. They make a wise decision with banning it. What champion does this leave open? I think they were normally banning Vayne, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
they were normally banning the Vayne. I'm kind of interested into how they draft because, with Vayne being open, they might not be able to go those tanks in the top lane or the jungle. Wukong comes through, one of the higher power junglers in the meta. We haven't seen it at all this series, but we're gonna see it in the hands of Joby this time. PP Gaushu, wonder what he's gonna answer this. Graves is still open. Lee Sin is still open from his champion pool. Kane playable in this series. I don't know. Ooh,
Zach. A tank jungler.
okay.
Okay, and just for the record, PP Gausho and Alanin are back in their respective roles. All right, we don't have any more role swaps here. So Alanin back in AD carry, Gausho back
Yeah.
in jungle.
And I guess not bad information to give. Zac is actually his highest win rate and highest KDA champion in solo queue for PP Gaushu. I don't really see the Zac's
Woohoo!
playstyle fitting it, but Jinx,
Let's
okay.
go. Let's get excited. We got the
Yep.
Jinx locked in for Alan in here. And bot and bot jungle locked in this game. I feel like we haven't seen too much of that this series where the bot and the jungle
No.
gets locked in first rotation, but
Yeah. But oh, it's nice to see some change. We're gonna see we're gonna see 5 champions already that we haven't seen in game 5. These teams are willing to pull out things that they haven't played the series, but obviously I would assume they have some practice on. The GP Ben as usual. I don't know if they're gonna go with Olaf again. More than likely they will. Interesting drafts coming from both teams.
thank
Ezreal
goodness.
Sona.
Thank
Oh,
goodness
they
Alawi's
allow it.
banned.
Yeah, I think they learned their lesson. Don't just ban the Illaoi away. It's not worth just saying, oh, maybe we can play into it. It's just so hard, especially if you're gonna just like pick a tank into it. It's basically a matchup where Illaoi is not under pressure pre-6, and after 6, you just don't want to gank him. He's like one of those champions like Mordekaiser. You don't want to gank that champion. Mordekaiser you can QSS out of. Illaoi, you're not QSSing out of anything, so really strong champion.
Yeah.
Another new champion that is going to be played first time in the series, Victor. And I would assume these as like more normal drafts. Victor, just easy wave clearing, carry jungler, not carry mid laner. He can carry, especially for late game. He does a lot of burst damage. Ezreal, reliable in the in the ADC. My brain is lagging right
Ooh.
now. Sorry. But yeah, Lux
You're
mid
not the only one.
for
Lux mid for
OVO.
OVO.
I think it was
We'll
game
see.
1 that they picked this, but send it to support.
Yeah. Yes, game 1.
Ooh, Zac top?
Oh, wait a minute. Looks like it is going to be Zac top.
I'm just interested. Is it Zac top or Xin Zhao top?
I think Zac top is more common, right?
I would assume so, but oh yeah, it's oh my god. So Slumber Pig, he has an even higher win rate and KDA than PP Gaucho with Zac top.
Oh, we're connected.
And
Uh-oh.
he okay, wait. Can I have a prediction here? I'm not 100% on this. So I was checking their flex queue, and there's a game where they played Zac top, Rammus jungle, Soraka mid with Kate Lux bot lane.
Ooh.
So I'm not sure. I'm not saying anything, but maybe this is like Zac top, Zen jungle, Soraka mid with Jinx Lux, because Soraka will be able to help this Zen a lot.
Yeah.
Like especially in 2v2s in mid jungle, they will just I would assume they would just hard win those with the healings and silences coming through from Soraka and just the soul healing and damage from Zen. It would be interesting. It would be an interesting idea to pull it off at a game 5 where if you lose your season is over. I think we didn't talked about this a lot, but like if both of these teams, whoever loses, they're gone. This is the lower bracket. There's no more lower brackets to go from here. This is a one and done game for both of these teams. So whoever wins, they will be going over to the next round. Much easier to execute draft coming from TDR if Moonstone just plays like the way I told you. but again, look, it can just be just Lux mid Soraka bot lane. I'm not really just big over the flex of Soraka Lux. They kind of do the same thing when it comes to helping Xin. One shields, one heals. Both have some sort of CC, right? So
Yeah.
it is
And
Lux mid. Never mind.
it would have been sick though. It would have been
Yeah.
awesome if it
I-
was the Soraka mid. But yeah, like you said, the winner of this series will move on to play Wicked Zingers next week. The loser is out. So playoff lives are on the line here in this series.
Is it for sure Wicked Zingers or
Yeah, they lost
they already
against.
lost?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, to be fair, I guess this match has been going for a decent
We've
while.
been
So
going for 4 hours.
yep.
It's okay. We're almost done. We're almost there. This is game 5, so
Yeah. Let's get hyped. Last game, winner loses. No, winner goes next round. Loser is out. Interesting drafts. I'm more interested in how TDR plays with this Renekton Wukong. I guess
Mhm.
like we saw how they played with like the Trundle Renekton for 2 games in a row. I would expect something similar.
Yeah, for
Only
sure.
difference, Wukong not as dominant as Trundle, I would assume, especially in the a little early game. He can fight, but he has to like kind of pick the fights a little better. Bot lane is actually super safe. Sona, Israel, like they're not going to be getting chunked. They just need to be careful off the Zac, especially the Sona needs to be careful. Israel can always uses E to just like get away from the Zac and like create some space. This Sona doesn't really have that, especially a champion that is really vulnerable early on. If he gets caught, well, I said Zac. I should have said Xin Zhao. I just thought Zac was jungle for a second, but yeah, even by the Zen, she needs to be careful. If Finn becomes lightning, since I was on top of you, you're more than likely dead as this Sona.
Absolutely, absolutely. Real quick, before we throw it to a break, who you got?
I just want to say Moonstone.
Mhm.
I feel like, although last game they fell short, they're back to their main positions, and I think they looked way cleaner than TDR did in their win when they were playing on their main roles. So, gotta give it to Moonstone. I wouldn't be surprised if TDR won this. Like, both of these teams showed that they can win games against each other. Maybe Moonstone trolled a little bit game 4, but it's still nothing to take away from TDR. So yeah, I'll
Yeah.
predict Moonstone win.
I'm gonna
in the
go
end.
Moonstone too, and just keep the blue buff or the blue side supremacy rocking because
True.
blue team has been victorious every game this series. So we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back for game number 5 between Moonstone and Crustacean Nation.
I think our producers maybe AFK.
All
But
right.
yeah,
I guess we're not taking a break.
we'll eventually take a break.
We made it to game number 5, everybody. Welcome to the Rift as Moonstone Gaming takes on TDR Crustacean Nation in a win or go home game. We made it. It's down to best of ones at this point. We get a 5-point. So we get a chance to run down the teams one last time. On the blue side, Moonstone Gaming with Summer Pig on the Zac in the top lane, PP Gaosho on the Jin Zhao in the jungle, OVO on the Lux in the mid lane, and Alanin and Hard to Love rounding it out with the Jinx and the Soraka.
Yeah, and when we look over to TDR, we see Aatrox going back to comfort. After a really good Ilawi game and getting his Ilawi banned in the second phase, picking up the Renekton again. Again into a tank matchup. I would assume Zac doing much better in this matchup. He is running Ignite as well, so Aatrox needs to be careful when he's taking those trades in. Zac is known for like just how do you say it? My brain is lagging. To sustain a lot while skirmishing with the enemy top laner, so I would assume Slumber Pig doing a better job at keeping this Renekton at bay this game. And we see both junglers kind of starting from bot. Gaoshu again on the Xin Zhao game. The first time he tried it, it wasn't really that effective. He is running the same Ghost and Phase Rush on the champion as well. OVO, we talked about the best Lux player in the league. She got the Lux. We will see how she impacts the map. She is running TP, so later on to the game will be impactful with that. Already getting some poke damage onto Skiffler, and in the bot side, Hard to Love back on the Soraka. I feel like it was a really good performance on Soraka last game.
Yeah.
She's gonna look to repeat it this time again, and Lennon on the Jinx on a hyper carry this time. We haven't been able to see him play the ADC role for the last 2 games. He was the support and then the jungle, back at his main role.
Yep, absolutely. And this is the Moonstone Gaming roster at their fullest. Both of these rosters at their fullest now. Main starters and everything that they want. So this really is the battle between who will stay and who will go. Gold is still about even. Not much has happened, but a big trade for Aatrox in that top lane. And Joby's already up here. Might look for a gank.
Oh, Gaoshu is also here. Oh, this is really. This might turn out to be really bad for Moonstone.
Ghost comes through. Wind becomes lightning. Aatrox taken pretty low.
He's low.
Gonna stun up Gaosho. Aatrox 1 HP. Has to flash away to safety. But Joby trying to get that cell division. The cells will divide. Wind becomes lightning once again. Gaosho is scared to go forward.
I don't think he has cooldowns.
Yeah, and will let the top and jungle from Crustacean walk there.
Yeah, and Slumberpick does lose his passive, does lose the Ignite. It will probably bite him back when this Renekton TP's back. You're not going to be able to have the Ignite to trade with him, nor you're going to have your passive for like a backup for yourself if you do end up making a mistake. So, Aatrox still on the Renektons, looking strong. Joby coming back without resetting. He's spending so much time here.
Yeah, and this is
PP
a double
Gaosho.
crab.
Yeah.
Double crab for PP Gaosho, and as long as Slumberpick doesn't die, even if he does die, it's not the worst because he has TP to get back. But still, I think this is...
I think a dive would go terrible. It might go terrible for the side of TDR. Zac, all he has to do
There we go.
is just eat
Stun.
below himself.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, well, he doesn't even have time to do that because he's getting stunned up and take it down.
Yeah.
First blood over to Aatrox.
Yeah, greeting for the minions there, and there's good read from Joby. Like, he could have reset, but he was like, he's greeting, I'm gonna greet as well. Gets the kill. PP Gaoshu on the other side, stealing away the Gromp. But that's all he's going to be able to do. And with this, another Renekton game for Aatrox, another first blood picked up for him, and being up 500 gold already 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and Aatrox, putting on some good Renekton performances in this series, at least in the early game. Doing what the champion wants to do, getting these big leads and, are sort of making the opponent's lane not a fun time.
Oh, Tea Garden.
A little trading back and forth in this bottom lane, but two supports that are pretty good at sustaining.
Yeah, and especially I think later this game goes, I think Sona slowly starts being favored in the matchup.
Yeah.
He does outskill most enchanters, even if you're Soraka. So I think PP Gaoshu should also look to maybe shut down this Sona. Again, the lane is in a spot where Sona is not really under any threat, so would be pretty hard for now. Lennon and Hard to Love trying to just keep the wave pressure, but if they're gonna play like this, I would like the Moonstone team to maybe go for like an early dragon or something, because if it's not that, Israel is more than fine with farming until mid game. Oh,
Aatrox gets the
he almost
bounce under the tower, and with the Dominus, Aatrox almost dies rather, and
they're
it
gonna
was
greed
pretty close
again.
there. Yeah, if he greeds, Aatrox has solo killed Slumber Pig under the tower a lot this series.
Yeah, and he's not resetting. He's depending on PP Gaoshi right now, and I think Aatrox should have an idea.
Oh,
Oh,
Aatrox goes for it. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
Slumber
no,
Pig
what?
goes back in, bounce. He's
oh, he
alive.
lives.
Aatrox 1 HP
Huge.
will fall to PP Gaosho, and now Joby is in trouble here as dash comes through. Drawback. Oh my gosh. And PP
Play.
Gaosho starting to make it happen in this mid lane. The flashes from Skifter force out the flash from OVO, and both mid laners now. No summoners on either of them.
I got scared there for a second when when Slumber Pig jumped in with the slingshot. I
HP.
thought he would get one shot, but he procced R right afterwards. So he was like, he started healing back up a little bit. That was super close for him. But yeah, with that,
Oh,
the gold lead is back to even. Oh, actually,
T-Lights could
ahead.
be in trouble here. Getting rooted up. Exhaust gonna come down. Ignite onto Hard to Love. Flash out from T-Lights as well there.
Yeah. And I guess one thing that I haven't really paid attention or like realized was T-Garden is actually running the TP. So when he decides to reset, he's gonna be able to come back to lane much faster compared to Lennon. I don't know how smart of an idea this is. Like knowing that you don't really have too much usage of TP as an ADC later into the game. You're not looking to split push. I think the cooldown, especially early game, is way too long for you to be able to do anything. So we're seeing it here. He's gonna TP back. He might be able to keep a freeze, but I think this wave just push out for. This is a pushing out wave for Tea Garden. Not sure that anything will come out of it. And the gold lead, we look dead even right now for both teams. The gold for the side of TDR is on this Renekton. On the other side, PP Gaoshu does have the 600 gold lead. But
Oh, Slumber Pig in trouble here. Dominus is popped and Joby is in the area. Bounce
Oh
time.
my-
We'll see if they can get through as the Flash Cyclone comes in from Joby.
does have
Slam
passive.
down.
Oh, he's
Cells
dead.
will divide. They're trying to get him. Wish comes through. But
I'm not sure if Vish will help when
I
he's
was,
in passive.
yeah, that doesn't do anything, unfortunately. And Aatrox gonna find the second kill, or his second kill of the game.
Did she just hit 6? I'm not sure because
I don't know. Yeah.
if the
Oh.
ghost being popped.
Alan popping Ghost and Gauch
Still
are
no
taking the
level
dragon.
6. Oh, T-Light is
They
so
don't have
close
wave
to
enough.
6.
They don't have wave enough yet, though.
If they go for this next wave, T-Light will hit 6. Oh, this is. I think this is.
This could be
really
interesting.
greedy.
This could be interesting.
Gaoshu
Herald's gonna go
playing
down.
really smart with the vision. Now shows himself.
Yeah, onto T-Lights.
Lights.
T-Lights can't. Oh, can't get
he's
can't
still
get
at
XP. Can't get XP from the minions here. And T-Garden, ying out, flashing
flash.
away. Let's see. Wind does
Oh,
not
then-
become lightning.
Slow
Zap goes wide as well, but PP Gasho gets in there. A double kill for Alanin on this Jinx.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what you want if you're Moonstone right now.
Yeah, and there's no TP ready for T-Garden. He's gonna lose a whole cannon wave.
Oh, Summer
He
Pig is
does-
getting solo killed.
Uh-oh. The Herald is down too. If
Oh,
he
yeah,
can
this is
elastic
terrible.
shot out, maybe.
No, he can't.
Oh,
I
he's
don't think
dead.
so.
But
Skifter comes in, yoinks it.
personally, I would normally be down because, like, when you look at it, they're just trading gold difference, like, along the map. PP Gaushu
Oh,
coming back for
T-Lights.
T-Lights. T-Lights does have the ultimate.
Does have the ultimate in. Will use it, but he misses. Hard to Love is gonna go down though. Now PP Gasher taking up the tower. Allen in. Oh my gosh! Oh, the botch dive in the bottom lane for Moonstone.
Oh, just really bad turret juggle there. Hard to Love took the aggro first, but no Vish. He just got bursted down. Plus third, plus the Sona. She just goes down.
Root under the tower for Ovio.
Joby?
Oh. Joby was one more tower shot would have been enough there.
Yeah, no final spark available. Means Joby will walk out safely. And after all those things, we went from an even gold state to a 2k lead for the side of TDR. Gifter needs to be careful.
Ooh, nice jump in here from Skifter, and Skifter's gonna go down.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure Joby's wait, did I see it wrong? I think Joby's Oracle Lens saw the Zac there. At least scanned him. And Skifter just kept walking up, had the flush, had the ghost, but goes down eventually. And an important pickup for Slumber Pig. He was struggling in the side lane. He's down 1.7k gold. But in the end, if this Zac can get back into the game, get tanky, and do what his team needs him to do in these team fights, which is just peel for this Jinx, I think Zac is just fine with losing the lane.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
think so too. I
So-
mean, like, the thing is like, Zac is gonna be pretty impactful when you get into the late game, and at the Renekton obviously is gonna lose out on a lot of that prowess. So having that tank in the front is just gonna be way more beneficial as the game goes on, you know?
Yeah, and I'm just wondering what Aatrox will choose to build this game. Because we've seen him
been
build
wild.
a few different things. Oh, good silence. Root comes
Root?
through.
Comes in onto T-Garden. T-Garden has no flash. Look at the damage coming through from Allen with the Kraken. Now completed.
Zap
T-Lights flashes away. Zap connects. T-Lights use that crescendo in. Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh,
Plus the pullback from Zac is enough. He's diving the tower. It's Cyclone time from Joby, but
I think
that's
Joby
a
just
1
killed
kill
his
for
team.
0. I think so, yeah.
Because he walked in melee, it allowed Slumber Pig to pull back T-Lights with the stretching. What was it? With the stretching strike. So
Mm-hmm.
it will end
Yeah,
up with Elena picking up a few more kills.
T-Garden TPing back in there, but yeah, I mean, look at this top lane though. Is both towers already broken, and it is interesting, but I think, you know, it's okay for now if you're Moonstone.
Personally, I would say that, but Elena is the richest player on the map. Like, although Aatrox was able to pick up 2 turrets, this Jinx is way too fed, and for a team that is literally drafted all for this Jinx to carry. The Zac top for peel, Xin Zhao for peel and frontline, the Soraka with Moonstone is just going to be too hard. Oh, Ovio.
Oh, Joby, nice usage of the vision there. I think Ovio might be in trouble. Has to flash out this
Joby?
Zac with the TP. Now Gasho is here, forced to
No
flash out. And Joby, nice knock up there from Slumber Pig, and the Super Mega Death Rocket connects there. Will
Exciting.
find the last hit. Alanin looking for the 1v2.
No. Gets chunked a little bit, but still has the Soraka with Moonstone. Should be fine. And this Jinx 600 gold shutdown 14 minutes in. I was sure that like this top side was like working out really well for TDR, and they were like getting set up to win this game through them. But Alenin just getting this far ahead this early. You don't want a Jinx to be in the spot. Already finished the call. 5 kills, sitting on 16k gold. He's gonna hit his 2-item power spike way too early. And normally you would expect the Israel to be in that spot, to be in that 2-item power spike thing, because the items are so cheap. But Lennon,
Oh, Alan gets to get
Oh, no.
excited. Oh, Jovi is there. OVO is gonna die in the mid lane. Somehow everyone gets out of the bottom lane.
the exhaust and Vish had to be burned from Heart to Love to get Lennon out of there. But again, they get another turret, just more gold for this Jinx. And yes, OVO dies in the mid lane, but I think as long as they don't, TDR doesn't get a kill on this Jinx, I think anything is fine. Runan's already finished. Like,
Yeah, I saw the double. I saw the double daggers, and I was like, okay, well, it's not PD.
yeah.
It's either Phantom Dancer. I mean, it's either Runons or Rapid Fire, and I think Runons is probably better in this game anyway. Just better in general.
Yeah. But PD, I personally think it's good because it's actually just better power spike, I think, in general. But this Jinx has to carry the whole damage for his team, right? So just being able to do that AoE, just being able to just do damage to multiple targets at the same time is just going to be the most important thing for him. Jinx being at this position just feels so illegal, but
I know, it's just so strong right now that it really doesn't even matter.
yeah.
But the still has the ghost available, so
And-
I mean, if the thing about this Jinx is that if at any point there's action, Jinx can completely take over and just run over the entire game.
Yeah.
So
And like we saw, like Lennon flushed into a Wukong stone at Ezreal
Yeah.
and got out safe. Like that's what this team comp does. That's why Xin Soraka is there for him. It's just the peel. It's just keeping her alive. And like especially when Zac joins in, the Lux shields start coming through. It's going to just even get harder. Like it's just going to be on Joby to find these like incredible flanks, and he's just face checking into a bush with no vision. I'm not sure if that's the way to get towards this Jinx.
yeah, it is really gonna be onto Jovi and Aatrox to get onto this Jinx and at least CC her for enough time to where Skifter can come in and actually deal some sustained damage.
Yeah.
But here we go. They're just roaming back in mid, and nothing really is happening here. 2 dragons to 0 in favor of Moonstone. Kind of just the same thing we've been seeing, for the past 3 games.
Yeah.
Herald is up, but no one's choosing to take it yet, and both mid laners are bot. So
Gold is dead even. Especially at 2.5k gold difference between the two ADCs. Just massive for this Jinx. But not to take away anything from this Renekton, just being up 2.2k gold for himself. Also a 600 gold in the mid lane. Gifter having a much better game this time. He is playing the Victor. I thought he would have went for the Leandries. I think they need a little bit more DPS in their team comp. But Ludens, still the pen is always appreciated for Victor. So if he can get to that point where he's just doing these burst damages onto this Jinx, I think that's when this team comp will shine.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're Crustacean right now, you need to kill Alan before anything happens, right? Before he has a chance to get excited, run through the team fight, and just be, dealing massive damage here. 35 seconds on this dragon. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition, because you know that we're going to be getting a big fight around this objective.
No. And to mention it, we do have the Mountain Soul again. So if the Zac is in, if they get those Mountain Dragon stacks plus the Soul, it's going to be that much harder to kill this Jinx. Look at
Yeah.
the damage. He's walking up to a Fed 8 like Renekton.
He's walking up to 4 people.
Yeah.
Oh, Slumber Pig.
Slumber Pig?
Finding Skifter and Joby.
No.
Inside track though for Moonstone. They can look to. Oh, Slumber Pig gets chunked though pretty hard.
They do have a Soraka. There's a good ward there for TDR. Just
Yeah.
giving all the information that they need. Will be control warded now. Slumber Pig is on vision. Herald is placed on mid.
Dragon started. Here we go. Oh, they found the beautiful root onto Skifter from OVO, and now it's time for Jinx to get excited. Jovi's gonna go down. Aatrox is next on the table, gonna get slowed up with the zap and taken down as well. That's 3 for 1 in favor of Moonstone Gaming, and this dragon is gonna be theirs.
Yeah. Herald is still in mid, doing some damage. Took one turret, charged another one, but it's just so scary. This Jinx. Just in case he bought a QSS, just in case of that like one Sona flash ult that could get him, maybe that flash slice and dash stun from Aatrox. He's not taking risks. This is the most crucial game for them. This is game 5. If they lose, they go home. So he's respecting the CC. He's respecting that one small chance of outplay coming from the side of TDR. He's not taking risks with it. He already has a Soraka as well. Like if needed, he can go me kills. So this Jinx, 2k gold with with the QSS as well. So once the IE is completed, I don't think there's anything else that TDR can do to stop this Jinx.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. And I mean, already, Jinx has that QSS now just to make sure. A stray Sona ulti, Renekton getting on top, Victor W. No options, no opportunities to get caught out, but Slumber Pig might be in trouble here. PP Gaosho has joined the party as T-Lights is also in the area here. Still has the Cell Division, and that's what will happen right now. But I think we'll just be taken down here. Yeah, as the shutdown goes over to Skifter. Ideal situation if you are Crustacean, but not the best right now for Moonstone. Just giving away a free shutdown and, full priority into this top side.
Yeah, and they were not really doing anything on the map either. Like, I would say maybe this is worth if, like, Jinx was pushing bot, they're hitting tier 2 turret or something, or even mid. But it was just unnecessary aggressiveness from Slumber, where they T-Flights.
T-Lights could be in trouble here. Gonna get silenced. That's a really nice silence. Super Mega Death Rocket has been on point this game as Alanin picked up another kill with that.
Yeah, and getting closer to that IE power spike as well. Already strong, already 2.5 items in, but once that IE is completed, it's just gonna get to another level. I would assume them to just like after that IE just go GA. Like it's just that early into the game where I think building more damage is kind of unnecessary. You just need to stay alive, not give your 700 gold shutdown, and it's fine. You're just set up for success. You're already highest CS in the game, highest gold in the game, probably highest damage in the game. Everything is just set up perfectly for a Lennon to be that carry this game for Moonstone.
Yeah, no, I'm just confused. What I'm confused about is, I mean, not confused, but if you just look at the tab right now, it looks like Moonstone should have such a significant gold lead with this super fed Jinx. But the fact of the matter is that the gold is completely even here. And, there's a 60 CS lead in top lane for Aatrox right now. They're up 2 towers as well. So, it just seems a little bit strange that the gold is so even despite the scoreline.
Yeah. And I guess an update for people that are now watching the other stream as well. I think Hardhat was able to go to the next round, beating CB Rush. So, you're waiting. I think this is the last match for CCS. This is the last game to decide who moves on to the next round. And to be honest, it's been a banger series. We have seen everything. Close games, stomps, role swaps, ADC to support, AD to jungle. Like,
It's been all over the place.
A lot of different unique picks coming through as well for most of these players. And as I say that, the Infinity Edge finished for Lennon. Flash Ghost ready. I think Dragon Soul.
Yeah, Dragon Soul.
Ready to be picked up in 50 seconds. T-Garden.
Ghost. Trying to get onto T-Garden. You did flash, but yeah, you're just dead. You're just dead. I mean, this Jinx is too crazy here. Alanin goes legendary on the Jinx, and that gives Moonstone the complete opening to go into this bottom side of the map, secure this mounted soul for themselves here at about 25.5.
Yeah, and to be honest, when you look at it, like Tea Garden normally has almost 3 minutes. Oh, Slumber Pig.
Wait a minute. Slumber Pig in the
Knight coming
1v2 here.
He's
Chaos
healing
Storm
so
comes
much.
over.
Oh,
Wow.
he's full HP.
Wow. Wush just brings him to full HP.
And I think that's basically it. The Chaos Storm used, the Dominus used for the solo laners. Skifter, they're on a really bad side of the map right now. Just split up between the team. Slumber Pig?
Slumber Pig missing the jump. Root comes through onto Atriox, but Slumber Pig is taken very, very low. He might
Doesn't
just
have
go
flash.
down here. Does not have flash.
But he's gonna be
Has
able
the
to
Ignite
jump
stack.
back in. Up
He's
to level,
out.
heal him up.
Absolutely. You
Alanin?
have to watch Alanin's damage here. Oh, but he gets
Oh,
on
good
and flashes
flash.
away.
Uh-oh.
Oh, final spark. Oh, baby. It's time to
GG.
get excited. Super Mega Death Rocket misses for the first time in a
T-Garden.
century, it seems like. T-Garden is dead.
Oh,
The lethal tempo increased that rage. Another one. DJ Khaled, another one. As the triple
That's-
kill comes through for Alanin, the Mountain Soul is theirs as well here. And you have to imagine this
they
game will
can-
be over soon.
and they're just gonna pick up the Baron as well. I think they just have enough damage. Jinx is full HP, has the shields, they have the Soraka. Is gonna go over to the Baron. I don't know, like, I feel like even if Joby, like, comes back alive, steals this, I think it's almost impossible for them to win. Like, there's just, what can they do? And we see it on the replay. Just a really forced engage coming from Joby, and all Lennon had to do was just flash away, and it's all gone. Like, what pressure are you talking about? There's a Soraka healing him up constantly to full HP, and like, what can you do? This Jinx right now, 3.1k gold. I think if she resets, she can finish either the LDR or the GA. I would probably consider GA much safer here. Even if you get picked, then you come back alive, you have a Soraka, you're gonna get healed back up. He does go for BT and safe slash aggressive item. Does give more crit chance, does give lifesteal plus shields. It's still fine. It's gonna be
80%.
super hard to kill it.
Yeah, 80% crit now. 1.61 attack speed on a Jinx. Oh my.
Without
mean, that
stacked
is-
lethal tempo.
Yeah, lethal tempo stack is probably up. It's probably what, 2.5 at least.
2.5 plus Jinx's own passive.
Yeah,
With
exactly.
the small ones. Yeah. Like, they need an incredible engage from Joby while it's super synced up with T-Light, Skifter, and Aatrox. Like, if they want to win a team fight, they don't get to make mistakes. And this Jinx is level 16.
Whoa, walked up super far there. Wait, rooted? Joby's just dead. T-Lights is just dead. That's it. Skifter has to flash
Oh,
over the wall.
Lennon?
A run for the hills here. Chaos Storm is chasing the champs instead of clearing the wave. There we go. Able to clear that wave out.
They should be able to just move to bot lane with Slumber's wave, but they're just gonna wait for the mid wave to come in, crush mid, and then probably move bot. Slumber's kinda having a trouble with clearing the bot wave and hitting the turret here.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the Nexus or the inhib tower mid lane will fall as well. They still have a little bit of a wave going on. They have 2 cannons that they can power up here, and the Nexus towers are in trouble.
Might
Joby
just
is
be
about to spawn
over
now.
here.
It could just be
the-
over as one falls.
They excited, just like they just Jinx gives
goodbye.
you. Oh, T-Lights.
Bye. T-Lights goes down. Joby
Alenin
tries
is
to go
stunned.
in. Alenin is back up. He's stunned up after. Oh, he dies. Alenin is down. This
Does
could
it matter
be
though?
the opportunity, but I don't think it even
They
matters
burned
here. I think
too
the rest,
much to kill him.
yeah, the rest of Moonstone is too strong here. 4v2 in this, in this defense here for Crustacean Nation, but the towers are already gone. The
Yeah.
Nexus is under siege.
They need a
Skifter has to
miracle here.
run for the hills. He gets back into the fountain. He will not fall, and the Nexus will, as Moonstone Gaming is gonna take the series in best of 5. They're gonna keep their playoff hopes alive.
Damn. That's like last playoffs Danny level performance from Lennon. Just super. Like there's not much else to say. It's just stomp. They just stomped bot lane.
Yeah.
And we've seen this from TDR and Moonstone. Like TDR was willing to get this Renekton ahead to when they know that they were gonna die in bot side, when they know that they were gonna go behind. But I think when you don't have like a roaming support, like you can leave Israel alone in bot. Maybe that's fine. Like he can stay safe. Maybe if he's gonna get dove, he can E out, get safe. But like when there's Sona, they're stuck on their turret. Sona cannot move. Sona is dying as well as Ezreal. Sona wants to scale. They just didn't let that happen. Like Sona was just so low in gold, so low on EXP that nothing just happened. But for her to like do anything in these team fights, and this Renekton, yes, he got leads, but again in team fights, this Zac will always be more useful. Like just even the ultimate alone is just huge peel tool for Zac, and just showed up in the at the whole game. Like Lennon got fed, they played through him, and like Lennon rewarded them with a game 5 win. And I think it was pretty big because it wasn't like he played support. Like game 2 they lost. It wasn't the best game that he had. Went to support, they won, and then went to jungle, they lost. So it was like a little awkward thing there, but overall I think just well played for Lennon.
Yes, absolutely. Lennon showing up huge in game 5. And we do have an interview here with the jungler of Moonstone. PP Yasha, how's it going? Welcome.
Hello,
Are you here?
thank you.
There he
Yep, I'm
is.
here.
Well, first of all, congratulations on taking the victory here, keeping your playoff hopes alive. And before I let Sultan ask any of the hard hitting questions here, just want to ask, how did you guys feel about your performance in today's match?
We definitely were playing a little suboptimally, but I think that's just what we do, right? We do a little trolling, which is why best of fives are our best of fives are our habitat, man. We get lots of throwaway games to have fun.
Yeah, and I guess let's just start before this game. You guys were coming in as a 4th seed. But like your game record was basically the same as 3 other teams. Like just in your own group, because you're gonna face them possibly in maybe the finals of this bracket. Was there any teams coming into this playoffs that you were like, yeah, they're just so far ahead of us by gameplay, or was it just like regular season flukes where you lost?
Honestly, I think every single regular season loss, it's lane gap. I did not get jungle gap once. But again, we do troll. Those are some very unfortunate losses during the regular season. But at the end of the day, all that matters is the playoff best of fives.
Yeah, and I think when anyone would watch the series and like pay attention to Moonstone, I think it was just the most, I guess, the interesting thing was the lane swaps. We saw Lennon play AD support and jungle. You went to AD for one of the games. Played Bruiser Lucian also. I think that was a little interesting as well. And then also like just being that flexible in the team. Like is that how you guys like just play, or was that just someone threw the idea out there and you were like, yeah, sure, let's just go with it?
Yeah, the flexibility is definitely one of our biggest strengths. Just being able to, I guess, confuse and overwhelm our opponents. It's pretty much impossible to scout us. Those of you who get the reference, if we keep swapping roles and just playing champions with a million flexes. I did only play bot lane though because Lennon really wanted to play jungle for some reason. He was really feeling it. So he kind of sold that one. He probably will never play jungle again, but it's okay.
I was gonna ask.
And I was fine. I was fine playing Lucian.
Performance.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask, what did you think about his performance in jungle? But I guess he did some iffy plays on the Kane there.
Yeah, he kind of gave Alawi a million kills, died like twice in a row at the end, and didn't come bot once, even though I was like turbo gapping what's his name? T-Cat? On my off roll?
T Garden.
T Garden, yeah.
And
but it's just to be expected as the best Lucian in the server. So
and but overall, it did go to 5 games in the end. What did you think about the enemy team? Were they stronger than you expected, or was it just like easy, but you guys just kind of tried to be hard on yourselves with the role swaps?
uh, we've scrimmed pretty much all these players before, and we put against them in lock-in. They were not very threatening at all. We were a little caught off guard by their jungler just like fucking perma sitting mid or top lane and not farming camps. But at the end of the day, it's all easy pickings for Moonstone Gaming.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep you here too long. We've casted for almost 5 hours. You played the series. One last question: looking at the bracket right now, is there like any specific team that you're looking really forward to play? Like one of the upper bracket or the lower bracket teams, maybe?
I definitely would like to play against every single team that we lost to in regular season again, if possible, to get a salty run back. But most of all, I'm looking forward to play against Dorado Omega, so I can be known as the conqueror of both Dorado Zeta and Omega.
Oh, I think you played Zeta before in finals.
Yeah. Me and Oasis Esports Cloud, we beat Plat Amateur Worlds winners Dorado Zeta in a clean 3-0 fashion.
Well,
I'm sure you may have heard about it.
yeah. I think I even watched that series, but yeah. Congratulations on the win. That's all I'm gonna ask if Right Chains doesn't have anything to add.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it for us here on CCS2. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Moonstone takes it in 5, 3-2 over TDR Crustacean Nation. Hope you guys enjoyed. Have a good week, and we will see you next week for round 2 of the playoffs.